Buy the Land and Cultivate in Different World. Volume 11 by Okazawa Rokuja. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 360, Passe to Alimentaire. I want to make a new dish. I haven't done that lately. It's time to expand our menu again. So I'm going to explore various options. I just hope I don't come across any trouble along the way. You know, like not having the right ingredients, so I have to start from growing them. I'd like to start with what I have ready. Then again, our farm now has a wide variety of ingredients that we have almost everything we need. Gone are the days I used to feel frustrated because we didn't have this or that. Anyway, I've decided what to make. Spaghetti. We've mostly been making nothing but Japanese food. After all, I'd like to try my hand at some Western-style dishes this time. And if I'm going to make something, it will be easier to experiment if it's a staple food. Hence, spaghetti. Section. Need. Mix flour with water, eggs, and other ingredients and knead. I feel like I'm used to this process now since I often make bread. Today's pasta is fresh, not dried, because it's still a sample, and with no pasta machine, I'm naturally making it by hand. When I finished the dough, I cut it with the evil holy sword Dre Swartz and made thin, noodle-like strips. Then, the usual pair showed up, Platty and Vale. They just know whenever I'm creating a new dish. The only difference is that Platty comes with Junior in arms. "Dear's making a new dish," says Platty with a twinkle in her eye. "Huh? No, he's not. Have you gone blind?" "Excuse me?" Vale says provocatively. "Can't you tell from what he's doing?" "He's kneading the wheat flour into long and narrow strips. It can only mean one dish, and it's, drum roll, udon." "Wrong. I've made that before, but I don't blame her for thinking they're similar since they have the same ingredient." "Master, you kept our hopes up with such a promising look." "You haven't made any new dishes lately. Have you maybe used up all your talent?" "Come again?" "Oh well. If it's just udon, I'll help you make it. Witness this Grinsel Dragon's handmade noodle-making technique." Then, for some reason, Vale rolls up her sleeves and joins me in the kitchen. "You need to mix the right amount of flour with water and knead it until they're perfectly mixed." Knead. Kned. She starts to hand knead the udon at a fast pace. "No matter, I'll just mind my own business and continue making spaghetti. I've already finished my noodles, so I'll move on to cooking. There are many types of spaghetti, but I'm going to make the simplest one today, pepperoncino spaghetti." Making tomato sauce will take more time and effort, so I'll make that after I perfect the pasta. I oil the pan and fry some chopped peppers and minced garlic. Meanwhile, Vale is working hard on making udon noodles. Done. Now I'll boil and wash them. Leaving her alone, I continue to cook my dish. Time to make the broth. I'll use dried bonito flakes and kelp to make soup stock and add soy sauce and mirin. Add the pasta to the mix, cook it thoroughly so that the flavors blend, and season with salt and pepper. Add the cooked udon noodles and dock them in the bowl with the sauce. Then add green onions, and more green onions. Before the noodles turn hard, I remove them from the pan and place them on a plate. Done. Spaghetti aglio olio e peperoncino. Udon. Huh? Two different dishes that had nothing to do with each other except for being noodles are lined up on the table. What is this? I thought we were making udon. You've made fake udon. Master, don't say that unless you want to make the entire Italian population your enemy. It's your long-awaited new dish. It's called pasta, spaghetti, peperoncino. Which one is it? Really? It's too much trouble to explain them all from scratch, so let's just call it spaghetti for now. Oh, well then, let's have a taste." Platty, who until then had only been watching, takes a seat and tastes my dish. She twirls her fork around the pasta with grace, as expected of a former princess. "Wow, Tentenon. This is so good." At first, I wondered what dry udon would be like, but it has a completely different texture and flavor. It has a sharp taste to it. She likes it, but she also categorized it as udon, though it's inevitable given the order of things. I guess it will be a while before Junior gets to try this. Its taste is too sophisticated for his palate right now. It does have garlic in it. He still can't have it as baby food. Ha ha. Udon is exactly what Junior needs, says Vale. It doesn't have such a quirky taste and is the best baby food. Udon is justice. When did she become such a big udon fan? Is she a native of a certain prefecture? And when did this dragon learn to easily make udon by hand? What are you talking about? Sure, it may not be the best baby food for Junior, but this spaghetti is delish. The spiciness of the peppers and the smell of garlic blend perfectly. And then there's Platy and her weird pasta bias. Does she hail from a certain boot-shaped country or something? Don't carry Junior around while smelling like garlic. He'll be exposed to the smell. Shut up. Udon tastes bland. Cook that thing in miso, and then talk to me. And for some reason, a noodle war has broken out. Stop it. Why do we have to fight over the same noodles? But I don't have the power to stop two of the most powerful people on the farm. I have no choice but to call in the best helper, Hawker's Fawn. Understood. It's the angel of destruction, Hawker's Fawn. She immediately goes to the kitchen and puts the leftover fresh pasta into the frying pan. Then, she throws in some natto. Here's your natto pasta. She also combines V's remaining udon noodles with the regular sauce and adds more natto. Here's your natto udon. A Kagawa specialty that instantly became a specialty of Mito City. Any food becomes more delicious when it is combined with natto. If you can make something taste better by mixing it with natto, then that makes them brothers. There is no need to argue. I see. Vale and Platy hug each other. I'm sorry. I was wrong. There is no discrimination in good food. Yeah. Spaghetti is also a great udon, so there's no need to fight over it. I hold Junior and watch the harmonic scene. Yes. Getting along is the best. Cooking is all about making everyone smile. Now, how about I make tomato sauce next for some meatball spaghetti? Chapter 361, Bright Red Tomato Oath. We have introduced pasta to the farm, and Hawker's Fawn made the most use out of it. One natto spaghetti, ready. She keeps making natto spaghetti by mixing natto and pasta together. It's crazy. Since then, Hawker's Fawn has been actively cooking natto spaghetti and serving it to everyone. As a result, our farm residents have come to have a fixed notion that pasta is something mixed with natto. It's inevitable, seeing that's how they saw it from the very beginning. But this won't do, I think to myself as I watch the scene. I'm not saying natto spaghetti is wrong or anything, but pasta is not just natto. I want to tell everyone it can be combined with other ingredients to create an infinite variety of flavors. If I don't do something about it, natto might hinder pasta's possibilities. That would be unfortunate for both pasta and natto. Before that happens, I'll open up new possibilities. Hawker's Fawn started adding menthood to the natto spaghetti. If she perfects her dish, no matter what kind of orthodox spaghetti I make, it will never have the same impact. We must make haste. Section. So, I'm going to make the real spaghetti representative with meat sauce in it. Pasta dyed red with tomatoes is its true essence. I don't want my friends to think natto pasta is the norm without seeing that bright red pasta. Anyway, I'm going to make spaghetti meat sauce, and for that, we need meat sauce. We make it by combining ground meat and tomato sauce. Tomatoes, they're one of the first crops to be cultivated on our farm. I still haven't forgotten the juiciness of the very first tomato that bore fruit on this land, but I don't recall having used tomatoes in serious cooking. Up until today, I've only eaten them raw or cut them up and put them on salads. We don't even put tomatoes in our miso soup, so I'm pretty excited about the idea of cooking them today. Well then, I'll start by boiling the tomatoes until they no longer retain their original shape, then mash and strain them. Suddenly, Vale appears. Yoo-hoo. Why is she always the first to show up whenever I cook a new dish? Does she have some kind of sensor or something? Normally, Platy is with her, but since Junior was born, she hasn't been showing up as much. She must be busy attending to Junior today, so I'll bring her a portion later. Oh? Aren't those tomatoes? Why are you boiling them? Vale focuses her attention on the meat sauce in the making. Tomatoes are delicious just as they are. Why put them in hot water? Will they become hard like boiled eggs? No, they won't. In the meantime, the tomatoes are falling apart and turning to mush. She peers into the pot and hits Eureka. I know. That's tomato ketchup. Why does she know about tomato ketchup? Oh, Right. I've made tomato ketchup before. That was when I made otherworldly sausages. You could never separate sausages and ketchup, so I made it. Huh. So, I've already cooked and processed tomatoes before. Close, but still somewhat different. What? Ketchup's tasty too, so this is exciting. Now that the puree is ready, I put it aside and start to fry the ground meat, another necessary ingredient for meat sauce. Yay! Meat. No matter what world you're in, people get excited when meat is present. At the same time, I start to boil the pasta. I recently made fresh pasta, so I also made dry one so I won't have to start making it from scratch every single time. I'll finish the meat sauce while the pasta boils. After mixing the ground meat with the mushy tomatoes, it's starting to look like meat sauce. I knew exactly when the pasta would be al dente, so I strained it, put it on a plate, and poured the meat sauce on top. Otherworldly meat sauce spaghetti. Done. Spaghetti without natto. This one's new. I knew it. Natto spaghetti has become a standard on our farm, but it's good. This ground meat sauce is so juicy. It's even dyed red from the tomatoes. Nonetheless, my meat sauce spaghetti is also accepted. Vale continues to slurp the spaghetti, not caring that the corners of her mouth are getting dirty. I love red because it's the color at the fire we dragons breathe. I'm glad she likes it. Now, let's have Platty a taste too. I put the rest of the spaghetti on a small plate and went to look for her. I suspect she's with Junior, so I headed for the bedroom, and sure enough, there she was. A ghastly look on her face. I could smell something good from miles away, but I couldn't leave Junior alone, so she held back herself. Needless to say, Platty savors the spaghetti I brought to her. Yum. Wonderful. Make sure you eat tons so Junior also gets a lot of milk from you. Section. After getting a satisfactory response from the sample, I think I'll start mass producing meat sauce spaghetti next. Then I'll make sure everyone knows spaghetti isn't only made with natto. But when I went back to the kitchen, a certain amount of people had already gathered there. What's up? Were they lured by the smell of the meat sauce too? I was wrong. Vale seems to have gathered them. You guys, I'm going to give you a different kind of spaghetti today. Would you look at that? Vale is making spaghetti herself. Will she be able to recreate the same cooking method I used? Though I've never seen her do that before. So what's gotten into her today? Is she getting competitive with Hawker's Fun, who makes natto spaghetti all the time? First, you boil the noodles. She puts the dried pasta into a simmering pot of water. The water is salted, and the noodles are boiling just fine. She's surprisingly good at this. And when the noodles are cooked just right, you take them out and she puts them on a plate. Wait, where's the meat sauce? Pour ketchup on it. What the? Vale. She's sloshing the fridge cold ketchup all over the pasta. Vale, no, it's not ketchup you put on pasta. It's meat sauce. It's too much trouble to make that. Besides, I think they're practically the same, so it should be okay. No, they're not. If you put meat sauce on pasta, it's meat sauce spaghetti, but if you ketchup instead, that's just Napolitan. They're two different dishes. The spaghetti napolitano that Italians would never approve of has already landed in another world, and it was introduced by someone else. Oh, it surprisingly tastes good, but the freshly boiled pasta is half cooled by the ketchup. Well, yeah, you make Napolitan by frying and mixing it with ketchup and other ingredients. Still, it was a hit. Not quite the reaction I was expecting. Master, we must work together to perfect this ketchup spaghetti. No, I know how to make the perfect spaghetti with ketchup. It's called Napolitan. When did you become this eager, Vale? In the end, the upgraded Napolitan was loved by everyone, and the meat sauce spaghetti too. Let's not forget. Chapter 362, Another Invitation to the Deep Sea. Prince Rauana has come to visit. The most delighted to see him is, naturally, his fiancée, Puffer. I missed you so much, hun. My dear future wife, I missed you too. I watched them with a cold gaze as they hug each other and spin round and round on the spot. Wasn't he just here 3 days ago? Still, it feels like an eternity to them, says my wife, Platty, next to me. I've come to realize that mermaids love hard as a race. Long time no see, Lord Saint. The prince greets me after wrapping up the intimacy with his lover. Yes, but it's only been 3 days. I hope my nephew is doing well. By the way, I have something interesting to tell you today. He excitedly says. So, he actually has something to share with us and didn't randomly come to hang out? Martial swimming competition? I feel like I've heard of that before. Don't you remember, dear? It's that. Ah, that. I get it now. It is that. Yep. That. Huh. That. Platy told me secretly later. The martial swimming competition is a festival held by the mermaid race where they compete in an armed struggle. Proud and confident mermen participate in the event and fight until they're the last one standing. This is how they determine the strongest. Oh, I remember now. Didn't we talk about this last year? And Prince Arowana won. Yes. Well, it's that time of the year again. I'm participating as the defending champion. Kind of pressuring. Really? No one in the Mermaid Kingdom can compete with you, hun. This couple is really hyper. Has the festival mood taken control of them already? The martial swimming competition is one of the most exciting events in the nation. The mermen are especially excited about it. Only mermen are allowed to participate. In other words, it's a competition where a man's pride and dignity are at stake, so they get pumped up even before the event starts. Prince Rawana, in particular, is last year's champion. It's understandable he'll get fired up. As I recall more clearly, he went on a pilgrimage after he won. He has changed a lot after that. I'm deeply moved by the fact that this competition started it all. 1 year has already passed since then. A year has passed, and the tournament will be held again? I have a proposal regarding that, Lord Saint. Prince Rawana scoots forward and says, would you like to come to this year's tournament? Come again? I thought of inviting you last year too, but it was held in the middle of the ocean. It's not a realm for land dwellers, nor were you in the position to leave the farm at the time, so I gave up on the idea. Oh, I didn't know he was being considerate. However, it seems that you've been going around a lot lately, plus you've even visited the Mermaid Kingdom. How about showing your son to my parents again? He says. I do want to maintain a good relationship with my in-laws, so I should visit them as often as I can. A grand festival. I think that's good enough of a reason to visit. Sure, let's go. Yes. Since it's Platy's parents, she and our treasure, Junior, are also coming. Isn't this nice? Junior, you get to see Granny and Grandpa again, says Platy to her son. Junior, not yet old enough to understand, just stares blankly back. I mean, he's still a baby. How can he understand a word? You really don't understand, do you? What is it with babies and their sometimes all-seeing expressions? And then, as if to say, I wasn't making such a face, he quickly shifts his attention to something else. Well, I'm happy to accept your invitation anyway. Wonderful. As before, the entire nation will welcome you with open arms. With this promise, Prince Rawana proceeds to enjoy himself on the farm. After chatting with me and Platy, he gobbled up pickled cucumbers and wrestled. He also gave a lesson to the students about the Mermaid Kingdom, and then he ate cucumbers and wrestled again. Then, after flirting with Puffer for a while, he went back home. The day to visit the Mermaid Kingdom a second time finally came. All aboard. We board the magical steamship Helsus and cut our way through the waves. The road from the farm to the Mermaid Kingdom starts out at sea. We'll go to Paradise Island, the diplomatic window the Mermaid Kingdom has secured on land, and from there, we'll enter a magic bubble and go underwater. It won't pop again, right? I've enhanced it, don't worry. The group consists of me, my wife, my son Junior, and Vale. Now, it seems like Vale's wherever Junior is. When Junior grows up, will Vale, of all people, be able to learn to let go? I'm a little worried about that. I wonder what kind of incident awaits us on our second visit to the Mermaid Kingdom. How come I don't see that giant fish yet? Mermaid Kingdom, the home of the mermaids, is inside the body of a big fish, like some kind of fairy tale. It's about time we should at least see its outline on the ocean floor. But, we're not going there today. Oh, really? Today's the competition. It's a festival where men's spears, muscles, and fighting spirit collide. It's not something that can be held in the city. You mean the festivals that extreme? That's why it will be held outside. Oh, I see it now. You're right. A faint light on the dark ocean floor and the presence of countless people. The closer I get, the more I understand it's an open space set up just for the competition. Many fighters are gathered, and dozens of times as many spectators. The place is enveloped in a strange enthusiasm. This scale, this intensity, it's no wonder they say it can't be contained within the giant fish's boundaries. This is the martial swimming competition, the largest scale combat tournament in the Mermaid Kingdom. Mermen put their pride on the line and exchange blows on this event to determine the strongest. Chapter 363, Martial Swimming Competition Spectator Seats. Oh, wow, they're really going at it. As soon as we arrived at the venue, Platty's face lit up. Just to reiterate, we're underwater right now. Platty, now back in her mermaid form, drags the bubble we're in. Land dwellers like me and Junior can breathe underwater because of it, and we don't get wet. Anyway, back to the competition. It's much bigger in scale than I had imagined. Mermen's bodies are clashing all over the venue. Hi-ga! Unappealing screams reverberate under the waters. It's strange that I can still hear them clearly. Two merman contestants swim around, tail fins swishing. They are fully armed, each with a spear and shield in their hands. That's the basic fighting style of merman, says Platty as she pulls our bubble. While mermaids fight with potions, mermen pride themselves with their toned bodies. It's a clash of power with their arms and tail fins. What a crude tournament we've come to. Can we even let Junior see this? In the meantime, the first match I saw was coming to a close. Two mermen wade the full distance of the designated area, accelerating to collide with spears and shields clashing each other. One of them was blown away. The decisive factor in the match is the difference in pure acceleration. Game, set, and match. The winner is wild. The crowd cheers at the referee's declaration. But that's not the only match being held. Plenty of other venues have men clashing with each other. Wow, it's so lively here. It's probably the qualifying rounds at the moment, so there'll be no end to these matches for a while, explains Platty. I see. No wonder they're all competing at the same time. How many participants do you think are there? 1,000, give or take? 1,000? That's way more than I expected. I didn't know it was that big of a competition. It's a national tournament, so I actually think it's less. The number fluctuates year to year, but I'm sure the average is the same. The tournament does determine the strongest merman, after all. I thought mermaids were a more elegant race. You know, like love and romance as depicted in fairy tales. Still, the number of mermen swarming this place is amazing. It's like a sea of men. As we move through the venue, we're greeted by the men's enthusiasm and an exchange of typical lines. Whoa, fighting you is like destiny. We're tied by the red string of fate to fight. All my life, practice, and hard work has been for this very day. Come, let's enjoy the fight. Tell me more about yourself. Like how you've trained and what you fight for. Fighting is the greatest form of communication that surpasses even sex. Typical. Too typical. We pass by this heartburn-inducing masculine venue, and by the time we reach our VIP seats, we've had enough. Master, I feel like I'm having a heartburn. Even Vale is strangely affected by the atmosphere. This merman festival is terrifying, and who awaits us at the VIP seats is long time no see, my love lies, the mermaid queen Mai, my son's grandmother. Nice to see you, Mum. You look younger than I last saw you. You can tell I'm a woman, too, so I should be getting prettier every day. The mother and daughter are happy to see each other again. The seats for the royal family are specially designed, with chairs set up in a temporary, but still luxurious, building for spectators. The strangest thing about it is that somehow it is filled with air, so Junior and I can feel at home without the bubble. Their magic potions must be the ones behind this wonder. It's also spacious enough to feel like a royal area. We appreciate you coming this deep, Saint. And little Junior has grown bigger. Hello. It's nice to see you again. Coming this deep instead of coming this far? Really? However, it wasn't just Queen Mai waiting for us. A wide variety of unexpected faces are also here. I knew I'd see you again if I came here, Sis Vale. Oh hey, Ardheg. He's from the dragon race. He just became Giza Dragon. So he shouldn't be in a position to attend these events. He was probably invited by someone from his circle of friends. Speaking of which, Ardheg and Prince Arawana are close. They used to travel the land together and join forces to defeat the previous Giza Dragon. With that relationship, it's not unusual for him to go back and forth to have fun. HMPH, a dragon, the ultimate life form. Attending a lower races event? It's bad for your reputation. Miss Mary? I'm even more surprised by the person beside Ardheg. It's Bloody Mary, the strongest Graugrinzel dragon. Why are you here with him, huh? Is it strange seeing me with Ardheg? Yes, the way she and Ardheg sit side by side looks like he's her first lady. Did something happen between them that I don't know about? Ardheg is still inexperienced as a Giza dragon. I will be by his side to guide him so that lowly races won't look down on him. I sigh at her blatantly obvious tsundere attitude. It's been a while, Mary. Have you gotten stronger since then? Eek. Vale is happy to see her sister again. However, Miss Mary in question freaked out. Is this the after effect of her defeat? My, look at all these people who came for Arawana. My son truly is blessed. Queen Mai is overjoyed to see her child's friendships, but looking at the Dragon Emperor makes her feel especially awestruck. But my husband has even greater connections, probably the greatest, Platy says calmly. By the way, isn't the Demon King coming today? The Demon King is also an important friend of Prince Rawana, so it's definitely a good idea to invite him for the sake of international friendships. Queen Mai replies. Of course there was talk of that. But, you know, we've never welcomed people from other countries to this event before. We haven't built up any expertise in welcoming and escorting such people. They had to postpone this year because they didn't have enough time to research and prepare. It seems he has to be welcomed as a guest of honor. It might turn into an international problem if he feels disrespected. In that regard, it's rather easy for you love lies, as you're related to us. Our people just have to treat you like royalty. Is it really? Once again, we were intimidated by the intensity of their hospitality, but we decided to do what we came here to do, and that was to watch the competition. The event is already in full swing with the preliminary rounds. A few of the winners will advance to the finals. Chapter 364, Martial Swimming Competition Prelims. The royal seats we were invited to are very convenient for spectating, built high up in the middle of the venue, so we could see all the matches being held simultaneously. I think these are what you would call box seats. Being here is making me uncomfy. I feel like I'm cheating. I guess this goes to show how deep my commoner sentiments are ingrained to my very core. We need this, says Platy as she rocks Junior. It's our duty as the royal family to watch the game. Duty? Yes. This tournament isn't just a contest of strength. It's also a way to find out who the best mer warriors are. The stronger the merman, the more attention they will attract if they win the competition regardless of their status or origin. The winners are then employed by the royal court or given an important post, so the martial swimming competition also acts like a gateway to success. Apparently, our family is also responsible for making such decisions, so we can't miss every single match throughout the prelims. So, special treatment as it may be, we have to sit in the best place to see everything. I see. I feel a little less guilty thanks to her explanation, but I'm not part of her family, nor I am involved in such decisions, so feelings of anxiety torment me instead. Darling and Arawana aren't here today, so we'll have to keep a watchful eye. I'm counting on you too, Platy. Okie dokie. You are. What should I do? Do I help out too? I don't even know anything about watching sports. Where's Prince Arawana and His Majesty? I don't see them anywhere. They should be the ones sitting here as the central figures of the royal family. Why? Of course they're not here, my dear. The Queen chuckles. They're also participants. Section. Right. Prince Rawana won last year's tournament, so it's only natural he'd be participating this year too. Look. They're playing in the area over there. Queen Mai points to a very heated match. I see the prince. Watching a game of someone who's both a prince and a defending champion would be exciting, I suppose. Mom, what are the odds of Arowana winning this year? 1.01x. No, he's a sure winner. There's nothing worth risking. You dabble in gambling, Mom? Or maybe Prince Rawana is just that good. He's probably the most likely contender to win. It's like the calm before the storm, but his opponent is already overwhelmed by his aura and is trembling. He still looks young. I pity that his luck led him to bump into the best contender right away. Ready, fight. Ruthlessly says the referee. At that moment, the young merman was blown off the field. What happened? Everything was too sudden for me to process, and people expect those who sit here to have keen eyes. Arowana overpowered his opponent with just his aura? Comments Platy. He can do that? My little Arowana has really grown during his training. The amount of energy he exudes is so much different than before. Of course, Lord Arowana has been through countless hardships on our journey. Boasts Ardheg. However, Prince Rawana's rapid progress didn't stop there. Even after his victory, he showed the dignity of a strong man. The winner is Arowana. Right after the referee's announcement, Hun, a beautiful mermaid, swims from outside the playfield and hugs Prince Rawana. Isn't that Puffer? She snuck out of the farm again. Puffer, one of the 6 witches, is the witch of the bitter cold. It seems she's assisting Prince Rawana just like she did last year. However, she's bold. She's blatantly hugging him in public. I knew you'd win. Oh, Puffer, I'm glad you're happy. But aren't you too lax? People are staring at us. A man and a woman embracing in the middle of the field attracts a lot of attention, especially when that man is a prince. Who's that young lady hugging the prince? She's so pretty. Say some. I heard Puffer also helped Prince Arawana last year. Was she this open at the time? I didn't see things myself, so I don't know, but it's definitely an upgrade from last year. It was this year that she and the prince got engaged. However, her background as a witch hinders her from getting married, so she must gain the people's trust and support first. This is why the couple hasn't had a wedding ceremony yet. I think they're trying to build a solid foundation by showing their lovey-dovey act to the people around them. That ambitious. I could feel Puffer's determination to get married to Prince Rawana no matter how long it takes. But you see, Puffer, while this is hard to remember nowadays, you're still a fugitive. Don't just act freely as you wish. Anyway, at that rate, Prince Rawana will have no problem winning. He'll definitely make it to the finals. Just as I was about to turn my attention to the other games, I felt a terrible chill nearby. That vixen is quite something. Eek. Queen Mai. Queen Mai is radiating a dark aura, following my dear Arawana wherever he goes. She's an adulterer who doesn't know her place. But, she's his fiancée. She has all the rights to cling to him, so to call her an adulterer is just. Then again, there's no room for logic between in-law conflicts. She better not think she has won. I've already made a move to shatter her naive plans. You have? This is not how I was expecting this conversation to go. Not too long after I wondered what the queen had done, the answer revealed itself to me. On a different playing field, a sonorous announcement was made. Game, set, and match. That was way too fast. Another instant defeat. When I looked to see who won, I saw a merman so huge it made me cower. Is that His Majesty King Nugus? He's the father of Platy and Prince Rawana and the husband of Queen Mai. He sank his opponent in a single blow and sent the crowd into a frenzy. Strong. His Majesty is too strong. It's been 10 years since his last appearance, but His Majesty hasn't weakened at all. Back in my day, His Majesty set an unprecedented record of winning the championship for 15 consecutive years. Since then, he has been refraining from being inducted into the Hall of Fame. According to some, he joined this tournament just to see the improvement of his son, Prince Rawana. Will we witness an alternation of generations today? The crowd is on the edge of their seats to see both the Mermaid King and Prince Rawana participate. The instigator of this tremendous lineup is behold, wretched woman, none other than Queen Mai. You? Getting married to my son? Not on my watch. Any plans for your betrothal will be cancelled if you don't defeat darling. Remember that. When and how did things escalate to this? Queen Mai's rashness knows no bounds. The martial swimming competition goes on, but this time, It involves the fate of two loved ones. Chapter 365, Martial Swimming Competition. Unexpected participation. With the Mermaid King's sudden appearance, this year's martial swimming competition is extra lively. It's not even the finals yet, but the revelry has already reached its peak in the prelims section. It's time to announce the finalists. That's how far the games have come. Some of the preliminary blocks were already deserted after the games were completed, and the sound of spears and shields clashing against each other has become quite sparse. My two lovelies made it to the finals without a hitch. As Queen Mai said, His Majesty Nagas and Prince Rauana have a decisive lead. It's no wonder, since both of them finished every match instantly. However, King Nagas advanced to the finals faster, so he's like one step ahead of the rest. Not that that's what they're competing on. General Shark and Master Beltfish seem to have advanced too. I guess there's not much of a difference in this year's lineup. Speaking of which, I don't see Master Pike around. Do you? He said he's not participating this year since Darling's present. He must have kept competing to uphold his senior's prestige, as expected of the living legend of the mermaid realm. Platy and Queen Mai give a comprehensive review of the preliminary rounds like expert commentators. Me? Well, I don't understand much. How many people will be in the finals? 16. That means 4 rounds played in tournament style. For a tournament this size, it's worth the watch. The martial swimming competition is a battle of pride among mermen. Mermaids use potions, mermen use spears, if such is the ironclad rule. It's a disgrace for a merman to be inept with his weapon. Even without the battles, this competition is the best stage to display their spear mastery. That's why the men are so worked up. I must spectate their games seriously since they hold special sentiments to this tournament. How many blocks are left? Mum? I think there are still 5 left. Oh, that's one less now. As Queen Mai said, one of the intense fights in the dwindling number of blocks had concluded. Game, set, and match. The winner is Hendra. The winner was someone we knew. Hey, that's Hendra. I didn't know he was participating too. He turned his back to his family, but he participates in the competition without fail. He actually has a rather high chance of making it to the finals. Hendra frequented our farmer's Prince Rauana's substitute when he went on his pilgrimage. That's why I know him. Still, he's strong. Wait, if he can make it to the finals, he must be really strong, right? Well, probably one of the top 20 in the nation. He's from one of the best military families in the Mermaid Kingdom. So it's kind of like he's living up to the name. But didn't he choose to become a controversialist? What a waste of talent. By the way, several other of his siblings also participated, but only he made it to the finals. This year too? But isn't his eldest brother the commanding officer of the Imperial Guards? So if it weren't for Hendra, his family's prestige would have been completely ruined long ago. He sure has it rough. And then, out of nowhere, I see a beautiful red-haired mermaid swim toward Hendra after his battle. Is that who I think it is? It's Lampai, the Witch of Hellfire. She's supposed to be working on our farm. She sneaked out of the farm too? It's no secret that she's dating Hendra, but I wasn't expecting her to come and support her boyfriend. That leaves Garuru for the only witch left on the farm. They gave her all the work again. Those ladies better apologize to her when he come back. My, even little Hendra's at that age now. He's not to be underestimated to charm such a pretty girl. I know, Mum. She's a witch too. Now, 2 participants in this competition have witches as their helpers. I just hope this won't cause any disturbance. Section. The rest of the prelims went smoothly, and the 16 finalists were decided. This tournament is especially exciting because the Mermaid King and his successor are both present. It's as if this tournament is a ritual of succession to the throne. The anticipation of the showdown between King versus Prince is enthralling. But then, a problem arose. Section. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. We have trouble. A soldier came rushing to our seats, bringing urgent news. Is something the matter? It's an emergency, Your Majesty. Sir. One of the players scheduled to participate in the finals has undergone a sex change. What? Was it a beakfish? Affirmative, Your Majesty. Queen Mai is agitated while I sit still, listening to their conversation. What did he just say? Sex change? My thoughts froze at the incomprehensible phrase. What do you mean, sex change? Ugh. They've always been a bunch of troublemakers. Knew I should have banned their participation, but if we restrict them now, they might say we're being racist. Isn't that why you let them participate in the first place? Mum? That's what makes this burdensome. Queen Mai and Platy fluster about, but I can't help but intervene. I may have misheard things, so I just want to make sure. Did the soldier say sex change? Yes, he did. Damn it. My ears weren't mistaken in the slightest. The beakfishes are a very special race of mermaids. The young are born male, and as they grow up, some become female. One beakfish finalist just had to undergo a sex change now of all times. The martial swimming competition is a sacred festival in which only mermen are allowed. Wonderful, just wonderful. If we void her participation, it will leave a gap in the tournament. We can't do that now that the audience is hyped up. The queen and the princess seem worried that the finals will be unbalanced because of one player's absence. No, before that, everyone just brushed it off. But mermaids can have a sex change? Even if it's only limited to a certain group of their kind, it still comes to me as a shock. Hey, Mom, can't you get someone else to fill her gap? Like the person she fought during her previous match or something. I thought about that too, but the soldier said he had already left. Even if we were to move up from the other qualifying blocks, there'd be a dispute over who to choose. They both look troubled, but at a certain moment, their eyes suddenly meet mine and uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. I know we should get Dear to participate instead. I knew it. My hunch was right. You have a good reputation as my husband, so I'm sure this will make things even more interesting. I've always wanted the world to know how strong and great you are, so this is killing two birds with one stone. But that stone didn't even hit anywhere or anything. It's more like you blindly hurled it into the sky. And I'm not someone incredible. I'm not even a mermaid. I'd drown instantly if I participated in an underwater battle. I hope the board agrees with this idea. Even you agree to this, Mom? Please stop. As I said, I'll die of asphyxia. But think about it, dear. If you don't enter, shall I take your place? Says Ardheg. Only males are eligible to compete. The only other males in this room are me and Junior. Babies are naturally excluded, so that leaves me alone. No, of course. You can't. You're the Dragon Emperor. This tournament would be chaotic in ways more than one if you participated. I'm fine with it. Show the lower races how terrifying dragons can be. Please don't instigate things further, Miss Mary. If I refuse to enter, Ardheg will take my place, and this competition will be burnt to ashes. Everyone has done their best so far. What to do? Oh, I'll go. Are you watching, Junior? This is how Dad lives his life. Chapter 366 Martial Swimming Competition. The Saint's Power. And so, I've decided to participate in the competition to fill in for the absent player. Okay, I know I said that and all, but how exactly am I supposed to compete? I'm a human. I can only breathe throughout my lungs. There's Audacious, and then there's me, who volunteered to participate in an underwater battle with mermaids. I bet I'll die of suffocation before I even step into the playfield. We're deep underwater. Currently, we're in a space filled with air, but if I take just one step outside, I'll end up a pathetic drowned corpse. However, my wife remained unperturbed, holding Junior in her arms. It's okay. I prepared just the thing. You were expecting this? Platy holds out a lump of damp seaweed in her hand. It's awfully fine and slimy. Hold this in your mouth, but don't swallow it. Is this? Say R. I did as I was told and let her put the seaweed in my mouth. It feels so viscous and slimy inside, but at the same time, I sense a refreshing taste spreading. As soon as I jump out from where we sit, I'm instantly enveloped in water, but I'm not drowning. I'm actually breathing underwater, thanks to the seaweed Platy gave me. Oh my, dearie. You made that? It's an air seaweed that generates oxygen the more you chew on it. As long as you keep it in your mouth, even land dwellers can breathe underwater. My wife is such a genius. The Bubble Junior and I were in ensures proper and better air circulation. But if you want to be agile and don't mind getting your clothes wet, This seaweed is definitely the better candidate. This solves my handicap underwater. I feel like I can do this. Bleg, I'm getting tired of chewing this seaweed. I'll just swallow it, and gulp. MMBH. I told you not to swallow it. That seaweed lets you breathe as long as it's in your mouth. Oh, right. Section. I enter the finals in earnest after getting another seaweed strip from Platy. Many of the spectators were bewildered. It's unheard of for another race to participate in their sacred tournament. After all, I could feel the confusion and caution as they wondered if they should let this slide. Yikes. I feel like I'm walking on a bed of thorns. I hadn't the slightest idea you'd be participating, Lord Saint. This should be interesting. Prince Raoane heartily laughs away the tense atmosphere. As expected of a dignified prince. People gathered here. I can vouch for Lord Saint's abilities. He'll gladly show us a spectacular battle in our prized festival. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled at all times. Ahem. You too, Your Majesty. I greatly appreciate your support, but please don't raise the bar too high. Section. And so, my first martial swimming competition started. I'm just a reserve player, so I'll aim to do my level best and not overdo it. My first match is with a guy called General Shark. I think I've heard that name before. Dear, General Shark is one of the regulars in the finals, says Platy just outside the playfield. Is she here to provide assistance? He's a fierce general who has won a championship before, so be careful. She went to the trouble of changing into human form and staying inside a bubble to bring Junior with her. Okay, enough about that. I'm already up against a terrifying guy from the start. As if to back up Platy's statement, my opponent looks more like a Mohican roaming the wilds than a general. Gahaha. I never thought I'd bump into Princess Platy's husband this quick. I'm shaking with excitement. It seems his striking feature is the large dual blades he wields in the shape of a jagged saw. Those bite saws are General Shark's unique weapons. If you get caught between their blades, it will snap you like a shark bite, so watch out. Easy for you to say. I'm sure Princess Platy didn't fall for just your features. You must have the strength to back it up. Strength is what makes us men charming. See, Shark swoops in to attack with no signal whatsoever. Being underwater, all my movements were sluggish, so I just barely dodged his scary advance. Even though I can breathe underwater with the seaweed, I'm still a land dweller. There's no way I can compete with merfolk and their tail fins underwater. I'm gonna rip you to shreds. The merman strikes again without a pause with its rapid and sharp turn. How should I overcome this? Fortunately, I didn't come here unprepared. I have my own trump card, the evil holy sword Dreas Warts, and, most importantly, the Hand of Supremacy. Maybe I can swim well if I activate the Hand of Supremacy, like tangibly grasping onto water or something. After all, my gift has performed numerous miracles before. I might be able to swim faster than a mermaid because of some logic that I've successfully caught the current. If that's the case, I must strike while the iron is hot. Grab the waves. Wave access. With that in mind, I tried grabbing the water around me and, what's with the cryptic movement? It's distracting. The enemy, who may have taken my mysterious dance as a loss of will to fight, couldn't put up with me and continued to charge, but I'm starting to feel like I'm about to see something. I'm still grabbing water, but instead of just grabbing it, it's more like I grasped its core. Got you. The Hand of Supremacy firmly grasped the water and brought out its maximum potential. Gah, what the hell is this? The current. The current that originated from my hand swirls violently and heads toward General Shark. Having grasped the true nature of water, I am now capable of controlling the currents at will. I'm being swallowed. I'm being swallowed by the vortex. I'm spinning round and and General Shark, swallowed by the vortex, can't resist nature's force. Reduced to an existence similar to a sock tossed into the washing machine, he disappears into the distance. He's probably still alive. The winner is Princess Platy's husband, the Saint. The referee announced that I had advanced to the next round. Me, on the other hand, MMBH, didn't I tell you not to talk while the seaweed is in your mouth? I was so in the moment that I shouted and let water enter. Man, it's been a while since I had a glimpse of the hand of supremacy's excessiveness. All I wanted was to have swimming skills on par with the Kappa. I never thought it would go as far as to allow me to manipulate currents. Chapter 367, Martial Swimming Competition. The semi-finalists. The Martial Swimming Competition is nearing the finale with only a few matches left. Now, there are only 4 players left on the field. They are as follows. First, the Mermaid King Nagus. He stands at the top of the Mermaid Kingdom in both name and substance. He has won the championship for 15 years in a row, but after a long period of silence, he is back in the ring. Will he continue his legendary streak and sweep this year's championship? Next is Rauana the Merprince, last year's champion. He has already proven the fruits of his pilgrimage in his previous matches. Will he be able to defeat his father and qualify to be the next generation's standard bearer? The third is Hendra the Controversialist. He's the second son of the Betters, a military family of fighting fish. He got in the best 4 and supposedly lives up to his family's name despite his true occupation. The fourth one is me. Sorry if I stick out like a sore thumb. The semi-finals and finals will be held between us. Naturally, the highlight will be the father-son duel between His Majesty Nagus the Prince Rauana. King Nagus' strength in the mermaid realm is legendary. But now Prince Rauana's valor is rapidly catching up. Will the new generation rise to the top, or will the old generation hold their ground? This is a must-watch battle as it will affect the succession to the throne. Since they are in different blocks, they will have to advance to the semi-finals before they can face each other. As for the first semi-final match, it's King Nagus versus me. Prince Rauana is up against Hendra. I'm going to fight my father-in-law. I can't help but cower in fear. I'm in a breathable area during the break, so I can talk without problems. I just don't like the sound of me fighting my wife's father. It's scary. Don't worry, casually says Platty, like this doesn't concern her. Dad is a martial artist, so nothing makes him more content than a serious match, be it with kin or not. That's what scares me. Imagine getting punched by a man as muscular as him. My head is going to fly off like a golf ball tee shot. Hey, is it too late to back out now? Haven't I fought hard enough? We're in the semi-finals. Can't I at least have the option to withdraw? What are you talking about, dear? Now that we've come this far, we're going to win this. Since when did we agree on that? My wife's ambition knows no bounds. Imagine, the first time in merfolk history that another race has won the martial swimming competition. And you rightfully deserve to win that title, dear. Now's the time to let the whole nation you're the best in the world. Calm down, Platty. I'm glad you're proud of me, but too much self-aggrandizement can become one's downfall. Although, I also think you're the best in the entire universe. Ha! What naive sentiments. You're like a child who believes the moon follows wherever you go. Excuse me? The one who said such provocative words was Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold. Both of them are witches. Puffer, you're slacking off farm work again. It's fine. Gararufa's there to hold the fort. You geese really owe Gararufa an apology. Anyway, the cat fight continues. The martial swimming competition is a venerable event of the mermaid race. No other race can win. The only winner today will be my one and only Prince Rauana. Oh yeah? When these witches meet one another, they usually butt heads. This happens often on the farm, and we're witnessing it again during the tournament. But of course, the winner is one who stands at the top of the mermaids. The most deserving of this is our youngest and strongest of the mermaid royal family, Prince Rauana. Oh please, everyone can see my husband is far more competent than my idiotic brother. Are you sure you don't have rose-tinted glasses on? Look who's talking. Puffer is Prince Rauana's fiancé, so of course she's going to have biased views of him. Similarly, Platty has no doubt that her husband is the best. This argument will never be settled. Please wait. But then, a new witch appears. The Witch of Hellfire. Lampai. You're all making a big mistake. The winner will be my boyfriend, Hendra. How much more complicated can this debate get? Rather than settling the fight, she fanned the flame even more by bringing up her lover. My, you chirp like adorable little chicks. Even Queen Mai is here. You fail to comprehend the history of the noble martial swimming competition. How can my darling, who was champion 15 times in a row, be behind the other young and inexperienced men. Then she began to boast her husband, King Nugus. Platy, Puffer, Lampi, and Queen Mai stare at each other, sparks flying. Platy, me. Puffer, Prince Rauana. Lampi, Hendra. Queen Mai, King Nugus. They're the spouses, girlfriends of our 4 finalists. With all due respect, mother-in-law, the young and inexperienced men you speak of also include your very own son. Yeah, Mum. I won't let you call dear an inexperienced man. He'll be the winner for sure. So is my Hendra. He's the very embodiment of wit and brawn. They retort. Come to think of it, Platy's the crowned witch, Puffer's the witch of the bitter cold, Lampi's the witch of hellfire, and Queen Mai's the witch of darkness. A witch is a name given to a mermaid who is an astounding potion compounder. Currently, only 6 people in the world are officially called so, and 4 of them are here. Anyway, my dandy darling is not going to be outdone by boys in their 20s. Times are changing, you know. Watch the climax of Dear Sending Dad Flying. Like I said, one of the boys you mention includes the son you gave birth to. Hendra won't lose to anyone. If being one of the top players in the martial swimming competition is the merman's stardom, then the 6 witches is the pinnacle of mermaids' admiration. 4 of these witches, although the identity of one is kept a secret, are having a big argument, which attracts the attention of the people around us. Look, Princess Platy and Queen Mai are having a fight over there, and are those the witch of the bitter cold and the witch of hellfire I see with them? So, it's true that Prince Rauana's engaged to the witch of the bitter cold? Isn't that a huge national crisis? No, considering the princess is already a witch, it might not be that severe of a crisis. Wait, since when was Hendra dating a witch? I swear, that guy has everything but an official post. An unprecedented situation where all of the top 4 finalists have a witch as their helper adds up to the tournament's approaching climax. Chapter 368 Martial Swimming Competition, the most formidable foe. Well, there are far more concerning things for me. More than the excitement of the whole tournament and our wives who are cheering us on. Something much more important than arguing about who's the best. It's my next opponent, King Nugus and Platy's father. In other words, my father-in-law. I can't believe I'm going to fight him. I don't think I can do this. He's the number 1 person a son-in-law should not butt heads with. How will I fight such a person? I'm afraid I'll ruin our relationship if I strike back too hard, but I also think I'll get some serious beating if I ease up on him. What are you pacing about, dear? Says Platy in a voice that exudes cold-heartedness. We must win. We're going to crush all the enemies that stand in our way, including Dad and Rauana, and stand on the summit of victory. You do realize you're talking about your family, right? The entire mermaid family is so hot-headed. Are you seriously letting Junior see family quarrels this early? Let's just think about doing our best and nothing else. Maybe that's the only choice I won't regret. I put a strip of seaweed in my mouth, allowing me to breathe underwater. Don't accidentally swallow or spit it out again, okay? You don't have much left. Gulp. Gotcha, Mga. I literally just told you. After receiving another strip from Platy, I refrained myself from talking. Now, the first semi-final match is about to begin. There's already a merman waiting for me, towering over the surroundings like a giant. It's Mermaid King Nugus, ruler of the seas. Today's the day I realized how big and imposing he actually looks. And, seriously? 15 consecutive wins? I guess he has become too strong and started to refrain from participating in the tournament for the past years, giving way to the younger generations. But then he changed his mind this year. Prince Rauana's return from his pilgrimage must have something to do with this. As the king of a nation, he's probably beginning to think about who he'll entrust the next generation to. For that reason, he needs to face his own son right here and now. I think from the bottom of my heart, I so want to give way. I don't want to be part of such a dramatic tournament. I'd like to step aside before I incur any enmity from various directions, but my wife won't let me do that. Tear Dad to pieces and feed him to the crabs. Yeah, how can she be merciless toward her father? Look, you're making him feel hurt. Don't lose, darling. Teach your pretentious son-in-law what's it like to be a real dandy. But I'm not being pretentio glob 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 glob. Damn it. I didn't want to let that slide, even if it meant spitting out the seaweed. I got another seaweed strip from Platty. Anyway, the first semi-final match begins. Section. Victory goes to the one who makes the first move. I decided to end this match quickly, so I used my skill right away. I activated the Hand of Supremacy and clutched the water. It then creates a whirling tide. The whirlpool created by my ability is like a tornado in the ocean. This is how I won my first and second matches. I'm going to use it as my winning technique for this round as well. Though I wish it were that easy. Ahem. The Mermaid King is not the least bit intimidated by the approaching whirlpool like a baleful dragon. In fact, he holds out both hands to intercept it. Ahem. Then, to my surprise, his hands generate individual whirlpools just like the one I created. Two at once. Come on. Our whirlpools collide and cancel each other out, but King Nigus's whirlpools are more powerful, and one of them heads toward me. If I hadn't dodged it, I would have been caught up in the vortex. I can make whirlpools with the Hand of Supremacy, but my opponent doesn't have the same gift. So how did he manipulate the currents and create them? That's my darling's dandiness, says Queen Mai at the ringside. Her words don't explain anything at all. Darling's gushing dandyism means that even the tides obey him. The fact that you need an explanation for everything proves how much of a little boy you are. Nope. You're still not making any sense, Mom. But in this situation, it'd be disadvantageous to keep an open distance. The whirlpools are clearly superior in terms of long-range attack power. The only way to win this is to initiate close combat. Now is the time to pull out the evil holy sword Tres Warts. But it's not as if my opponent doesn't have his own countermeasures. A merman has a shield and a spear. Mermaid King Nukus also carries something fit for battle, and he holds it in both hands to intercept my charge. Clang! Goes the sound of metal clanking. He thrusts his three-pronged spear head-on with my sword and pushes me back with equal force. Wait a minute. This is the first time I've ever seen a weapon evenly matched with my Tres Warts, one of the 7 holy swords created by the god of the underworld, Hades, to seize the earth. Ahem. He's surprised. Queen Mai proudly interprets King Nuka's words. That sacred spear is a replica of our god Poseidon's trident. Oh, a replica, huh. It's proof of kingship passed down from generation to generation in our family. The Mermaid King solidifies his throne by inheriting it. It must have been created by Poseidon himself if it's a replica of his belongings. It's the same as my holy sword. Uh-oh. The Mermaid King is far more massive than I imagined. If I keep my distance, he'll send whirlpools my way. But if I close in the distance, I face his sacred trident. His prowess is similar to that of the Demon King. Does every king in this world have to be this strong? If I don't give it my all, I'll be instantly overwhelmed. Besides, have I ever fought this seriously before? I don't think I have, since I usually let Okubo or Gobukachi do the smashing and bashing. If one doesn't fight regularly, you won't develop fundamental fighting instincts. In that sense, I was very close to being brought into a very dangerous match. Section. Game, set, and match. The winner is Princess Platty's husband. The audience erupted. That's right. The undefeated champion, who had won many tournaments as for years, was beaten for once. The reason for his defeat was a lack of stamina. Even the undefeated king seemed to be affected by aging and a long absence from politics. Ahem. Phew. I feel pretty breathless. P. Platty, please, a new strip. I need fresh oxygen. Yes, have as many as you want as a reward for your hard work. I found this out by overworking my body. This seaweed is good for breathing underwater and replenishing oxygen after a rapid workout. To be honest, I couldn't hold my breath long enough to fight, so if King Nukus hadn't thrown in the towel first, I would have lost. I don't even know if I could have dodged his attacks. Ahem. King Nukus approaches me. Even though I've won, I'm so exhausted I can't move. Ahem. He says, you showed me your full power. I feel more and more confident in entrusting my daughter to you. Thank you for the interpretation, Queen Mai. I'm glad that after our fierce battle, I've been acknowledged better as his daughter's spouse. Now, there's only one more match before the finals, but I'm pooped. Chapter 369, Martial Swimming Competition, Championship. The second semi-final match is Prince Rauana vs. Hendra. It was another unexpectedly good game that lasted pretty long. Prince Rauana had the edge in overall ability, but Hendra's uncanny tenacity kept him at bay. At times, he even had the upper hand. In the end, however, Prince Rauana still won, and Hendra was eliminated in the semi-finals. Incidentally, Hendra's appearance in the Final Four is his best record. He has built up yet another career irrelevant to his main job. At last, the final match is between Prince Rauana and me. This is a complete reversal of our expectations of a Royal Further Sun matchup between Prince Rauana and King Nagus. I was so worried everyone would be disappointed and lose interest, but their enthusiasm didn't diminish. A father-son match may not happen, but instead, a battle between the future Mermaid King and his brother-in-law will take place. His father passed on the baton to me, and our match was a challenge to prove his worth. As I was making preparations, Platy said, "Don't worry about what people say. Let's defeat a Rauana and make you king of the Mermaid Kingdom. You're being overambitious. Who'll run the farm if I become king? It'd be a hassle if I won, but I can't cut corners, either. Platy, a strip of seaweed, please. No more swallowing or spitting out, okay?" I went into battle after being able to breathe underwater. The stage for the finals is a gorgeous arena. There would be no more matches after this. All eyes are on this big stage. This is where I will face Prince Rauana. I apologize, the situation has escalated into this even though I invited you as a guest, Lord Saint. Although reluctant to speak, the concentration of fighting spirit emanating from his body is tremendous. He seems different from the Prince Rauana who always comes to the farm and frolics around. But this is his true form, the image of the future king who will shoulder his nation. If the significance of the martial swimming competition is to show a king's magnificence, then this match deserves all the attention it's getting. I must fight without reserve as the opponent chosen to battle him. Prince Rauana, I say. You are my wife's brother and a dear friend to me. It pains me to cross swords with you, but I'd like to think of this as another kind of big glob glob glob. Huh? Why do I feel suffocated? Oh, crap. I'm chewing on seaweed right now to help me breathe underwater. If I open my mouth to talk, the seaweed will come out. Glob 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 glob. How many times must you repeat the same mistake? Are you stupid, dear? I mean, I thought it'd be disrespectful to Prince Rauana if I didn't say anything in return. Plus, we're both guys, so, Globo Bob. That's not the point right now. More and more water is going into my mouth. Platy, get me a new strip before I die of suffocation. You're so hopeless, dear. Fine. Huh? Platy fumbles in her pocket for a new seaweed strip. What's wrong? Hurry. I'm going to die without fresh oxygen sap. We're out of seaweed strips. Wait, it's all your fault anyway. You eat and spit them out so easily, as if you were a cow grazing on plain grass. Besides, I never dreamed that you'd actually participate in the competition, so I only made a few for precautionary sake. Okay, I apologize for carelessly handling them, but right now, I need you to do something quickly to get me some oxygen. Breathing underwater is too much. Is there any other way? Oh, my breath. My breath. I thought I heard Platy's silly voice, but the next thing I knew, I'm lifelessly floating. I found it funny seeing my body drifting in the water. Then I wondered, is this astral projection? Dear's dead. As it turned out, I didn't die. Platy dragged me into a bubble, and with quick CPR, I was able to come back to life. However, the final match was blown away by the commotion, and it ended indefinitely. Prince Rauana won by default in this year's martial swimming competition, making this his second win in a row. It's practically impossible for me, a land dweller, to move about underwater as I would on land. If it weren't for Platy's genius invention, it wouldn't have done any of that fighting. Anyway, that's that. Prince Rauana is the champion. That wasn't engaging at all. I, too, was hoping for a more heated match. Normal manga would make them last for over 50 weeks or something, and yet, it ended in the worst possible self-destructive pattern. The opponent drowned on his own and lost consciousness. Don't let it bother you, Lord Saint, reassures Prince Rauana. The award ceremony was conducted, and things have considerably died down. If anything, I'm very much honored you went out of your way to participate in the first place. I just hope you enjoyed yourself. Now that the event is over and we have no more business to attend to, it's time to go home. I'm worried about the farm, too. I'd like to invite you to come and watch next year's tournament if you'd like. You can even participate from the very start. Oh, no. I know now that this isn't really my thing, and I'm serious about that. I think I'm much better suited to tilling the earth and building houses than fighting. However, Platy is mumbling to herself next to me. I should triple the amount of seaweed next time we come back. No, 5 times? I also need to prevent accidental ingestion and spitting out, and look into mediums other than seaweed. Can you please stop coming up with new strategies for the next competition? I won't let you abstain from the competition, my son-in-law. Queen Mai says her part, albeit scary, among the group of people seeing us off. Darling will definitely get his revenge, so be sure to come back next year, okay? Unlike men, women have their way with words to express grudges. By the way, Mom, what's the plan now that Prince Rauana has won? Don't you think it's time to give him a full-fledged approval for his marriage to Puffer? Whatever are you talking about? The Queen is feigning innocence. The road to love between Prince Rauana and Puffer seems bumpy. Since Rauana and Darling didn't get to fight, no decision is to be made this year. It all depends on next year's results. No, she smoothly postponed their wedding plans until next year. Puffer is saddened to hear that. Now I feel guilty for letting things come to this. Still, the days I spend with this family are fun and heartwarming. I'd love to visit them again should the opportunity arise. We'll definitely come back to watch the games next year. Platy's family saw us off, and we left the Mermaid Kingdom in happy spirits. Chapter 370, Martial Swimming Competition Montage. A spectator's comment. My name is Greg, a commoner living in the Mermaid Kingdom. Many others live a humble life like me. But there's one event we look forward to every year, and that's the Martial Swimming Competition. It's a festival where confident mermen from across the nation gather to fight and determine the strongest. I usually pedal salmon row, but when this day comes around, I naturally start jabbing at the sky. The highlight of this year's tournament is Prince Rauana. Not only does he have a noble bloodline, but he also has the title of the defending champion. He has spent almost a year training on the hellish lands above, not resting on his laurels. Everyone is looking forward to this year's tournament, as it'd be a great chance to see the results of his training. There are also high hopes for the other finalists, such as General Shark, Master Pike, and Hendra. I was able to get my hands on the fast-selling tickets, so I got to watch the games live. I'll have my customers put up with eating flying fish for these few days I'm off. My bets are on Prince Rauana. I'm sure he'll win again this year. I'll burn into my memory the moment he wins. Section. When the tournament actually started, it was more exciting than I had expected. King Negus even made a surprise participation. His Majesty had announced his retirement after winning the championship for 15 consecutive years and had never participated in the tournament since. This excited the longtime fans of the sport and speculated about what his intentions were for coming back to the ring after nearly 10 years of silence. The majority of the opinions were unanimous. His Majesty wants to determine Prince Rauana's qualifications as his successor. Depending on the outcome of the match, this could be his succession to the throne. And we audience held great anticipation. We might be witnessing a historical moment. Both Prince Rauana and King Negus won all their preliminary matches in a flash and were the fastest to advance to the finals. They're beyond strong. It's no surprise with King Negus. But Prince Rauana is almost as strong, crushing his opponents one by one. The prince did undergo meaningful training. After all, his power-up proves it. But who is that mermaid who snuggles up to the prince and gives him aftercare support every match? I feel like I also saw her last year. I asked one of the avid watchers, and he said that it was Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold of the 6 mad witches. I don't know much about her, but according to classified information, she and Prince Rauana are engaged. To think he's taking a witch to be his wife. Amazing. Prince Rauana is one heck of an extraordinary man. The Mermaid Kingdom is in safe hands if someone that strong is inheriting the title of Mermaid King. This year's tournament will be the sole domain of the royal father and son. But just when everything was going swimmingly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Section. The incident happened after the preliminaries. One of the finalists had undergone a sex change and was forced to withdraw. The audience buzzed anxiously, thinking, not the big fishes again. But the surprise was yet to come. For the first time in the history of the martial swimming competition, another race appeared as a replacement. Princess Platty's husband, a land dweller they call a saint. As the eldest daughter of the Mermaid King, Princess Platty is overwhelmingly popular among the merfolk for being an astounding potion compounder. Many of the mermen were secretly shocked when the princess got married, including me. The fact that Princess Platty was married to a land dweller was a popular topic for a while, and people were curious about what kind of man he was. He recently came with the princess on her homecoming day and made his first public appearance. Surprisingly enough, he looked normal. But now her husband is going to participate in the tournament. There may have been some disagreement about another race participating in the Venerable Mermaid Races Festival, but everyone swept that under the rug and paid close attention to him. The princess herself is an amazing person, so her chosen land-dwelling partner must be the same. In fact, I can't be convinced otherwise that he isn't. I mean, he managed to monopolize Princess Platty, who has tens of thousands of admirers in the Mermaid Kingdom. I was jealous, but the person in question, at least from the outside, looks normal and, dare I say, weak. Is this okay? Is he really special enough to be Princess Platty's partner? In order to find out the truth, today's sudden entry is just the thing. Even more conveniently, his first opponent is the fierce General Shark. He is a soldier in the Royal Mermaid Palace, but his innate belligerent personality has earned him the rank of general. A battle fanatic who never misses a chance to participate in the annual tournament. He has won tournaments in the past and is qualified to expose that land dweller's abilities. Let him have it, General. Kill that infuriating land dweller who flirts with Princess Platty all year round. Cheer the spectators from their seats. General Shark is a powerhouse player, so he should be able to crush a nobody like him. As a fan of mermaid grappling, I, too, watched the match with envy for the man who has Princess Platty all to himself. The match began and it ended with a terrible result. I'm being swallowed. I'm being swallowed by the vortex. I'm spinning round and and the vortex swallowed General Shark. The land dweller created a whirlpool by clutching the water. What is that technique? Were all land dwellers capable of doing that? At any rate, the game was settled in an instant, and the land dweller easily defeated one of the strongest mermen. Is his power even real? Section. It was. Princess Platty's husband instantly killed his next opponent with another whirlpool attack. In the semi-finals, he faced the most popular player in the tournament, His Majesty Nagus. Everything seemed to be a throwaway match until His Highness Prince Rauana's match in the finals, but even the semi-finals turned out to be an amazingly good game. How can he stand his ground against His Majesty Nagus, the living legend in the martial swimming competition? Did he just make him use his trident? All this time, King Nagus has won without ever resorting to his weapon. And not only did he make him use the trident, he even exchanged blows with it. Where did he get that sword that rivals a divine weapon? Is it a legendary weapon on land? The battle between King Nagus and the land dweller was one of the longest battles, but it was also one of the best, with never a dull moment. And the outcome was something no one could have predicted. His Majesty Nagus threw in the towel first, although it was understandable since he was already old. The land dweller won with the stamina of a young man. He has shattered the legend. King Nagus, who had kept the myth of his unbeaten streak in the tournament alive, has been beaten, and by the hands of another race. This may hurt our pride as mermaids, but for some reason, everyone in the audience, including me, was truly satisfied. We witnessed such a heated and heart-racing contest. Who wouldn't be satisfied with that? Sure, it'd have been frustrating if the winner were a typical land dweller, but this is Princess Platty's husband we're talking about. As expected of a man chosen by the princess, I'm glad the saint has a good relationship with the mermaid royal family. Our nation is in safe hands. Banzai. Though, I felt uneasy about his match with Prince Rauana. I heard land dwellers can't breathe underwater, but I wasn't expecting the special medicine that makes this possible would run out, and he'd drown. As a result, Prince Rauana won by default. It's a bit of a bummer if you ask me, but all in all, it was a good tournament with more spectacular matches than usual. I'm satisfied as a huge fan of the sport. Alright, back to peddling smelt roe from tomorrow. Chapter 371, Mountain Dungeon Conflict. After participating in the Marshall's swimming competition, I came back to the farm I call home. It feels nice to be back on land. I, a terrestrial being, realized soon after I returned from the sea, being able to breathe freely is the best. The air is delicious. Breathing is fun. Realizing this feeling is one of the things I gained from my underwater trip. That was so fun, Master! Exclaims Vale, the dragon. She also came to watch the tournament, but her presence felt more like dead during the latter half. It's amazing to witness how a tournament can conceal a dragon's presence, but Vale seemed to enjoy watching the games. With Ardheg and Miss Mary, when Platty started acting like my helper once I participated midway, Vale took over and watched Junior for us, which was a huge help. In a way, Vale is more used to handling Junior than we are as his parents. I was burning with excitement. They were just petty fights done by a petty race, but it was still thrilling to see them fight for victory. Whoosh, whoosh. Vale starts shadowboxing in her human form, as if she's really pumped up. Do people shadowbox out of excitement in other worlds too? Vale has been itching for a fight since we left the Mermaid Kingdom. I was so scared she'd turn back into a dragon out of sheer excitement. Master, I've realized once again that the essence of life is struggle. Fighting is what makes an individual superior to others. She really just blurted out something violent on the fly. That's why I'm going to fight and live a life worthy of the strongest dragon. Hey! Now she's being hasty. Stop. A dragon like you is oblivious to the repercussions it will bring to your surroundings once you start fighting. There's a high probability you'll destroy everything. Besides, who do you even intend to fight? Not many beings out there can defend themselves from a dragon. Only fellow dragons can. She's not going to pick a fight with Alexander or Ardheg by any chance, is she? No. I've had enemies for a while now, so I'm going to settle the score with them. What? I should have crushed them long ago, really. But I put it off for a variety of reasons, and I must say that my ferocity as a dragon has dulled. I'm totally fine with that, though. The hatred in Vale's tone seems to overflow, leaving me baffled as to what kind of opponent could make this dragon so hostile. Today is the day I'll crush them and give myself peace of mind. I'm going to unleash the fighting instincts those mermaids have reminded me. She says, darting off. I can't possibly leave her be after what she said, so I run after her. Wait. Where are you going? And aren't you going to revert to your dragon form? Thanks to this, I had no choice but to keep running after her, wearing myself out from the sudden exercise. I just came back from underwater, and now I'm running out of breath again. Section where we arrived was at the Mountain Dungeon. It's a dungeon near our farm that has Vale as its guardian. This is where she was headed. Who are you going to fight in your territory? Think, Master. I'm sure you know the intruders that have been living in my dungeon lately and acting as if they own the place. As I tilt my head in puzzlement, I hear a buzzing sound from within the dungeon. Lord Saint. It's Lord Saint, guys. It's nice to see you again, Lord Saint. Did you come to see us? Say the colorful fruits. Wait, fruits can talk? I'll have to explain the mystery behind this. Here in the mountain dungeon, I plant fruit trees as part of my farming activities. Its stable climate and slopey terrain are ideal for growing fruit. In this way, the fruit trees prospered to the point where it became a dungeon orchard. Then, at some point, spirits began to possess them. Tree spirits are a product of this fantasy world and are said to coexist by taking advantage of the characteristics of the trees they are attached to. I was surprised when I first saw them, but they're harmless, so I let them stay. In fact, They manage the growth of trees they possess and help us harvest more fruit. That's why most of the fruit trees here are now possessed by spirits. And they're the same ones approaching me right now. King Kaka, the cacao spirit; Persimmon, the persimmon spirit; Ringo, the apple spirit; Armakan, the orange spirit; Momalman, the lemon spirit; Strongnibdu, the grape spirit; Banana, the banana spirit; Veronis, the berry spirit; Christian, the chestnut spirit; Plumpera, the plum spirit; Momokatanba, the peach spirit; Sakuranbo, the sakura spirit. Anyway, there's a whole lot of them. I don't know how or why, but their appearance is the spitting image of the fruits themselves, floating toward me, and I've become their favorite person. Thanks for taking care of the trees, everyone. Is everything okay? I ask. Everything's fine. There is no problem in the orchard you've cultivated. We're taking care of it as best we can. Long live Lord Saint. Their immense loyalty pleases me. The mountain dungeon is becoming more and more lively, but there you are. Suddenly, Vale spits fire in her human form and attacks the tree spirits. Wait, she can breathe fire even in that form? What's wrong, Vale? Are you in your rebellious phase or something? That's not it. I told you, I'm going to defeat my enemies. Oh, right, that. These tree spirits are my enemies. A nuisance invading my territory. Today is the day I destroy every last one of them. Huh? Come to think of it, there has been recent trouble between her and the tree spirits. Vale owns this dungeon. I set up the dungeon orchard with her consent, but I didn't consult with her about the tree spirits. The monsters that spawn in the dungeon are useful to Vale as food and provide an extra layer of security, so she tolerates them. However, the tree spirits are fundamentally different from monsters, and they seem to be perceived differently. They live here without my permission and, above all, have no respect for me. I can't let them stay here any longer, says Vale. She makes a good point, but the tree spirits replies, wow. Talk about rude. We do have permission. We got it from Lord Saint. It's not enough to get permission just from me. However, I am the creator of the dungeon orchard and the owner of Vale, who rules this dungeon, but at the end of the day, she's the dungeon guardian, so I hope they show some respect to her, too. Well, it seems Vale has been trying to control the tree spirits every now and then but got sidetracked after Junior came. So, her decision is to finally get serious and resume total control over her dungeon. I'm the guardian around here, so bow to me. Otherwise, die, says Vale. However, no thanks. We, the tree spirits of the dungeon orchard, pledge allegiance only to Lord Saint. One cannot serve two masters. Why are they loyal only to me? This is an act of aggression on our dungeon orchard. No, it's not. This has been Vale's territory from the very beginning. We have no choice but to ask our representative to make his appearance. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be able to fend off this vicious invading dragon. A representative of the tree spirits. I heard nothing of the sort. This so-called representative enough to rival a dragon deserves to be called the King of Fruits. Chapter 372, The King of Fruits. And then the representative of all the tree spirits in the dungeon orchard appeared. I'm the Durian spirit. He's the largest tree spirit with countless spike-like protrusions on his skin. It's hard to mistake his bizarre appearance for anything else. A durian is a kind of tropical fruit. It's also known as the King of Fruits because it has several unique characteristics. Is this why they regard him as the most remarkable tree spirit suitable to be appointed as their representative? Yes, Durian is the king of the fruits realm, and I, a tree spirit, am the most remarkable in the Durian world. The Durian spirit introduces himself. My name is Durian Kaio, and this orchard is our utopia. We simply can't surrender it, even if we have to face a dragon. If you insist, I will fight on behalf of all the tree spirits. Like I said, this place has always been Vale's territory. Fine. I admire your guts to face Grinsel Dragon Vale head-on. In response to that, Vale changes into her dragon form. I'll fight you in my true form and burn all of you down to bring peace back to my dungeon. She sounds a lot like a villain here, but the logic is overwhelmingly on her side. What should I do? I'm still exhausted from the martial swimming competition. so maybe I'll just stand by and watch for now. Not if I beat you to it first. Take this. Durian headbutt. The Durian spirit, Durian Kyo, tackles with his body much bigger, harder, and heavier than any of the fruits. In addition, his skin is full of spikes, so a direct hit will probably hurt a lot. But too bad, it doesn't work. Vale snickers. That impact is not enough to break my scales. I'll show you how stupid you are for daring to fight me. Well, it was obvious. The king of fruits is no match for a dragon. No matter what Durian did, he didn't inflict any damage. On the other hand, even a graze from Vale's attack would be enough to kill him instantly. Since this battle is pretty much an impossible game, I should step in and stop them. And after calming them down, we can talk about their right of residence. At least, that's what I thought. As expected of a dragon. But just because I can't do any damage doesn't mean I've run out of options. No, our strength, as tree spirits that use all our trees' characteristics. What more could Durian Kyo do when it has already been proven that no attack would work? No matter how hard he slashes or strikes, Vale's scales will not get even a scratch. If there is any way left, take this. Durian Kyo's entire fruit body splits open, exposing his flesh. But before our eyes could even see the flesh, it stinks. God, that stinks. Vale and I are writhing in agony from the odor. The heck's that smell? It's like rotten meat. Actually, much worse than that. I don't want to inhale any more of this stench. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Gross. What's that smell? Is it you? Bingo. Proudly says Durian Kyo. Oh, I jostle my memory for something I heard before. I've never eaten durian in my world. It must have cost a fortune for a fruit, and it was something I couldn't afford at the time. More importantly, I couldn't even find it in my local supermarket. But there's another reason why it wasn't readily available for purchasing. I heard they stink. Durian is too stinky to be handled in stores like any typical fruit. The staff would be hearing complaints from Karens in no time. That's how infamous durian is. Ah, it stinks. It's killing me. The stench was super effective against Vale. Not even dragons, who are immune to slashes and hits, can stand the stench. Gross. It stinks way more than that fly's sticky bean dish. Ha ha ha. See that? Dragons are no match for my fragrance. Shut it. It's just a scent. Ha. But it's too stinky. I can't get close. Dragons having heightened senses backfired this time, since the stench must be 10x stronger for Vale. I wonder if a therianthrope like Mr. Silver Wolf would also die from the smell? Oh? Will we see a dragon being defeated by a durian today? Don't underestimate me. There's no way I'd lose to this. Vale spreads her wings open. The wind stirs up like a storm and gives her momentum to fly high up into the sky. That smell won't reach me here. I'll make it disappear with a long-range attack. That's a dragon for you. All right. They cannot be beaten with smell alone. With her dragon magic, this match is ultimately one-sided. Durian has no more means of attack. It's time I stop them. Hold it. Oeg. I was still within the range of the stench, so I felt stifled by it. Fresh air supply and I haven't been on good terms lately. Stop it, Vale. You've already won. There's no point in further destruction. Don't be stupid, Master. I can tell this smelly fruit is nothing but trouble. I have to kill him with fire before he spreads more malice. It's sad to see that she makes a point. No, wait. It's true that durian smells like a disaster. But the pros more than make up for its cons. And what's that? It's delicious. Fruits are meant to be eaten. So, if it tastes good, that's acceptable enough. The reason why durian is called the king of fruits lies in its exquisite taste. Vale lands and reverts to her human form. Then, she takes a bite of the fruit offered by Durian Kyo. Oh wow. This tastes nice. Does it really? I've never had it. So wait, why is there a durian tree in the dungeon orchard? Was I the one who planted it, even? My memory is a little fuzzy on that. But I also took a bite since we're already here. Oh, you're right. The taste is pretty meaty for a fruit, but it's still delicious. It's so good I can almost believe people's stories of going into debt just to eat it. Hey, stink brain. Why yes? Durian Kyo flinches at the sudden nickname he was given by the opponent who was about to burn him to death. I'll forgive you in consideration of your taste. From now on, I'll come to have some of your fruit every day. You understood? Next to her, I give a verbal warning to the other tree spirits. As you can see, Vale is this dungeon's guardian, so be respectful to her. It's not nice to cause trouble. Okay, Lord Sailor ain't. And so, the quarrel ended in peace. To summarize this event, dragons are strong, and Urian tastes great. Master, Urian's so good. Let's have Junior try some too. No, babies are not ready for Urian. Chapter 373, Woles Mystery. Betami has come to discuss something with me. I want to make warm clothes, she says. Betami, our farm's tailor, used to be a soldier in the Demon King's army. Born to a family of tailors, she wanted to follow in her parents' footsteps and dreamed of carrying the family business. Eventually, she found herself settling here since our needs align. But now she wants to try something new. She adds, winter is just around the corner, so I want to make appropriate clothes for the upcoming season. Wow, it's that time of the year again, huh? I've already experienced 2 winters here as another worlder. Our first winter was so unexpected we couldn't prepare in time, but we turned things around during the second. During that time, Betami, as the only person who could make clothes, was vigorously active. She quickly put together warm cotton futons and tailored warm fur coats for all of us. You're right, but don't we have fur coats already? So, making warm clothes is not a new endeavor. Our farm has gotten more residents again, so we need her to shake things up again and must produce clothes. That's not it, replies Betami. Fur is alright, but I want to make something else, something warmer. Oh? According to Betami, fur is the main material for winter clothing. Since most animals have fur to endure cold, it would make sense that it'd also warm us up if we wrap ourselves in it. But there's no room for creativity in that. Yet another fussy comment from our designer. What do you mean? Fur is already a finished design, so there is little room for originality on the maker's part. Besides, it's so bulky that it can only be made into an overcoat. Oh, you have a point. It's hard to imagine wearing it as loungewear. Even though our houses are furnished with a heater, we still wear clothes made of silk or cotton, just like in the summer. And since it's cold, we wear a futon around us. We would even wear fur coats indoors sometimes. I guess we should level up in that respect. That's why this winter, I, as a designer, would like to make beautiful and cool clothes to solve this problem. As a designer, Betami represents a popular fashion brand in the Demon Kingdom's capital, and she's growing more aware of this. So, I was wondering if you could grace me with your wisdom, Lord Saint. You think I'm some kind of box that just magically gives brilliant ideas or something? Is there anything at all, Lord Saint? A fabric that's not as ostentatious as fur, but as compact as cotton or silk, and retains heat better than either. Like yarn? It's even called wool and is a staple for winter wear. If you make a sweater or a belly band out of it, it will keep you pretty warm. Yarn? What's that? Huh? You don't know what yarn is? Don't you have it here? You spin sheep's wool to make yarn and the like? Calm down, me. Don't judge this world. Some things that are common knowledge to my people may not make much sense here, but there's at least one thing I thought should exist here as well, sheep. Since this world has therianthropes, there must be sheep, but maybe there aren't? That'd mean there's no wool, sweaters, mufflers, belly bands, or woolen pants. I can see why Betami, an expert in clothing, has faced a dead end in making winter clothes. Are there no sheep in this world? There are. Huh? Which is it? You have sheep, but don't use their wool. What does that mean? I don't see how sheep are related to making clothes. Well, sheep are livestock raised for their wool. They may also be raised for other purposes, such as meat. I hear Jinaju-kan is pretty good. I don't think we're on the same page, Lord Saint. Isn't that usually the purpose of raising sheep? That paper. Paper? Something unexpected came from an unexpected place. Section. Parchment. It took me a long time to understand because I've only ever seen it in movies. I heard that long ago, especially in Europe, they used sheepskin to make paper. In the same way, it's common practice in this world to make paper from animal skins. Maybe the Demon Kingdom's sheep farms make paper from their skin. What do they use for paper in the Mermaid Kingdom, by the way? Kelp briefly answers Platty as she walks past. I guess it depends on the culture of each place and how they use natural things. What is prized as a treasure for others may well be garbage to some. It happens a lot. But it's easy once you get the gist of things. All we have to do is get some wool from a sheep farm. I'm sure here, people only pay attention to their skin and not the wool. I can see a future in which I can buy wool for dirt cheap, maybe even for free. I really don't understand what you're trying to get at, Lord Saint, says Batamy, looking at me pitifully. Huh? Why? This is wool we're talking about. Wool. If you make yarn with it and knit it, you'll have a great winter clothing production system. Yes, but I don't know what wool is. Huh? So, there has been a discrepancy in our conversation. I mean, sheep doesn't have this wool. Huh? Section. To see things for myself. We left the farm and went to visit a sheep farm in the Demon Kingdom. The Demon King's army directly manages the farm and buys up all the sheepskin produced. Paper is essential for political affairs, after all, says Batamy, who accompanied me as my guide. On the other hand, this is the first time I've seen a ranch here. Then again, I've never been to one in my world, either. Nonetheless, I can understand this ranch's peculiarity. This place specializes in raising sheep for parchment, with sheep freely grazing the pastures. But those sheep in question are naked. They have no wool at all. They look as fleshy as a newborn baby. But of course, if they had fur, it'd get in the way of writing and couldn't be processed into paper. Their lack of it is what makes their hide good material for paper. Don't you agree? Says Batamy as if she's talking to a child. By seeing it in person, I was able to find out what the discrepancy in our conversation was. Otherworldly sheep do not grow wool to make it easier to produce parchment. My switch to the textile industry won't be realized if the situation is like this. Chapter 374. The Need for Wool. We continue our story at the ranch. They're naked. The naked sheep are grazing peacefully, walking wherever they want, and eating as much as they want. It's a very pastoral scene. But, if we don't have wool, we can't get yarn, and if we can't get yarn, we can't make sweaters or belly bands. Yes, but what is this yarn you keep mentioning? Even Batamy, a professional tailor, doesn't know about the existence of yarn itself. So the concept might be alien to the people of this world. I don't blame them. What with their sheep looking like this? Sheepskin is the raw material for paper. In a world where this value is dominant, the sheep must have evolved to not have any wool due to the growing desire for parchment. Because if people were to process their skin, the wool that grows from it would just be a hindrance. I imagine it'd also be uncomfortable to write on woolly parchment. Maybe people in the parchment industry made an effort to keep the wool off the sheep in order to improve work efficiency. Even if they don't know anything about selective breeding, they might have crossbred with empirically suitable breeds. After hundreds of years of such repetition, wool-less sheep became the norm. What to do? I sigh as I look at the grazing naked sheep. I knew woolen sweaters and bottoms would be just the thing to meet Batamy's needs. But there's nothing we can do about it if the source doesn't produce the material we want. But now I also feel like spending this winter in a cozy sweater. Seriously, what to do? Should I check the dungeons and see if there's a monster that is wool or something similar? Sounds like a hassle. As I ponder, heart despondent, I see something other than the sheep moving around the vast meadow. Is that a human? No. This is the Demon Kingdom, so maybe it's a demon. But they're dressed in shabby clothes and have a straw hat that gives them the impression of a farmer. I guess demons are no different from humans, after all. Excuse me, I couldn't help but call out to him. An elderly who seems to work here notices me and comes over. It's not every day we have visitors in this remote place. Is there anything my ranch can help you with? Rather than a random worker, he's the actual rancher. I maintain my courtesy and continue talking. Oh. We just thought how lovely your sheep looked. It's not that I called out to him with a clear purpose in mind. While making small talk, I wondered if I might be able to get a clue about any woolly animal. I suppose there are some people who like to observe even the most mundane things. Well, you're free to look around as much as you want. Thank you very much. I'll be closing this ranch soon, anyway. You can stay here and watch while there's still time. Huh? I was surprised to be told something so unexpected. Closing? You mean you're quitting the ranch and not taking some temporary break? Yes, we're going to close it in earnest. It's not profitable to raise sheep any longer, says the rancher with a bitter smile. Oh no. But what about the sheep? Those with good bloodlines will be taken to other ranches. The rest will be abandoned. Old sheep smell and are not edible, you see. Well, that was an unexpected bomb. I know it's a tough business, but still. Isn't that odd? Interrupts Batamy. This is supposed to be a ranch owned by the Demon King's army. All the sheep here are used to process parchment and send it to them. There's no way they'll be abandoned. Office work will always need papers. She has a point. Imagining my old workplace without paper is impossible. I get you, lass. But I've been told by the army that they no longer need our paper. No. I heard they found a replacement, one that's much neater and more durable than the paper we make. What? When was such high-quality paper being produced in the Demon Kingdom? I heard that the Pandemonium Trading Company produces that fine paper. All the government offices in the capital started to use theirs. Even the paper-making guilds in the city are affected. Sounds tough. I agree with Batamy's muttering. Even if technological progress is indispensable, no one deserves to be threatened by its friction. We should also take care of those who will be affected by the paradigm shift. It just so happens I'm acquainted with Mr. Shax, the president of the Pandemonium Trading Company. Maybe I should say something to him? Wait. Lord Saint, is this perhaps? Batamy seems to have noticed it, too, from the look on her face. That's right. Our farm also makes paper. The trees we grow in the dungeon orchard are cut down to make lumber, and the orc and goblin teams make the paper. I thought it'd be nice to have notebooks, but they didn't have as many uses as I thought, so I decided to stop their production. But when Mr. Shax saw it, his eyes glimmered, and said, "Please don't. If you have no use for it, you can sell it to us. We'll pay you as much as you want." I had no reason to refuse, so I sold it to his firm. But we don't know what to do with the money we get, either. I tell myself. After that, our farm continued to make paper for Mr. Shax. Our students do use them to write down notes lately. Batamy, this new contender in the market, you don't think it's? There's a 9 or 10 chance out of 10 that it's made by us. That's practically 100%. So, it was us who brought this man's ranch to close? God. And we have the nerve to show up here under the guise of observing. Well, Lord Zed guaranteed us insurance, so it's not like we're left without means of sustenance. I'm going to gradually reduce the ranch's size and simultaneously look for another job. Though, at my age, it's hard to get a completely different one, so I'm thinking of raising some other kind of livestock. I see. I've only raised sheep, but that turned out to be my downfall. They're not like cows or goats, so it's hard to find buyers. But if I don't do it, I'll be losing my means of livelihood. Ahahaha. I can only let out a dry laugh. We are the root of the catastrophe that has befallen this man. A sense of urgency compels me to do something about this situation. I'm not so impudent that I can just turn a blind eye to the problems I'm responsible for. I know. Mr. Rancher, do you mind if I pet your sheep? Pet? I don't mind, but you're a strange visitor. The rancher is more and more suspicious of my peculiar behavior. However, I guess he's more worried about his bleak future that he readily agreed to my strange request. Soon after, he catches one of the sheep wandering around the grassland and grabs it by the scruff of its neck. As expected from a professional livestock breeder, he doesn't hesitate in handling the animal. Up close, I could see how smooth its skin was. Once again, seeing a furless mammal gives me weird vibes. Go ahead, touch it all you want. Thank you very much. Or, what a good boy. Goa, it head-butted me out of nowhere. What rambunctious sheep. It's okay, just stay still. This will be over in a jiffy. Goa, despite the pain of the second hit, I managed to touch the sheep with both my hands. It's your time to shine. Hand of supremacy. My hands contain a gift from a god that allows me to bring out the full potential of anything I touch. If I use it on this wool-less sheep breed. Plop 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 plop. The fluffy wool I know all too well covers the sheep. Chapter 375, Restored wool. Eek. Gross. The demon rancher is terrified by the bizarre events occurring before him. It's an understandable reaction, given the sheep I touched is growing wool all over its body at an incredible speed, becoming fluffier and fluffier. Oh, I think I should probably stop soon, I thought to myself, but the wool kept on growing by the power of God in my hands. Eek! What's happening to it? Even Batami is surprised by this situation. I could take my hands away, but they're so entangled in the wool right now. I eventually managed to pull my fingers out, but by that time the sheep's surface area had grown 6 times its original size. What in the world? The smooth and naked sheep has now transformed into a giant fluffy ball. It's so puffy you can't even see what's inside. No, my sheep, my sheep. The rancher rushes to the lump of wool. For him, livestock is an important asset and a companion. He can't help but be worried. It's okay. I take a couple of steps back and then pull out dry swords. The rancher went pale upon seeing it. Don't worry. Nothing bad's going to happen. He's just a little cramped inside, so I swing my sword at the lump of wool. It was the rancher who screamed on behalf of the sheep. In a moment, a shorn sheep stands in place of the lump of wool, unharmed. Wow, Lord Saint, you managed to trim all the wool off the sheep without even hurting it. It's all because of the holy sword. I calmly respond to Batami's compliment. In fact, it's true that the holy sword is incredible. Peeling all those potatoes and carrots every day has paid off. With the sharpness of this sword, I could peel off the skin of vegetables to a very thin layer, and the same goes for sheep's wool. All right, as for this shorn wool. Ow! The sheep headbutts me again before going back to the meadow. All that is left is a large mass of wool. So, this is sheep's wool, the supposed non-existent fur on sheep. Both Batami and the rancher are curious about the mysterious wool. Wow, it's so fluffy to the touch. It's not like goat or cow fur at all. Could you go back to the farm and call some goblins, Batami? Tell them to bring spinning tools. Okay. Sorry, Uncle, I hope you don't mind us setting up a waypoint here. Amidst the rancher's speechlessness, Batami set up the waypoint to teleport herself back to the farm. This way, she won't have to go through much trouble coming back. I think I'll use this time to wash the wool. May I use your watering hole if you have one? Huh? Oh, sure. The completely flabbergasted rancher responds to my request. I know this wool just grew instantly, so it's not particularly dirty. Still, I decided to wash it. Any dirt came off easily with the help of the hand of supremacy, and it also dried quickly. In the meantime, Batami has returned with a few goblins, as I had instructed. Each of them brought their spinning tools, so they were all ready to get to work. Okay, spin us some yarn from this wool. The goblins are experienced in hand-spinning cotton and thread from the adamantine silkworms, and they aren't afraid of spinning yarn of a slightly different color, either. They worked briskly, and the messy wool disappeared in a twinkle, forming a few balls of yarn in its stead. The speed with which they did this was indeed commendable. Then, I'll be using this yarn. Now, it's my turn. I already have a crochet needle ready for knitting. I made it from wood while I waited for Batami. Of course, I used the evil holy sword Dre Swartz to cut it. It's so versatile, I swear. The crochet hook scoops up the yarn and knits them together. It would normally go at a snail's pace, but since I have the hand of supremacy, it goes insanely fast. While Batami and the rancher were amazed at how fast I was going, I was able to finish one sweater. Tada! A sweater, hastily made and simple, yet a well-made sweater nonetheless. The clothes you make really have no life in them, Lord Saint criticizes Batami, or, it's fine. My ability is built that way. The clothes our Lord makes have a somewhat ceremonious feel to them. Even the goblins are criticizing my work. Oh well, this is why we have Batami as our tailor. This sweater is a prototype, so to speak. It has been proven that yarn can be obtained from the sheep of this world and can be knitted. All that's left is, Mr. Rancher. I bow to the ranch owner with all my might. Won't you please sell this yarn to us? Huh? Me? The ranch owner is puzzled by my sudden proposal. I guess he'd be. Of course. This yarn comes from the sheep of this farm, So you have all the right to own it. That's why we'll buy it from you. I understand your point, but this is all too sudden. We've already prepared the payment. This much? I had Betami prepare this too when she went to fetch the goblins. This money was given to me by Mr. Shax of Pandemonium Trading Company as payment for the paper. By giving this as payment for the yarn, the wealth is being going to the rightful recipient. Then, now, the rancher accepts the proposal without much resistance, perhaps paralyzed in thought by the series of surprises. I speculate the sheep I touched will continue to grow wool. Not as rapidly as earlier, though. Just at a natural rate. Is that so? It already has the Hand of Supremacy's effects in its system, so I think it should. I'll also activate the paws of the other sheep. From now on, you can make a living by shearing your sheep's wool and selling it to tailors. I have high hopes you'll reap huge profits. I'll tell Mr. Shax to take the initiative in buying them, so this should help his ranch climb out of bankruptcy. Oh, I can't express in words how grateful I am. He falls to his knees, tears streaming down his face as if he had finally understood the situation. What generosity! What a miracle! What kind of god are you to perform such a miracle? Oh, I'm not as impressive as you think. I just wanted to digest my own karma. No lie. Gawa. Another sheep headbutts me. What's their problem? Section. Thus, I succeeded in taking care of the man on the verge of losing his job from our affluence of otherworldly technology. As a little extra, the ranch later became famous for growing wool from supposedly naked sheep. Gentlemen from all over the nation suffering from hair loss visited the ranch in hopes of getting benefits by touching the rare fluffy sheep. Chapter 376, Remedial Care. My name is Sebros. I'm the guild master of the Papermakers Guild, a union of parchment makers from all over the demon capital. We are weak as individual craftsmen, but by working together, we can make transactions more efficient and make our claims easier to approve. The parchment made by the hands of our members is of the highest quality. It is made from sheepskins carefully raised in the guild's exclusive ranches, using a secret method handed down from one generation to the next. Our main client is the Demon King's castle. Since documents are necessary for political and military affairs, they always order paper. The parchment we supply has a reputation for being durable and smooth. As long as paperwork does not disappear from the world, the demand for it will never stop. Papermaking was a popular profession because people knew they'd never lose their job. But now, our guild stands atop a dilemma. Parchment is no longer selling. Paper, deemed absolutely necessary for certain jobs and would never lose demand, has lost buyers. Our stock is overwhelming our warehouse. Why did this happen? I know why. It's because a powerful business rival has appeared. The Pandemonium Trading Company has launched a new type of paper with a completely different quality and is selling like hotcakes. That's why our guild's sales have been on the decline. Curses. What fun is it for a big business to rip off a small business like ours? The Pandemonium Trading Company is a large commercial organization that has direct transactions with the Demon King. The difference between a guild and a company is that a guild of craftsmen is a guild, and a union of merchants is a company. In any case, when the big companies bring their connections and money to the scene, we mere craftsmen have no means to fight back. No matter how much we polish our skills and improve our product's quality, nothing's sadder for a craftsman than to be overturned by marketing. To test things out, I ordered a new product Pandemonium was selling. I thought I'd ridicule the poor quality that they had procured from who knows where, but as soon as I saw the paper, I lost all sense of sarcasm. The quality is far better than the parchment our guild makes. What skin is this paper made from? I showed it to my fellow papermakers, but even they didn't have a clue. What kind of animal skin is this? I can tell it's not sheepskin for one. As members of the Papermakers Guild, we know this because we've been peeling, stretching, tanning, drying, and plucking remaining hairs to make the best paper for decades. To begin with, this paper is light and soft with a texture that doesn't feel like leather at all. When I wrote something on it, the feeling of the plume running on it was very pleasant, and it soaked up the ink just right. To conclude, it's much better than the paper we make. Didn't we monopolize this industry? I hate to admit it, but our competitor's product provides much superior quality. Our guild meeting is in a state of stupor. We panic at the worst case scenario that we'd go out of business, but there's nothing in particular that we can do to overcome the situation. What else do we have when we've only been making parchment the traditional way since the time of our distant ancestors? The predicament isn't as simple as solving it by coming up with a new method. Oh, is this the end for us? The Papermakers Guild, which has been around for hundreds of years, will end in my generation. Amidst everyone's despair. Section. Orcs came, goblins, too. Countless orcs and goblins came barging into the Papermakers Guild's meeting. What's going on? Did someone send these anthropomorphic monsters here? Who's the representative of this guild? Asks one of the orcs. The fact that the orc can talk is a surprise, but more than that, the dignity it radiated is so imposing it made me quiver. He appears so majestic that I thought he was some kind of general. You must accept our recompense, it says. Meaning, did we do something wrong? But we've only been living our lives like we normally do. Plus, we're on the verge of going out of business. What more is there to accept? Oh, wait. Accept? We're the ones on the receiving end? It is my lord's will. You must now do as we say and lessen the burden on my lord's mind. What do those cryptic words mean? If anything, we're the ones with the maximum burden on our minds since we're about to lose our job. Let us waste nary a second. Gobukachi agreed. Now, it's a goblin, and it looks like he's got something under his arm. This is the finest wood my lord could grow in the mountain dungeon. Wood? Oh, now that I got a closer look at it, he was carrying a log that had been cut down to a portable size. The goblin takes out a scythe, and he sliced up the log. He swung his scythe around with great speed and cut it into small pieces of wood. You take these fine wood chips and boil them in a pot. Pardon? He tossed the chopped up pieces of wood directly into the pot and put them on the fire. Where did they even get that pot? And please don't use our guild's fire without permission. It's dangerous. Let it boil well and take out only the wood fibers, then strain it into a mold. No, really, what are these orcs and goblins trying to do? It's like a square frame made out of some kind of wood, with some soggy wood shavings. What are they doing? It's all too bizarre for me. When you've finished straining it properly, you let it dry, and Hellfire Spirit Breaker. The goblin dispelled all the water with some kind of fire spell. Here it is. Handmade paper. Is this perhaps the paper pandemonium sells? It's exactly the same shape and quality as the sample we bought. No way. Did these orcs and goblins just show us how to make the finest paper in the nation? They showed us the whole thing from start to finish. But how can paper be made out of wood? It's an eye-opening experience for those of us who have been conditioned to think of paper as being made from animal skins. Did you understand the process well? But seeing is not enough. You must master the process by today. What? Why? So that you can ease the burden on our lord's mind. Sheep farms request your return. You must relieve our lord of the guilt from his actions that led him to rob innocent people of their jobs. In order to do this, you must master our farm's paper manufacturing process and be self-reliant. Now, let the training begin. Gather as many craftsmen as you can. The entire orc and goblin army will devote all its energy to giving you one-on-one instruction. The monster group lets out a roar. And so, in an incomprehensible flow of events, the members of the Papermakers Guild received Spartan education from monsters that day and were able to learn a novel method of paper making. Will this allow us to supply fine paper as good as pandemonium? Will we be able to revive our dying business? Chapter 377. Exposition Proposal. It's me, Gobukachi and Orkibo have returned. My lord, we have returned. As you instructed, we have taught them how to make paper. I see. Thank goodness. When I went to visit a ranch in the Demon Kingdom to get wool, I happened to learn that the paper industry was on the verge of collapse. The cause of this was our farm's paper. We've been casually supplying it to Mr. Shax, our business partner, and before long, it was dominating the market and putting pressure on the existing suppliers. Even though I was oblivious for a while, I still felt guilty, knowing that my actions had threatened the lives of innocent people. I was able to show the rancher, the main supplier of parchment, how to use the wool to make a new profit. But I still felt bothered. Not only the people who provide the raw materials for the parchment but also the people involved in the parchment production are probably about to go down the drain because of me. So, I asked Gobukachi and Okubo, experts in papermaking, to teach the people how we make our paper. The plan worked out. In just a day, the papermakers of the demon capital learned new techniques and mastered the process of making paper from wood pulp. Though there will still be some problems. To get as high a quality as the paper we make, they'd need the lumber we grow. Plus, they're gonna start from scratch in gathering raw materials. They will also have to develop their own alternatives to the various chemicals Madame Platy makes. Things won't go smoothly in an instant even if we teach our methods. From there, we'll just have to place our hope in their passion and skills. Anyway, I've successfully returned the karma I've unconsciously accumulated. No more nightly nightmares of guilt. My daily meals will be delicious again. Just when I was feeling so refreshed, another problem arose. What I thought I did for the best turned out to be trouble somewhere else. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Section. That day, Mr. Shax of Pandemonium Trading Company came to visit. He looks very haggard. We have a problem, sir. The expression on his face shows he's distressed, and the words that came out of his mouth did not disappoint. I wonder what happened? You communicated with the Papermakers Guild recently, yes? We taught our papermaking methods to the guild in the capital without Mr. Shax's permission, but it's not like we needed to. It was up to me, the farm owner, to pass on the skills we cultivated to anyone, anywhere. I'm also aware of the need to save them so as not to cause chaos in society. Did you get punished for something? Punished, sir? I mean, haven't you monopolized our goods to increase sales and crush existing industries in the process? Looking back, our dealings with him began through the Demon King's family. In accordance with Betami and the elves' wishes to sell their works, we needed someone to act as an intermediary between transactions. That's when we were introduced to Mr. Shax. I was hoping that he, who holds the best trade routes among the demons, would be able to sell our residents' works for a reasonable amount. Even after that, he'd often visit, find something of interest, and sell it with the gusto of a merchant. We've come this far in our give-and-take relationship, but if you're going to let greed get the best of you, I'm afraid we'd have to reconsider some things. No, sir. Our firm isn't partaking in any greedy acts. It's the truth, sir. Sincerely says Mr. Shax, seemingly holding back tears. I don't know how much I can see through a big-time sly fox, but at least it didn't look like an act to me. We always strive to do business that contributes to the world and our nation. A business must learn to coexist and prosper with the world, or it won't last. Nothing's more frightening for a merchant to be resented by others. He sounds pretty serious so far. The same goes for the sausage-making machine. After the grand sale, we consigned the business to the affected street vendors so that we could share the profits. We didn't want to incur enmity from them. There were some things that even big merchants didn't want to buy. What about the Papermakers Guild? In this case, we don't know how to manufacture your supreme paper, so we planned on selling it as a luxury good. Supreme paper? Is that what they call it? It's a luxury product that's a bit more expensive than typical paper used every day. We tried to brand it in such a way that it wouldn't threaten the existing products in the market. But for better or worse, the quality was so good we were unexpectedly flooded with orders. We had no choice but to fulfill them since we had plenty in stock. Oh yeah, Gobukachi and the others had no use for all the paper they made, so we handed all of them to Mr. Shax. It must have been quite the quantity. And since he's a merchant, he can't afford not to sell what he can. Wait. So, is this ultimately all my fault? We tried everything we could to contain the problem, but it was beyond our capabilities. Turning to you is our last resort, sir. It seems he was also troubled using his influence behind the scenes. Well, that was solved by your strenuous efforts, but we still hold contempt for ourselves for not doing anything. Oh, no. However, repercussions in unanticipated areas have occurred. Repercussions? What more is there? After you graced the Papermakers Guild with your knowledge, our firm has been flooded with protests from various directions. What kind of protests? They say it's not fair, only the Papermakers Guild was given access to the secret process, and want their own share of information. These came from the Needleworks Guild, Masons Guild, Potters Guild, Tanning Artisans Guild, and more. Oh, the products you supply us are so exquisite other industries covet the secrets of their manufacturing process. Nevertheless, technology is the life of craftsmen. No matter what, it must not be leaked to the outside world. The craftsmen are well aware of this, so they can't just openly tell someone else to cough up their secret. However, that doesn't change the fact that we one-sidedly favored the Papermakers Guild. But why did they go to you? Because we are the only ones who handle your goods. They know only our firm has connections with the famed Nudu brand. So, did I mess up again? The Papermakers Guild and the sheep farm production problem could have been solved in a smarter manner if I had maybe consulted with Mr. Shax and the Demon King first. Solving one problem only gave rise to a new one. This is like an endless spiral. No, it's nothing you should worry about, Lord Saint. You should just act as you wish and not worry about us commoners. Please, if we ignore the protests, they'll eventually die out. We are also profiting from our transactions with you, and it is at times like this that we need to be rational. But if I knew I unintentionally caused trouble, my guilt would start eating me up again. I feel like that has happened over and over. But ignoring problems that concern me won't help me with my meals and sleep. Actually, I think I'll solve this problem after all. But we wouldn't want to bother you anymore, Lord Saint. Mr. Shax is politely trying to hold me back. Well, I do have a record of causing an even bigger mess than with the Papermakers Guild. If that's the case, how about I leave the planning entirely to him? I'm sure a thoughtful merchant like him can come up with a good plan that will work out for both sides. What should we do, then? Well, I have a suggestion to propose, sir. Mr. Shax says, if we have your cooperation, we can give what the other party wants and disclose the farm's technology. Oh, not all of it. Of course, he provides further elaboration so I don't misunderstand. It's just a limited disclosure. I'm sure the craftsmen will still agree. It will not cause any disturbance to your personal life, either. It's more about reaching a compromise. I understand that, but how do we decide on such a convenient compromise? I have an idea regarding that, sir, he replies. We could hold an Expo. Chapter 378, The Great Demon King Rises. An Expo? I feel like I've heard that word somewhere. Where was it? Osaka? Nagoya? An Expo is an event to display the results of technology, show off the country's technological prowess, and boost national prestige, explains Mr. Shax. In this case, we're going to exhibit the farm's cutting-edge technology, such as the elves' crafts and Miss Batamy's clothes. But that's not all. It's not just their finished products. We'll also be displaying and explaining the process behind it. This way, we satisfied the craftsman's request. What they want to see are the farm's advanced techniques. After all, flattering me like that makes me blush. And expos are only held for a limited period of time. Once the session is over, I doubt the craftsmen will continue hounding for information. In other words, we can stop them from endlessly asking questions if we teach them once through this limited time event. It's a reasonable idea to disclose the technology and settle the matter without any aftermath, as expected of a crafty merchant's idea. Therefore, I'd like you to consider holding an expo. Sir, me? Yes, sir. It's a farm expo, and there's no one better to take the lead than you, Lord Saint. Well, this is a pickle. Normally, I wouldn't want to reveal myself to the public, but I've been involved in a lot of things that led up to this. If the expo is a breakthrough solution, shouldn't I take the initiative and responsibility in the process? Another important factor is the timing. It's going to be winter soon, and this is Junior's first winter. Our farm is going to be covered in snow, leaving us not much space to do farm work. So, in general, winter is an idle time for us. Maybe we can use that time to prepare for the expo. Yeah, I have a feeling we can do that. Section. However, it wasn't a decision I could make on my own, so I decided to consult with everyone. The main people I consulted were the elf team leaders, Batami, Okubo, and Gobukuchi, as they are our farm's artisans. An expo, huh? When I first approached them about the idea, they all looked a little confused. It's an understandable reaction. Not even I know what it means to hold an expo. In short, we're going to show people what we do on the farm. Sewing clothes, blasting dishes, shaving wood. These processes aren't known to the rest of the world as of the moment. Only the results are shown in the form of commodities. If the process behind making it is not disclosed, people will be suspicious. Because of this commotion, I think it'd be nice to lay bare the manufacturing process through an expo to clear up any confusion. It sounds good to me, says Batami. I appointed Taylor at the farm. In the first place, it was her idea to sell her tailored clothes, which started the connection between our farm and the outside world, so her opinion should be heard. The technology on this farm is transcendent in every way, so I can understand why people would be baffled by what they see. What Batami means is that if we let it go on like this, some people might resort to immoral acts just to find out the secret. That's why disclosing some information should help us prevent that from happening. If we hold an expo, we can adjust the degree of information to be shared at our discretion, so I don't see the harm in it, says Batami in a nonchalant tone. What about you guys? We don't mind. Craftsmen show people what they want to see, says Aileron on behalf of the elf team. In such cases, the less skilled are wary that their skills will be stolen. But for us farm elves, this is no problem. If anything, I dare them to try imitating our superb technique. Aileron and the rest of the elves are enigmatically confident in their skills. And wait, farm elves? What about you? Okubo and Gobukachi. I turn to the two remaining farm leaders. We are willing to do whatever you wish, my lord. We will execute it solemnly. They're as obedient as usual. But don't you orcs have to prepare for Okubo's castle? The event will be held in late winter, so it will not be a conflict, my lord. Even if it does, I have no intention of violating either order from you or my promise to Lord Dalkish. Okubo's so diligent. After gaining their consent, the decision was made to hold a farm expo. That said, we need to start preparing. I have a question, Lord Saint. Batami raises her hand. Do we have anything in mind? Where will it be held, and how long will it last? Do we have a specific idea of what we're going to exhibit? No. We just randomly decided to hold an expo on a whim. Nothing concrete has been decided yet. That's why we're going to start discussing things. I'm looking forward to your novel ideas. There's an air of disappointment around. Come on, you guys. I've never held nor seen an expo before. I'm starting from zero knowledge. But don't worry. I've brought in a reliable advisor to help us. Advisor? Mr. Shax, the person who suggested this plan. Mr. Shax awkwardly bows from behind. And another person. There's one more? The great demon King Baal. An old demon appears in a dignified manner. It's no wonder he's so domineering. He's the king who used to be at the top of the demon race. Why is the great demon king here? However, the reaction to Lord Baal's appearance is rather weak. Even Batami, a former member of their army, is not one bit surprised. After all, he's no more than a retired man. I have informed the great demon king of this story, says Mr. Shax. But why? If this goes big later on, it'll inevitably reach his ears. I thought it'd be better to inform him now than hear endless reproaches. Merchants sure have it tough sometimes. And the great demon king is as lively as if he's in his element. You can rest easy knowing I'm here. After all, I am an expert in expos. Is that so, sir? When I was the current demon king, I used to take the lead in organizing expos myself. During my reign, I held about 500 of them. That's too many expos. Didn't you have other pressing matters to attend? You may have already heard of this, but there was one policy that Lord Baal put particular emphasis on as the previous demon king: cultural advancement. I think so, yes. Lord Baal greatly encouraged craftsmanship and invested a large amount of the national budget to achieve this. The frequent expos were a part of that. At the same time, however, they were also in the middle of an all-out war with the human kingdom. The people didn't support Lord Baal's recreational policies, and he was forced to abdicate in what could be called a coup d'état by Demon King Zed. Since Lord Baal's abdication, no exposition has been held. But it's been a while since Lord Zedden took over, and no war stands in our way. Things have calmed down now, says the Great Demon King enthusiastically. Now is the time to show the wisdom of culture to all demons. It's only natural that they would be excited about an expo for that purpose. And when they know this farm will host the expo, success is as good as guaranteed. He's on fire. I'll give you my full support for the expo and make sure it's perfect in every way. I'll spare no expense in funding you. But isn't that the money from the national budget Lord Zedden gave you, sir? Before long, we got ourselves a powerful sponsor, and our expo plan was in full swing. Not that any of it helped us understand what we're supposed to do, though. Chapter 379 Building a Pavilion. We're hosting an expo. But we have no concrete idea of what we're supposed to do. Point is, we're exhibiting our products. Right? We'll decide on the specifics of what we'll be doing, says Great Demon King Bal. He's butting in as someone like our sponsor, advisor, and producer. We have to decide on the venue first. That's the foundation for everything. The venue, huh? What about the demon capital? It's an event meant for the demon craftsmen, after all. All right. We'll host it at the best district in the city. Huh? I'm sure there are a few unused old mansions there. We can demolish them and turn them into a vacant lot for establishing the grounds. Huh? Isn't that too much? Why do we need to demolish it, sir? Can't we just rent the house and use it as a venue? Fool. An expo's venue must be as extravagant as the items to be exhibited. What distinguishes first-class expos from mediocre ones is the unified theme inside and out. What fastidiousness. Perhaps I underestimated expos? The Great Demon King has a point. But, interrupts Mr. Shax, I suspect there will be a backlash if we demolish existing buildings. We wouldn't want grumpy visitors coming to our expo, would we? Well, what if it's just a little? I'm sure you know well that during your own reign, the accumulation of such rash measures turned off the people and led to Lord Zedden's coup d'etat. Please practice some self-restraint, sir. I can't help but think Lord Bal was quite the foolish ruler in his time. However, I agree that the venue is also considered an exhibit item. That's the kind of thing Lord Bal, master of expos who held 500 expositions during his reign, is known for. Is he complimenting him? Let's assume he is. Hooray for the expo master. Okay, so the expo is about building a venue from scratch. What should we do about the location? There's a lot of vacant land in the capital. It's far from the prime location, though. Let's just find a suitable place and size among them. I see. If it's a plot for sale, there shouldn't be any trouble. A group of people timidly interrupts our conversation. It's the orcs, led by their representative, Orcubo. They form a large group. Wait, aren't these all of our orcs on the farm? What's wrong, Orcubo? We heard you're building an expo from scratch, my lord. Yes. Well, then, I hope you'll allow us orcs to take on the task. There it is. The orcs love for building. Whenever we try to build something, they start looking hopeful. As they were involved in the construction of our farm's buildings, they began to develop a passion for building. What should we do, Mr. Shax? I ask Mr. Shax, who has the most respectable opinion here. I don't see why not, sir. Given that the venue itself is an exhibit, it'd be appropriate to have Sir Orcubo and his team build it. Orcubo high-fives with the other orcs enthusiastically. But don't they have Orcubo's castle to look after once this is over? Now, onto the real problem. The venue. I'll take care of that for you, says Mr. Shax, leaving his seat. We've decided everything that can be decided today, it seems. I'll come with you, sir, says Orcubo, raising his hand. If you want to build a good house, you have to start with the location. We must choose the most suitable land to build the best venue. Sir. Well, Mr. Shax glances at me. I nod in silence. I don't want to damper on the orcs' efforts. If we all work together, we can make something good. And so, we decided to add Orcubo to the site selection team. Then, section. We can't decide, sir. A few days later, Mr. Shax came to me with a haggard look on his face, apparently having difficulty in finding a venue. Sir Orcubo's conditions are so strict, we can't find a land that meets his standards. We've already scoured all the vacant lots in the capital. Okubo. When I glare at him, Okubo awkwardly looks away. He's usually the calmest person on the farm, but when buildings are involved, he goes wild. But my lord, this must be done. Yes, the vacant lots are too small and narrow to be suitable as a venue. If we set up in a place like that, it'll be too cramped. We need a bigger space. Even the other orcs backed up Okubo's statement. Their obsession with building things has gone too far. How did they all become such construction junkies? Then again, it's not like there's a lot of vacant lots available in the capital. Which isn't surprising. I mean, it is a metropolis. To secure a plot of land suitable for Okubo and the other orcs, it won't be enough to just demolish buildings. I've been saying that since the beginning, grumbles Lord Bell, drinking beer at the side. Let's leave him be. To tell you the truth, I agree with Sir Okubo's policy. Knowing it's Lord Saint's Expo, it's bound to be unprecedented. We can't cut corners here. Even Mr. Shax is getting psyched up. If such a situation were to occur, it'd be a disgrace to the Pandemonium Trading Company for generations to come. Therefore, I have a proposal. What is it? Why don't we build a venue outside the capital? Meaning? Like hosting it at a village or town outside? I thought so, but apparently not. The demon capital is a large city, but if you step outside the walls, you will find the land untouched and owned by no one. That sounds pretty fantasy-like. You can use that land in whatever way you want, provided you have the Demon King's permission. So, why don't we host the expo there instead? The land we can use is limitless. The orcs were excited because this would provide them unlimited space to set up the venue as they desired. But wouldn't it be a disadvantage to be away from the capital? Asks the Great Demon King, holding a mug of beer. It's a bottleneck in attracting customers because of the inconvenience of transportation. Even within the city, there have been cases where people have failed to prosper because of the distance. And in a fantasy world like this, stepping out of the city walls is a dangerous zone since monsters might attack you. Some of the people living in the demon capital have never even been outside the city since they were born. They think the world outside the walls is hell. It's hard to imagine inviting them to visit an expo outside the city walls. No, the Farm Expo has tremendous power to repel even such bad conditions. We want to make it a priority to let you display whatever you want without limitations. Passionately says Mr. Shax, my lord, we also want to set up an awesome venue outside the city. Please, my lord. The orcs begged, and I couldn't say no, so I gave them permission. Section. But for me, I had my own agenda in deciding where to set up. I didn't want too many people to know about the farm because I didn't want trouble often coming our way. So, if we do hold an expo, we prefer not to have too many visitors. With that in mind, I thought it'd be more convenient to have the expo in a remote location. However, I would later realize how naive this decision was. The problem was that it took away the restrictions on those who wanted to join, and by building a venue outside of the city, there were no more space limitations. No one had the faintest idea what consequences this entailed. Chapter 380, Expo Preparation, Postal Making. With the arrival of winter, the farm residents have also begun to prepare for the expo. This is the third winter since we came here, and, as expected, we're no longer in a rush to gear up. We had completed our preparations in autumn, and by the time the winter season came, we had sweaters on and could snuggle up in warm rooms. The wool Batami acquired greatly stimulated her creativity, and she quickly mastered the art of knitting to mass-produce winter clothing. At the same time, she also worked on the costumes for the expo. Lately, her workload has been entering uncharted territory, so it's somewhat worrying. But she's not the only one influenced by this as the expo approaches. Everyone was more fired up than I had imagined. Section. One of the fieriest is Aileron, head of the Elven team. I came across her doing something strange one day. What are you doing with that brush and paper? Aileron is also the leader of our farm's pottery team and is usually seen kneading the clay and blasting it in the kiln. It's surprising to see her hold a brush and paper. Are you drawing something? I didn't know she could draw. Or maybe I shouldn't be surprised. She's part of the creative field of making plates. Or maybe it's still surprising. All set. You are? I wonder what did she draw? but before I could take a peek. Miral, you're next. Gotcha. Aileron gave the painting to another elf. I couldn't see the finished product because it was taken away, and its self-recipient is Miral, the head of the woodworkers team. Why would she give the painting to her? I'm getting more and more confused. Is this just a pastime of theirs? Oh, Saint. What are you doing here looking so free? Aileron looks refreshed, like she had just finished her job. She finally noticed my presence. I am free. Yeah, I mean, it's winter. Since I'm bored, I'm even more curious about what the elves are doing. Did you learn how to draw, Aileron? I've been practicing by drawing patterns on the bowls and improved with your advice. Advice? Did I do that? This is just an experiment to see if we can implement that. Since you're here, why don't you come with me to see how things are going? I was fine with seeing just the results, but now, I'm curious. And with that, Aileron pulls my hand. Where are we going? To Miral's workshop? Is there something going on over there? But I don't see the connection between painting and woodwork. Section. When we arrived at the workshop, we found elves diligently chipping away at wooden planks. What are they going to do with all those boards? I have no idea what they're trying to make. Miral notices us and says, "You came to see us, boss." After saying you'll just sit back and wait since your part is done. I mean, I couldn't help but be curious. No. It's the saint who was curious, so I brought him here. That's all. The elves who work for us were all once part of a bandit gang. I think Aileron was their head, and Miral was just a normal member. It is said she was one of the most oppressed of the elves, as she was not allowed to keep the L in her name but rather split it into Mi-Ra-L. But this is irrelevant among bandits who left the forest and even more irrelevant on the farm. Aileron and Miral are equal here. But I digress. So, what are you girls making? It's a great honor to have you here, Lord Saint. Please come and see what we're working on. You don't have to be so formal. What are you doing with the boards? We're making woodblock prints. Woodblock prints? Come to think of it, the tool they're using to cut the boards looks like the engraving knife I used when I was in grade school. We're done, leader. Here too. One after another, wooden planks were submitted, their surfaces carved into purposeful shapes, but in the end, it was not at all clear what the shapes were. This one piece isn't enough. The whole thing has to come together to make a complete piece. What do you mean? Meanwhile, Aileron proceeds with her preparations briskly. Paper and paint are ready. Okay, let's try this out. Paper, farm quality, and paints of various colors are laid out. Aileron takes out the red color first and, all right, where's the corresponding woodblock for red? Here, just go crazy with the color. The red paint is applied to the convex surface of the carved wood. When it is sufficiently coated, she presses it onto the paper. Oh? Something red is engraved as if stamped by a seal. I have no idea what that small blotch is. I don't even have any artistic taste to begin with. Let's keep going. Yellow's next. Copy that. Aileron and Mira will take out a new block of wood and apply different colors to it. Wow. They repeated this over and over, another wood block, another color, on the same sheet of paper, until finally, it turned into a painting. A single, finished painting appeared on the paper. It's a painting of a vivacious female figure, but without using any paintbrushes. So, is this perhaps a printed painting, with wood blocks? So this is why they prepared multiple wood blocks instead of just one. If they want to print a picture in red, they need to use red wood blocks. If they want to print in blue, they need to use blue wood blocks, and so on a sheet of paper so that the final result is a colorful painting. These guys have perfected otherworldly color printing. What are you talking about? You taught us this, Saint. Huh? I did? You said your world had paintings made by pressing wood. Is she talking about ukiyo-e? Did I really tell them something like that? So, relying on such a vague statement from me, they have recreated otherworldly ukiyo-e? Aileron drew the original picture, and Miral used it as a reference to shave boards and create wood blocks, which is exactly how ukiyo-e is made. At least, that's what I've heard. Their craftsmanship has ventured into uncharted territory. But why print pictures at this time? It all seems too sudden and random. What are you talking about? This is also preparation for the Expo. Yup, Expo. It's for the posters. Posters? Like, for advertising the expo. In this world where paper itself is a precious commodity, the idea of using it in a disposable form to advertise is unheard of, and now they're doing it with the farm's super high quality paper. I can see how you can print the same picture for mass production, but, in addition to Aileron's tasteful paintings of ladies, the printed poster includes details of the expo written in this world's language. How many copies of that are you guys going to make? At least 100? This would be a sensational advertisement in a poster-less world. This farm expo's going to be much more than I expected, isn't it? Chapter 381, Completion of the Play. And so, preparations for the expo are steadily underway, but I don't want to get too involved in that right now. Junior's health isn't great. He had recently been weaned, but his appetite seems low. I thought he'd eat even more than usual. People around me say it's just my imagination, but what if it's a sign of a serious illness? But this morning, after Platty and I stayed by his side the whole time, he finally ate. Now that I have some peace of mind, I'm back to worrying about the progress of the expo and decided to check on things. I heard Okubo and his team had already picked out a suitable site outside the demon capital and started construction. When I checked to see how much progress they've made. Section. They're already finished. Huh? Everything at the proposed expo site I visited is so neat that it looks ready to accept visitors any moment. Not a messy place in sight. What's the meaning of this? We finished it, my lord, says Okubo enthusiastically. I knew it was him behind all this. We have done everything in our power to finish it at a rapid pace to not sully your name. I hope you're satisfied with the outcome. Yeah, you geese were real fast. I'll give you that. I mean, hasn't it only been 3 days since you started? It's too fast. Don't you think you guys went too extreme? Won't this collapse all at once in an earthquake? Do not fret, my lord. We've done the fastest possible job with the utmost safety. In just 3 days? I think it's obvious that the speed has sacrificed security. The reason why I'm worried about the speed at which the venue was completed is its quality, which far exceeded my expectations. What they were supposed to create was an expo hall. From the word alone, I had imagined it to be something like a circus tent on the city outskirts, but it's way more than that. It's a full-blown city, but much more compact in scale than the demon capital, just a stone's throw away. Still, the buildings, paved roads, and scenery are very much city-like. It's such a beautiful townscape. I feared it looked more developed than the demon capital. Yes, but according to the great demon king's advice, expo halls must look like this. Otherwise, it'd be a shame to be put on display. That culturist again? It's just another day for these orcs to build something from start to finish in just 3 days. But this grand of a scale? They've evolved too far for my comprehension. Do we really need all this? I'll say this again. It looks like a city readily inhabitable by people. The great demon king said each expo needs a pavilion with a theme, so we built as many pavilions as necessary for this expo. Pavilion? The main ones are the clothing pavilion, which is managed by Madame Batamy, the pottery pavilion, where Madame Aileron's exhibits are displayed, Malga's leather pavilion, Pole's glass pavilion, and Miral's woodworking pavilion. I see. So, each of the pavilions built in the expo hall city has its own themes. But wait. Isn't that a little weird? What is? If the pavilions were exhibition halls, we would have displayed all our farm's articles just from the 5 areas Okubo just mentioned. But in this expo hall, the size of a small city, there are at least 20 pavilions. What's in the other 15 pavilions? Well, you see, my lord, during the construction, we got requests from various departments. What departments? Many others also wanted to participate in the expo and have their own pavilions, so we kept granting them until it turned out like this. Who are these requests from? From Lord Bacchus and the like, my lord. That demigod? What's gotten into that booze-loving trickster? He wants to use the expo as an opportunity to showcase the new brew he has developed. It's the one built over there, says Okubo, pointing to a conspicuous building that looks like a brewery. It's the Sake Pavilion built under Lord Bacchus' instructions. He's really doing as he pleases, isn't he? According to Okubo, all alcohol brewed on the farm can be sampled there. It looks like a facility screaming trouble. Indeed. That's why we plan to increase security during the event. That's wise. Maybe a number of farm residents got jealous of the Expo members and wanted to be included. Then that building, indifferently says Okubo, is Madame Hawker's Fon's Natto Pavilion. Natto. Hawker's Fon. I knew she'd come too. Is she planning to take this opportunity to spread the magnificence of Natto all over the world? Next to it is Princess Lettuce Riet's Bean Pavilion. Even she's participating? She's not even supposed to appear in public. The princess's ambition is to spread the word about beans, such as soybeans, red beans, peas, beans, peanuts, and other legumes to appeal to people. So, she's teaming up with Hawker's Fon's Natto Pavilion to conquer the whole country with beans. That's one hell of an ambition coming from a princess. Then, the mermaid group also wanted to teach the terrestrial races about their magic, so they requested a potion pavilion. In addition, the automatons wanted a puppet pavilion to share the results of their research left behind by their late creator, Marriage the Alchemist. I see. That'd be quite the sight. Gobukachi and his peers were also excited. It seems they're going to systematize and present a method of managing the fields and weaving silk and cotton into cloth. We orcs, with your permission, will also be presenting our research on the unique construction methods we have cultivated through our building experience. This is all too lavish. I got on this expo idea without taking it too seriously, but now it's turning into a big deal. All this wisdom is packed into a city-sized expo hall. Of course, this isn't the entirety of the farm, but it's still advanced technology for the outside world. I wonder how the world would react. As I ponder, Okubo, perhaps sensing my anguish, asks me anxiously, my lord, would it be better if we cancel it? Everyone has worked hard to prepare for this. I mean, they've finally got a stage to present the skills and talent they've cultivated on the farm. No. Let's proceed all the way. Oh, everyone has already put so much effort into this. Let's make the most out of it and give the best expo ever. And so, our farm expo opened its doors to the public. Things escalated much bigger than I initially thought they'd be. Chapter 382, Showtime. My name is Pazussi, the guild master of the Leatherworkers Guild. The economy is not looking good these days due to a powerful business rival selling their products through Pandemonium under the brand name Nuju. Their products are so good that all the upper-class demons have become their regulars. They no longer bat an eyelash on our products. I mean, when selling goods in the capital, you must belong to the corresponding craftsmen's guild and disclose your personal information. Nuju doesn't do this at all and keeps everything a mystery. We know not their production methods, their workshop's location, or the craftsman's identity. I want to protest that they're letting their products go unchallenged on our turf, but we don't know their whereabouts. Instead, we directed our protests to Pandemonium, the company that handles their products. Alas, Nuju's workshop is not located in the capital. Isn't it a condition for joining the guilds to have a workshop in the city? They dodge the question. We have a contract with Nuju's workshop in a place far away and import their products. Therefore, we are not violating your guild's code. And another excuse. We did everything we could to find out ourselves, but no evidence proved Nuju's products were manufactured here. Such a thing is unheard of. Highly skilled craftsmen open their own workshops in the capital without exception. This allows them to make a name for themselves and become leading creators. The craftsmen outside the city fall behind, so importing their goods is out of the question. Therefore, the guild doesn't have any countermeasures prepared. What's more, Nuju's products aren't limited to leather goods. They also sell tableware, glassware, and woodwork, so there is a wide range of occupations besides ours that are affected. They started out as a mere fashion brand, you know. Pandemonium says they only have limited stocks, so there should be no impact on the industry. Well, joke's on them. There is an impact. The opposite party is so overwhelmed by the quality of the products that even our rich regulars are now saying, we're willing to wait years till we get our hands on Nuju items. Completely turning their backs on us. We can't go on like this. If we can't make our products better than Nuju's, or at least close to it in quality somehow, it's over for our craftsmen. However, we can't suddenly change the techniques we had worked so hard to uphold and preserve, so we are faced with the question of what to do. It was then that I received news from Pandemonium. They're holding an Expo. Expo. It sounds nostalgic. During Lord Bal's reign, he used to hold them all the time. I don't think we've had one ever in Lord Zeden's reign. Well, I don't see why we should refrain from participating. Let's display our best work and get our customers back. Shall we? Huh? That's not it. We're not participating. We're invited. What? An expo conducted by Nuju's craftsmen only? The Nuju wrapped in mystery all this time? So, we can find out the manufacturing process and the secret of high quality by attending? I hate to admit it, but I feel like I'm losing out by taking up such an offer brazenly. But for those of us who are currently unable to produce a product that comes close to Nuju's, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn about the enemy. I guess we'll accept the offer. For craftsmen, technology is something that must be kept confidential. Let's see how they like getting theirs stolen after carelessly sharing it with the public. Section. It seems the expo starts today, and I'm not the only one here to observe. The guild masters from the Sewing Guild, Masonry Guild, Potters Guild, and many other guilds had gathered together to form a distinguished group. We have been united by a common enemy. Nuju has released all sorts of products like it's nobody's business. After all, I was wondering where the expo would be held. To my surprise, it's on the city outskirts. They must have taken the trouble to set up the venue in the suburbs. How inefficient. Can't they just rent a vacant house in the city or something? As I grumbled about the time it was going to take to travel, we were escorted by Pandemonium's coaches. The expo hall came into view and I was surprised. This is the venue? Isn't this a city? I've never heard of a city located out here. It's on a moor in the middle of nowhere, halfway outside the capital. The other guild masters are just as stunned, but the guide tells us something even more surprising. This city-like venue was completed in 3 days by Nuju's staff. What? How is that possible? We may be in different industries, but a craftsman like me can tell that it'd take the entire carpenters and masons guilds a year to build such an urban area. It's true, sir. You all know that this area was just a field until a few days ago. Yes? Yeah, but, no. This isn't the time to be concerned. This is just the tip of the iceberg of surprises. We're about to witness Nuju's technology, one that many have desired to know more about. The venue is divided into pavilions according to theme. From here on, everyone is welcome to visit the pavilions in any order they like. As soon as the guide told us, we all went our ways. Our goal is to go to the pavilion that corresponds to our job. At the entrance, there's a sign that says 20 Pavilion to help us. Is this it? Wait, no. What is this pavilion showcasing? Huh? What are those gooey beans? Sorry, I made a mistake. I'll be taking my leave. No, wait. It's really a mistake. A mistake? No, the fool. The Masonry Guild Master made a brilliant mistake by entering the wrong pavilion. But I wonder what that NATO pavilion offers? I'm very curious, but I can't bring myself to go there. There's only one thing I should aim for. Section. Here we are. This has got to be the place since it's got leather pavilion written at the building's entrance. Inside it should contain Nuju's leatherwork secrets. Let us go inside and secure our guild's future. Welcome. I was greeted as soon as I entered the building. What a pretty girl. Is she the guide here? Thank you for coming to the leather pavilion. I'm your companion, humanized automata number 37. Oh, okay. And what a strange name she has. But a guide would be great. I need to take advantage of everything available and steal as much knowledge as I can here. I won't miss even the tiniest detail. I almost missed something about this girl. Lass, those clothes you have. Yes? Isn't she wearing first-class leather? My, what great eyes you have, sir. At this expo, each companion who guides you through the pavilions is provided with specific uniforms. Uniforms? Our uniforms are, of course, made of leather, in keeping with the theme of the leather pavilion. It was designed by Lady Batamy, using tanned leather provided by the farm. In fact, She designed and tailored all our uniforms. One person designed multiple uniforms? I'm surprised she managed to finish everything, considering this venue was built in just 3 days. No, that's not what I'm supposed to be surprised about. I'm the Leatherworkers Guild Master, so I should be more concerned about the leather used and her uniform's material. Hydrolex, Chirizarchidia, Opython, Denegator, Bicentas. These are all very high-quality leather materials from monsters ranked 3 stars and higher. All patchworked. Wonderful observation, sir. You must be one of the Capital's Guild Masters. I would never have conceived of making a uniform out of such high-class materials. This expo may be far more than I ever imagined. Chapter 383, Peering into the Den of Vice. I, Pazussi, the Leatherworkers Guild Master, continued to comment on Nuju's expo. That being said, I'm only interested in my own field. Hence, I'm going to thoroughly observe the leather pavilion and feed my brain with all the information I can get. But as soon as I stepped inside, I was surprised. Let's leave the matter with my companion's uniform for some other time. Ah, I see a lineup of vicious monsters. Hydrolex, Chirizarchidia, Opython, Denegator, Bicentas, Bicenquitro. There's even a Bison Cinco. Squarebore and Scarvens too. Don't worry, sir. They're all taxidermized. Taxidermized? My companion's explanation almost made me weak in the knees, but I managed to hold my ground. You're right. They don't move nor seem alive. This is a part of the exhibit, designed to give guests, who usually only see processed products, a chance to see what monsters are used as materials. This is the first time I've ever seen the monsters with my own eyes. Many of them I've only ever seen in reference books, too. And they're all monsters that produce high-quality leather. Do all of Nuju's leatherworkers process such good materials regularly? Incidentally, these monsters will be useless after the event, so we're planning to sell it to those who want it. Seriously? Please do. I'd like to have that stuffed Opython. No. Further in, you can see the farm's leatherworks team at work. Huh? We can see how they work? Yes, no kidding. We moved our workplace here just for the expo. The same goes for Lady Batamy, the pottery team, the glass team, and the woodworking team. The significance of this event is for people to see how we work. After all, aren't these people being too generous? The most I expected to see was that there would be finished products on display for us to observe. And if we can find out what technology is being applied, we'll be well on our way to applying it ourselves. But to show us even the process, they're asking to have their tech stolen. Are they really that stupid? Or are they so confident that even if we imitate them, we still won't be that much of a threat? Either way, I won't hesitate to steal all of their skills since they're so kind to offer this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By the way, sir, my companion asks me, I see you are alone. Don't you have any company? Yes, I'm indeed alone. Is that a problem? The guest who went to the clothing pavilion had a lot of company, so the people from the tailoring guild brought a lot of representatives, mostly from newly established brands. They said it was for future reference or something. I was wondering if I should bring some of my guild's artisans with me, but I ended up coming alone. It's just a precaution since you never know what might happen. Here we are, sir. This is the temporary workshop. Wow. In the space before me, separated by transparent glass, craftsmen are at work. Are those elves? The elves were making the products this whole time. This is the leather goods team, headed by Lady Melga. She is famous for being the calm and collected member of the elf team. As I blankly listened to the companion's superfluous explanation, I thought to myself, we'd never stand a chance if we're up against elves. The elves, also known as forest dwellers, are a mysterious and unsociable race. Their dexterity is said to be one of the best, and the tools they make are said to be worth thousands of gold. If we're lucky enough to come across one, that is, if such elves were to make a product out of the best materials, no doubt it'd be the product of the highest quality. We don't stand a chance. Please take a look to your right, says my companion, pointing at something. There's more? That's a sewing machine over there. A sewing machine? And what's that? It's a treasured article created by the owner of the farm. It can sew even stitches and much faster than by hand. Only the leatherworkers and Lady Batami's tailoring room are equipped with these machines. So, this is the reason behind Nudu's neat seams. That's it. We can't imitate any of these. I collapse on the spot. Both the elves and the sewing machines are far beyond our grasp. To top it off, there are also super high-quality monsters they use as materials. How much money and time would it take just to gather all of those? The only thing that comes to mind is the realization that we can't imitate them in any way. Despair has crushed me. I'm sure you know yourself, being a leatherworker and all. Oh, Lady Manga. One of the elves opens the partition door and comes toward us. The snake is a symbol of immortality. Do you know why? Because they shed their skin, don't they? People in the past saw snakes shedding their skin and thought that each time they were rejuvenated and would never die. But if you think about it logically, it's not possible. But it is a lesson in itself. Like a snake that sheds its old skin, we too can shed the old skin that clings to our hearts and become a better person. Huh? Is that so? The reason I despaired was I couldn't let go of my old-fashioned ideas. Of course, if you give up on something before you've even tried, you'll never achieve it. Our dexterity varies greatly, but I'm sure there are still some things you can try to copy. During the Expo, you will be observing closely and adopt whatever concepts you can. Oh, okay. What solid encouragement. As expected of Lady Manga, hailed the cool-headed Manga. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare some winter coats. With that, the elf returns to her workplace. So cool. As for the other elves, hey, leader. It's hard to make any progress in this place. We're not used to working here. Plus, I don't feel comfortable with people watching us. They protest. Stop acting like spoiled children. Their leader immediately shoots them down. Didn't you also wish to show your work to the demons? Then do just that like the proud elves you are. It's amazing how calm she is. That's it. I'm coming here every day as long as there's still an expo to see Lady Manga. Then, I'll observe how they work and learn as much as I can. Next time, I'll be sure to bring craftsmen with me. Chapter 384, Confluence. My name is Diablo, and I'm 10 years old. With the innocent sensibility of a young boy, I perceive each day as a sparkling jewel. Every day is an adventure, always new places to visit for the first time. One day, these will fade and become a distant memory. But I'll live my life to the fullest, so I become a fulfilled adult with a rich mind. I'm a city boy, so I'm sensitive to the latest trends. I grew up to hip-hop and am always on the lookout for the hottest topics. And today's event that shook my world was an expo. It's that useless pastime the previous Demon King, Lord Bell, had. I know from the adults who told me all about it and how it made him give up the throne. Since Lord Zedden succeeded Lord Bell, not even one expo has been conducted because of how pointless it is. But now, it's being held, and it's all the rage among my peers. I'm actually genuinely interested. After all, Lord Zedden was crowned king before I knew anything about the world. In other words, the upcoming expo will be the first one I'm attending. I should definitely go, shouldn't I? So, I asked Mum and Dad to take me to the expo on their next day off. Huh? We can't? It's too far away, dangerous, tiring, and a waste of money? What are you going to do with such a negative attitude, Mom and Dad? Is that how a married couple acts toward their 10-year-old? You can't be defensive in life. If you retreat, you'll grow old. If you hesitate, you die. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, 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 no, 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 I want to go. Let's go. You huh? We're going? Really? See, this is how I negotiate. We'll all go to the expo together on Dad's next day off. Section. Today, we're finally going to the expo. Food, ready. Water bottle, ready. I've even got my hat on to protect me from the sun. Mom and Dad are on my left and right, and I'm ready to go. Huh? We can't go to the venue? It's hard to get there since it's located outside the city, they said. Pandemonium Trading Company, which is helping to run the event, provides free carriages, but so many people are using them that waiting for our turn will take ages. Shit. What a mess. So, We can't go to the expo. No, we'll be fine, says Dad. If we can't go by carriage, we can walk. I was told by a gentleman that the expo is within walking distance. The carriage is only there for safety. Really, Dad? So, it's much faster to walk than to wait for a carriage. But dear, aren't there monsters outside the city? I'm scared, says Mum. Yeah, our neighbor said that monsters are lurking everywhere outside. If we run into one, we're dead meat. I'm sure Pandemonium is sending out carriages as a precaution against monsters. So I'm a little scared too. Don't worry. I may be retired, but I still worked for the army. I'll protect Mama and my son from any lousy monster we encounter. Really? Dad, you're awesome. I didn't even know that. If a monster does appear, you'll be able to take it down with just a flick of your finger, and we'll be able to cross the fields and mountains without worry. Just like a picnic section. And here we are, at the expo. It really was a short walk, but this is amazing. Mum, Dad. Look, the venue is like a mini city. There are so many buildings lined up, and the floors are all paved and level. It's even more organized than our neighborhood. I didn't know expos were like bustling festivals. Were expos always this terrific? I know Lord Bell has hosted them multiple times during his reign, but they were all smaller than this one. Huh? So the current expo is much more impressive than the previous ones? Maybe it's because we're now in Lord Zedden's time? I guess he's the better ruler after all. Dad says that all the time, too. SHH. You can't say that out loud. Oops. Mom and Dad scolded me. So anyway, now that we're here, let's take a look around. They say the buildings with all kinds of exhibits inside are called pavilions. I want to go to that pavilion. The Bean Pavilion one. Huh? But Daddy wants to see the Orkiba vs. Gobukachi exhibition match that will be held in that ring over there. But I can tell the Bean Pavilion is going to be much more enjoyable. That's what my imaginary friend is whispering to me, so no doubt about it. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to go to the Bean Pavilion first. Yay, I love you, Dad. But when all three of us went to the said pavilion section. Oh ho ho ho, welcome to my kingdom, the Bean Pavilion. Let us rule this place. Whoa. Mum, there's a strange lady here. She looks crazy. Mom told me not to look at her. Now that you're here, you're going to come to realize the wonders of beans. Soybeans, red beans, peas. You're going to eat them all up. There are piles and piles of all kinds of beans here. We can scoop up as many as we like and eat them. Apparently. All right. Daddy will eat a big pile. Wow, Dad. I still have a small stomach, so I'll just eat them one at a time. That crazy-looking lady is still not done with her speech. That's not all there is to know about beans. There are other wonderful foods that can be produced by processing them. For example, this soy milk. Soy milk. It's as white as normal milk. What kind of drink is this? Don't think of soy milk as just any drink. It is some special benefits. Special benefits? It makes your boobies bigger. Mum? She suddenly started chugging soy milk. Does she still want more despite being a mother of one already? It's wonderful how Mom never gives up, no matter her age. And after Mom drank her third glass of soy milk, Dad started eating this natto thing. Section. We've had enough of the Bean Pavilion, so we went to the other pavilions as well. At the Leather Pavilion, we were amazed by the strong-looking stuffed monsters, and at the Glass Pavilion, there was a transparent building made entirely of glass. Above all, the elves were pretty. At the Mermaid's Potion Pavilion, my mom was interested in the beauty potions. My dad also ended up watching the exhibition match and went all out. I guess it's a pattern that adults have more fun in the end. But we can't see everything in one day, so we decided to come again next time. What a fun expo that was. This is definitely Demon Capital's trend of the year. Chapter 385, Let's Build a Train. It's me. It seems our expo has been well received. More importantly, it reached the craftsmen of the capital, which was the main purpose of this event. Pandemonium invited them, and people came from the first day, but for some reason, they kept coming back. The number of people increased with each passing day, too. When we asked the attendees, they said all the craftsmen in their guild wanted to visit, but they couldn't all come at once. That's why they decided to implement a turn system amongst their members so that everyone gets a chance. However, those who have already visited once told themselves they still have more to learn. So, instead of the numbers decreasing, each of our pavilions was kept packed. Not only the craftsmen but also the general public heard the rumors and attended. The expo was crowded as the days went by. They exceeded even our expectations. Sir, after the 5th day, Mr. Shax has come to report, restlessly wiping off his sweat. I was confident in our preparations regarding the attendees, but now it's just chaotic. It looks like we'll have to increase our staff significantly. I don't know. I haven't really given much thought about how we'd receive them, honestly. By the way, Lord Saint, how long did you say this expo will be held? Well, according to the original agreement, about a month. I myself don't know how long expos are supposed to last, so I just went along with Mr. Shax's suggestion. Can't we extend it? At this rate, we can't satisfy all the attendees no matter what. Can we perhaps make it 3 months? Maybe even 6. That's one heck of an extension, but we have our own lives on the farm, and we don't want to be tied down to the expo for too long. By the way, the only way for us to go to and from the expo site is through teleportation. We created a waypoint in a secret space within the expo. During closing time, we could teleport back to the farm and go to sleep, but to ask us to do that for 6 months is a little too much. There's still Okubo's castle at the end of winter, and our farming activities will resume in spring. We have no other time to do it than in winter. You understood? Then, can we please make it 2 months? Please. It was hard for me to decline Mr. Shax's proposal, seeing him beg on his knees, so I gave in and said yes. I understand I'm being selfish right now, but there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you, he adds. It's about the transportation. As you know, the venue for the expo is located in a flat land a bit far from the developed areas. It was a desperate measure to get enough construction space, but now it seems to be becoming a problem. Initially, we planned to solve the problem by escorting attendees to and from the event by carriage, but the current number is beyond our control. Mr. Shax was very generous to provide free carriage rides, but it still wasn't good enough. I think I'm forced to rely on your wisdom once more, Lord Saint. Please, sir. Does this mean there's a traffic problem between the capital and the expo venue? If so, maybe it would have been better to set up within the capital. Then again, that in itself would have been a problem, too, since we'd have less space but still the same number of visitors. I wonder. So, we want a quick and safe way to transport a large number of visitors to the expo a short distance from the capital, right? What about a train? It's been a while since I remembered a scene from my world, the most powerful public transportation, the train. If we could recreate it here, we could solve the traffic problem in one fell swoop. If we can, that is. Maybe it's too much. There are too many problems in the way. But I wonder if it would be possible to use something like a big box with a lot of people on it. Now all we have to do is how to get it to move. Guess I'll go ask Okubo's team. Section. And just after few hours I told them, it's complete. Otherworldly carriage, incomplete prototype with no wheels and power. If anything, isn't this a simple container? It's just a box to carry people with no special mechanism. It's a tool to experiment how we can make it move. I'm really impressed with the godlike construction skills of Okubo's team lately. How were they able to assemble this in a matter of hours? Even though it's made of wood, it's comparable in size to a carriage from my world. There are no seats inside, but that doesn't mean it's anywhere near constructible in hours. Oh, well, what's done is done, I suppose. Let's accept the reality. Do you have any ideas on how to get this to move with people inside? Pardon? Magic, perhaps? Typical answer of a demon familiar with magic. But even that would require a considerable amount of magic to move something of this magnitude. It'd be impossible without someone with a caliber equivalent to the Heavenly Four. It's not like we can mobilize them for this purpose, either. I'm sure they'd do it if I asked, but the Heavenly Four has their own life, too. I don't want to be overbearing. My lord, says Okubo, hand raised. It's natural he's also here since he made this impromptu vehicle, but what's the matter? I have an idea. Why don't you let him pull it? Who's him? What Okubo showed was a beast that looked like a quadrupedal rock. But really? It's a horse. Okubo's beloved horse, Gigantirok. This homunculus horse was created by crossing the genes of a horse and some kind of powerful monster. He can gallop at high speed with Okubo on his back, much like a heavy tank. He's one of our most powerful homunculus horses, but still, can he really pull a vehicle without straining himself? Let's see, my lord. He ties the carriage to Gigantirok with a rope. The carriage doesn't even have wheels yet, but the giant horse proud of its strength easily. Oh, it moved. Pulled it. He also left a big drag mark on the ground, though. We'll just have to put the wheels on later, and we're good to go. Gigantirok's amazing. He's capable, hard-working, and takes after his owner. Well, let's get this carriage on wheels. Prepare the mana metal. Please wait, interrupts Mr. Shax. I have but a humble request to make. Please refrain from using mana metal. Pardon? We will prepare the highest quality steel to replace it. Therefore, please refrain from using mana metal. The market could crumble. Oh, I simply nod my head, overwhelmed by Mr. Shax's appeal. But if a vehicle is pulled by a horse, it's not a train, it's a carriage. Does horse train count? The road to the realization of an otherworldly train is going to be a long one. Chapter 386, Umageuku. Thus, the horse train was officially implemented thanks to Gigantirok. His power allows him to pull 2 full carriages, making it a very convenient means of transportation. He could probably run at least as fast as a man in terms of speed. But that's not a problem. The venue and the capital aren't that far away from each other. The problem is the danger of letting ordinary citizens roam in the outfields. If Sensei casts a spell on the attendees to keep monsters at bay and Okubo chaperones them, things should be more secure. Still, it'll be hard with just Gigantirok doing all the work. He may be a homunculus horse, but a living creature will always get tired and feel hungry eventually. It's too absurd to constantly travel back and forth between the Expo site and the capital to transport visitors all day long. But considering the speed at which Gigantirok is moving, I doubt he'd get a breather. As I said before, his speed is, at best, that of a human running. If we were to do this with breaks in between, we would only be able to make a few trips a day. That would fall short of the original goal of efficiently transporting a large number of people. If we had at least one more animal, they could take turns transporting the attendees. Okubo makes a good point, but it's not very practical. Gigantirok is an unparalleled horse in terms of power. It's not like there's any other horse that can do something as unorthodox as pulling a full carriage. I doubt Mimicoctopus can either. Mimicoctopus is Gobukachi's beloved horse, and he is unmatched in speed and agility, not power. Isn't there any other? Oh, wait, there is. Section. The dragon horse Sakamoto, my horse. He's a homunculus horse that helps me move around the farm with far superior abilities to Gigantirok and Mimicoctopus. He's currently grazing on his own on our farm's vacant lot. Come here, boy. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. I know he heard me because I saw his ears move. He just deliberately ignored me. Why? Maybe he's sulking because he hasn't felt needed in so long, my lord, says Okubo. Come to think of it, Okubo and Gobukachi often interact with their horses and have appeared astride them, but I don't recall having ridden mine recently. Wait. I got my hands full after Junior was born, plus we had to go on a lot of trips too. I don't think you were riding him much even before that, either, my lord. Crap. Now that you mention it. So Sakamoto is feeling like an abandoned puppy? I'm sorry. Sorry for ignoring you. Let me explain. I am a farmer at heart, and I was afraid to go horseback riding. But I still must have hurt you nonetheless, didn't I? Don't worry, I have a job for you today. A special job only you can do. He raises his head and looks at me. Good. Maybe he was desperate for attention, after all. To respond to his desires, I start explaining the mission to him. But he sounds pissed off. If I were to translate that neigh into intelligible language, it would probably be, how dare you make Sakamoto, who has the blood of a dragon, be a charioteer? What a prideful horse, as expected of a homunculus horse created using dragon genes. Prideful and a handful, but I think you're the only one who can do this. He reacts with a twitch. We started this project with Gigantirok in mind. Maybe he's the one fit for the task after all. Nay. Sakamoto neighs angrily. A rough translation would be, don't be silly. There's nothing that other horses can do that I can't. I think it's because he inherited dragon genes that he's so prideful and easily provoked. Fine. I'll do it. I'm going to prove no other horse is above me. Is probably what he's saying right now. I wonder why I feel like we understand each other well. Section. It was then that Sakamoto decided to actually pull the carriage. It was a prototype carriage that had not yet been loaded with passengers. But Sakamoto pulled it and flew. What? He flew? No. I knew he was a dragon horse and could fly, but I didn't expect the carriage to fly with him. The carriage is floating behind Sakamoto. How is this possible? Dragon power. Explains Vale just when I need it. When we dragons fly, we use dragon magic to get rid of the weight. It's only natural that Sakamoto, half my blood, can do the same. She's the one who provided the genetic material for Sakamoto. You see, Sakamoto must have worked his magic all the way to his cargo to make the weight disappear. That's why he can fly with it. Then again, it's only a matter of course since he inherited my powers. After saying all that she has to say, she leaves the scene, probably back to where Junior is. That's a dragon horse for you. All right. The result was beyond my imagination. If the whole carriage floats, we don't have to put on wheels anymore. This is just like a maglev train. We went from a regular train to a maglev carriage. It may seem like too much, but this should solve our problems. If we can get Sakamoto to pull it, we can transport the people safely, comfortably, and as fast as we can. No matter how heavy the load is, Sakamoto can eliminate the weight and travel without any speed loss. The distance between the capital and the expo venue can be traversed in seconds. The faster we could move, the more rest we could take. This should settle things. Section. And so, the following day, Sakamoto's otherworldly maglev carriage was immediately put into operation, transporting many visitors from the capital. Because of its peculiarity, this mode of transportation became a hot topic as part of the Expo. There were even people who came to the Expo just to experience the ride. Sakamoto himself was not happy about imitating a coach, as it seemed to affect his pride, but he was soon in a good mood when he saw the passengers impressed. He and Vale are pretty alike in this regard. It's been a long time since he has played a major role, which consoled the emptiness he feels and solved our problems, so everything turned out okay. On the other hand, I don't blame you, boy. Sakamoto is my lord's favorite horse. We're no match for him. Remember, you also have your good points. Okubo is comforting Gigantirok, devastated to be left out. He's kind and considerate enough to notice his horse's feelings. Chapter 387, Let's Build a Tower. It has been a few days since the Expo was held. Even so, its popularity has not waned, and the number of attendees has been increasing steadily. According to the administration's tally, the most visited pavilion is Letun Pavilion. We were skeptical at first, but the simplicity it offered made it easy to appeal to men and women of all ages. And the fact that it was food. The beans sold like hotcakes, and Letun seemed pleased as punch. My natto is also selling well, says Hawker's Fawn. Seriously? The next most popular pavilion is Vale's. I was surprised to hear that she's also exhibiting. When I asked what kind of theme she was going with, it seemed to be a pavilion introducing bread and udon called the Wheat Pavilion. She baked bread and made udon noodles to showcase the deliciousness of wheat-based food while applying their cooking methods. I was surprised for a moment when I heard she did it all by herself. I knew she could knead bread and make udon noodles, but I guess something about being a dragon makes anything possible as long as they put their heart into it. In any case, it looks like she's trying to create a wheat sensation in the Demon Kingdom, and it's going pretty well. I guess food will always appeal strongly to the masses. At the moment, she's still outdone by Letun because it's hard to imagine the actual product from the title. But she has introduced pastu as a new menu item and is preparing to come up with peperoncino, meat sauce, and Neapolitan spaghetti. Once the greatness of flowery food is known, the battle for the top spot between lettuce Riet and Vale will pop up sooner or later. Besides that, Pole's glass pavilion is also well received for its unusual building. It's made entirely of glass, with transparent walls and roof. People have started calling it the Crystal Palace because of its sparkly and magnificent appearance. Their pavilion is visited day after day. Seeing how lively things are, I also started to think, I want to do something too. It's probably too late now. I thought I'd remain a spectator, but when the actual event started, it seemed more fun than I anticipated. But you know what? I don't think I can beat Lettuce Riet or Vale if I start my own pavilion now. They've already gotten the best candidates. If I'm going to participate in something, it's either I win, or I don't participate at all. So, I'm going to take a different approach. I've got an idea. A monument, sir? I immediately called Mr. Shax to discuss the matter. He's now the chairman of the Expo's administration committee. Yes, I want to build one. A monument is a structure that symbolizes something and bequeaths it to the future. I want to build something that symbolizes the Farm Expo. If that's what you want to do, we can't oppose it. We have plenty of land, so I believe you have all the freedom to do whatever you desire, sir. Now, this is one advantage of setting up the venue outside the city. What kind of monument are you planning to build, if I may ask? A tower. A tower? Mr. Shax looks dumbfounded. You're going to build a tower as a monument, sir? But aren't international expos all about towers? But this is just a local one, sir. Locals, schmookles. It doesn't matter. I want to build a vivid tower and get everyone's attention. So I'm going to build one, and that should be a great addition to the expo. Its construction began as soon as possible. The planned site was a vacant lot a bit far from the actual expo. As I've said many times before, we're located outside the city, so we can expand our ground as much as possible. I call Okubo and his construction-loving peer to start work. Okubo asks, "What kind of tower do you want to build, my lord?" Good question. It's important to share the same image. Our tower's purpose of existence is not for practical use. It's just a symbol to liven up the expo. I want it to look flashy and artistic to catch everyone's attention. Artistic, my lord? Like, with hands stretched. Hands? But it's a tower. And put a face on it. We're putting a face on a tower, and it will shine like the sun. Are you sure you're being original right now, my lord? He's sharp. I can't help it. To tell the truth, the first thing that came to my mind when I heard the word Expo was that we're going to recreate the tower that dazzled the whole world. Anyway, I drew the blueprints and started the actual construction. Thanks to the orc's help, I was able to complete it in no time flat. Otherworldly version of a monument tower. At first glance, its appearance is striking. The flashy colors, the mysterious face, its unremarkable appearance catches everyone's eye from a wide range. What the heck is that? It's a tower, but why does it look so strange? That's art. But to turn the building into an artistic piece itself, how extraordinary. When will this expo's surprises come to a stop? The main reaction was from the craftsmen. They had been immersed in the technical pavilions, but when they saw the monumental tower, they were shocked. It was worth all the effort to build it. True art transcends the boundaries of the world and moves people's hearts. I'm sure all the attendees will leave with that strange image burned into their minds. Amidst my satisfaction. What's that? I hear a voice from the crowd. Look up. Something's falling from the sky. Everyone begins to notice the anomaly. I, too, look up, and sure enough, I see something falling from the sky. A single shining ball of light is descending from the clear sky towards the surface of the earth. It's so bright I mistook it for the sun, but smaller. It, of all things, lodges itself atop the monument tower I just built. What the hell is going on? Even the attendees can't help but pay attention to it now. Just as everyone's eyes were glued to it, there was a movement in the light from the top of the monument tower, lording over many people. It says, "I am Apollo, god of the sun, the most loved by my father's Zeus." Chapter 388, Babel's Tower of the Sun. I am Apollo, the sun god and one of the most beloved sons of Zeus, the apex of the celestial gods. Mine own further will not be released from imprisonment for the next 300 million years due to a certain blunder. In the meantime, it is up to me to rule the skies in his stead. From the very beginning, mine own sister Artemis and I have been in charge of managing the heavens. I will tranquilly fulfill mine own duty until father is released. For that reason, I must develop a new witty one-liner, as well as being in charge of the sun and the daytime celestial operations. I am also the god of art and culture. And speaking of art and culture, do both of those not include comedy? That is why I have been working day and night to develop the perfect gag that will send everyone in heaven, earth, and sea into a burst of laughter. Perfecting mine own gag will also shut up Artemis, the moon goddess, from telling me mine own jokes are lame. But it was on such a day when I was working assiduously that section, the earth seemed clamorous. I thought to mine own self, mine own culture radar is going off. I look to see what is going on and find it to be quite lively. Is there an event? All the people art gathered in one place, making merry. As the god of art, I cannot help but be intrigued by this kind of atmosphere. I wonder if it is a cultural gathering sophisticated enough to be worthy of mine own time? Or so I thought, but upon closer inspection, I was disappointed. It is an event done by the demons, the race created by Uncle Hades art outside mine own jurisdiction. In other words, they are not worth worrying about. Besides, father was imprisoned because the human race that he created was defeated by the demon race. In light of that, you could say I have a grudge against them. I may be interested in cultural gatherings, but if they aren't hosted by the demons, I might as well ignore them. One can cry out loud that there is nothing more pitiable than a cultural gathering disregarded by the god of art. What is that over yonder? Something is being built in a certain section of the demon's little event. Is it not too late to build something when the event is already being held? What art they building, even? A tower? Mayhaps. I remember father saying humanity building towers is a bad sign and must be watched over. This is when the god manual that father's use gave me comes into play. It contains a wealth of detailed information on 666 ways of punishing mankind when they get too cocky. I have heard veteran gods from other worlds have written down their actual experiences, so it is exceptionally reliable. Mine own further had given me this manual to mess with humanity if things go south. I search for the word tower in the index T2222. There it is. It is on page 49,572. The intentions and purposes of humanity when they began to build towers. Okay, what does it say next? The building of towers is evidence of humanity's hubris. It is the desire of man to build taller structures to climb higher than the gods. What? I was not aware there was such a horrible meaning behind it. Thinking about it now, the demons defeated the humans and became the rulers of the earth. And then, there are the celestial gods, who have been manipulating the human race behind the scenes. So it is only logical they want to challenge us. Is that why the tower is a means of ascending to heaven? This is a serious affair. As father's proxy, I must take countermeasures. What should I do? Let us consult the God Manual once more. What to do when mankind starts building towers? Example, mess up their language to avoid communication. That way, they won't be able to cooperate and dare build towers again. Eek. Scary. What horrible things this manual has. I bet whoever wrote this must have been evil. This method is too sinister. As a bright and cheerful sun god, I would like to deal with this in a more peaceful manner. I'm also the god of culture, so I also want a more sophisticated and vivid judgment. What to do? Perhaps it was because I was so absorbed in mine own worries that I neglected to pay attention to mine own footing and slipped. And the place where I fell was a bad spot because I was on the edge of the clouds. Our territory. I fell and went straight to the ground. The realm of the celestial gods is high in the sky. So if you miss your footing, the place you will fall to is, correct, the earth. Section. Still falling. Section. Rumbly. It seems I have fallen all the way to the earth's surface. Ow. It has been a long time since I have done this. In the past, other celestial gods used to fall from the heavens like this. mine own father would deliberately say, "Oh, mine own foot slipped," and would have more mistresses and children upon his return. After the pact was signed, such excuses were no longer acceptable, so our carelessness remarkably reduced. Anyhow, I look around calmly and realize, am I not atop of the tower in question? Oh, and the demons gathered in this event aren't all looking at me. This is like a full house just for me. The demons, on the other hand. What's that? Is that a god? That must be Apollo, the sun god, the most glorious of the celestial gods. Why would a celestial god be at a demon expo? A god has descended. Oh no, the audience is confused. The quality of a real comedian is to provide the audience with laughter and excitement and not give them a dull moment. As the god of culture and art, I must do mine own best to liven up this place. Okay, now is mine own chance to practice mine own new joke at the next round table talk with the gods. A full-blown, laugh out loud joke. I cross mine own arms in a downward position and then woo-hee. I raise mine own arms in the air, right arm, left arm, both arms diagonally upward. Yay! How was that? The shape of mine own arms and torso looks like the letter Y, and chanting yay makes it an advanced gag. It is so advanced even gods do not appreciate it. But can the mortals? Clap, clap, clap. A deity descent. A god is blessing this expo. It doesn't matter if it's a celestial god or an earth god. Thank you, Apollo. Thank you. They like it. Oh, I am so thrilled. If I did this in front of the gods, Artemis would have told me to kill mine own self for presenting a lame joke. How understanding mortals art. What culturally advanced creatures. Or maybe it is because they are demons created by Uncle Hades. It no longer matters what race they are from. We, the celestial gods, bless and protect all human beings regardless of race. Oh yes. There is no reason for people who understand each other's culture to fight. This world is now united through gags. Chapter 389, Art's War. It's me. In my world, the Tower of Babel was the catalyst for the collapse of humanity. Now, this tower I built is about to bring about world peace. Hades, the god of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, were hastily summoned. What is this? I, too, wish to know the same. At the request of Apollo, the sun god, an agreement was made on the spot that all three main deities would protect all of humanity. Celestial deities oft decide by their whims. Well, we have little cause to contest. Be it a celestial deity or not, one does not retract their word. Hence, I am committed. Once uttered, words cannot be withdrawn. Indeed. Thus, Hades and Poseidon swore oaths as gods who rule their respective realms. But let us not forget we're still at the Expo. So many people also witnessed this divine pledge happening. Gods are right in front of us. Is this real, or just a fantasy? What a sublime spectacle. They're so moved, everyone started praying. Well, if the main deities of each realm, though one of them is a substitute, were to come together in one place, it'd be quite the sight to behold for many. I had a hard time explaining to the gods we're not doing an expo. Art thou involved in this endeavor once more, saint? By the way, the scent here is most splendid. Will we get to taste thine cooking once more? Hark, Poseidon. This gathering is intended for mortals, so prithee, intrude not. For a deity to consume the sustenance of humans is akin to an elder seizing a plaything from a child. Even gods were lured by the smell of the food wafting from the pavilions. Hey yay, let's do our best today yay. In other news, Apollo's trademark joke has become popular. Well, no matter how it goes, it's good the world is getting closer to attaining peace. The celestial deities, a major cause of anguish in this world, will probably lie low for the time being. Peace is the best. I hope all that I do also leads to that. Alas. Section. There's a war going on. Things suddenly took a disturbing turn. We're still in the middle of the Expo period, and people hearing about the divine guests brought in more foot traffic. What a perfect day to have a war. A clear, sunny weather is the perfect time for some bloodshed. What are you talking about? This disturbing comment that is inevitably going to get one arrested came from Aileron, the elf. What's wrong, Aileron? It's hard to ignore you, especially after you said something so threatening. I mean, considering her past and all that. What do you mean? They're the ones who asked for a challenge. If so, I must stand tall as a proud artisan. What proud artisan? Oh, I guess that means her. She's been so obsessed with pottery lately that it's crazy. Originally, I had her blast plates as punishment for stealing from my farm, but now she's completely absorbed in her work and acts like a full-fledged potter. She has a pavilion dedicated to pottery at the Expo and seems relatively popular. I was afraid that her ideas would be too unique for anyone to follow, but it seems that's not the case. The dishes she bakes have been circulating in the demon capital for some time, which has earned her some fans. The way the enamel is applied, I can even feel the charm from these distortions. I witnessed this intellectual discussion at Aileron's pavilion. Now, this is where it begins. So, who are you arguing with? Dwarves. I knew it. The two peak subraces, elves and dwarves. They branched off from the demon race as a result of the defeated factions in the Civil War who fled and evolved on their own. Nowadays, they have forgotten their old rivalries and do not hesitate to trade with each other at reasonable times. But a war between the two races is breaking out today. Just why? Speak of the devil. Here they are. As Aileron had said, a group of dwarves marched proudly into the scene. At the head of the group is a familiar bearded man. If it isn't Pops Edward, it's refreshing to see you outside of the farm. Lord Saint. He's the king of the Dwarven Underground Empire. The trend among dwarves is to call him Pops instead of king. We've invited them to my farm a few times to do some of the minute jobs only their race can accomplish. Oh, I see. Pops and Aileron got to know each other there. You two are such close friends. No, we're not. They may react so, but even their objection is in sync. The time will never come when dwarves and elves will understand each other, especially not with this artistically inclined elf. I should be saying that true beauty is found in nature, not in your deliberate artifice. Well, you know what? Beauty is born from the accumulation of steady practice and research. Technique, skill. That is the root of beauty. Sparks are flying between the elf and the dwarf. Right. I think they did have this kind of relationship. Both of them are craftsmen, but they have polar opinions on their definition of beauty. So, every time they meet, they argue like cats and dogs. This is the perfect stage for us. I'm going to expose your amateur skills in front of the masses. You're the one who will be humiliated. I'll show you the moment when the overvalued artisan race will be unmasked. Both of them glare at each other with more hostility than I had imagined. Is what they mean perhaps? You want to stage an art showdown at this expo? Correct. This is a showdown of destiny. The two of them had been arguing for a long time, and now they have the opportunity to make things clear. Who'll reign superior? The beauty of Aileron's respect for nature or Pop's skillfully constructed beauty? A packed expo is the perfect place to decide which art and craft is better. It's also the perfect place to have a jury of judges since the purpose of the event is to attract a lot of discerning people. I have brought the best of the best from our empire. Let's see how they compare to your shoddy work. Very well. How about we decide who wins based on votes? This will finally settle the long-standing ambiguity about who is right. Aileron seemed to be accepting Pop's challenge. I hadn't the faintest idea at the time. Hosting an elf versus dwarf showdown would take the cake at our expo. Chapter 390, King of Craftsmen. And so, it begins, the ultimate showdown of craftsmanship between Aileron and Edward. Will it be Aileron's preaches on natural beauty or Pop's Edward's pride in his superb craftsmanship? The event will be held at the Expo Hall, specifically at Aileron's pottery pavilion. Plates, bowls, and other ceramic items from the elven side are displayed. On the dwarven side, there are exquisitely crafted crowns, guards, and treasured swords. They are lined directly opposite each other. The spectators walk through the room and vote for their favorite at the exit. To prevent block votes, only races other than elves and dwarves are eligible to vote. And to prevent anyone from voting more than once, special magic has been applied to the voting cards. Once a person touches a card, it will leave a trace, and if they pick up another tag, an alarm will go off. This system was all constructed by Belina. They're not pulling their punches, all right. Whatever the case, I could see that they're enthusiastic about this. They both want to prove so badly that they're correct. Aileron's pottery and Pops Edward's smithing. Both of them are masters of their craft, and that's why they want to prove who's superior. Is that it? It's not just a matter of two people's pride, it's a battle between two races as a whole. Hey, elves and dwarves are having a fight over there. What? They've even prepared an event like that? This expo is amazing. Rumors had spread, and spectators had started gathering. Elves and dwarves are both sub-races and unfamiliar to the demon race. Elves, in particular, don't interact with other races, so they are even more mysterious and intriguing. But it's not just the uniqueness of elves and dwarves that draws attention. There are the exhibits too. Are these dwarven masterpieces? The dwarves unsparingly used golden jewels they mined and decorated it with their age-old finesse. Just look at this intricate fretwork. It'd take hundreds of years for a demon craftsman to create something like this. Oh, you can't go wrong with a large emerald. Even the cutting is superb. It became an instant hit. I watched the competition from the sidelines, wondering how this game will turn out. From my amateur point of view, it looks too one-sided. The dwarves' exhibit is a lavish showcase of gold and silver treasures, while the elves is just plain pottery. They're only made of clay. There's no way it can compete with gold, silver, and jewelry in terms of value. I was puzzled as to why Aileron would make a rash move such as this, but, surprisingly, their pottery also received a lot of votes. Nuju has yet again come up with a willful collection. The colors, the shapes, it's like a piece of nature itself. I can see the world in these bowls. Nuju's ceramic artisans have broken new artistic ground. No way. The ballot box on Aileron's side is also filled with votes. A lump of earth is competing with precious metal. Lady Aileron's work is a big boom in the capital, you know. Explains a man standing next to me. I wondered who it was, but it was Mr. Shax, the demon merchant. She is an alchemist who adds more value than pure gold to a mere piece of clay. Depending on the item, a single bowl she makes can be worth a castle. A castle? You think we're in the Warring States period or something? I was beyond astonished, but the foot traffic flowed like a mighty river, uninterrupted. At that time, I heard a shrill voice from the crowd. A scream? Why, how can such a wonderful thing be created by human hands? Master Babegit, we're disturbing the others. We must go. A young man, perhaps a disciple, is desperately trying to control an old man clinging to a glass case, by pole, surrounding the exhibit. This color combination, this distortion, not even my kiln can make this. I'm going to become the apprentice to the genius behind this masterpiece. You know we can't do that, sir. You're a great craftsman who controls the biggest pottery workshop in the capital. No, we have to leave everything behind and start from scratch. If you do that, we'll be left out in the cold. After that, he was dragged away. What was that all about? Well, they seem to be in the same business, but is Aileron really that good to make people go mental? Section. Anyway, while all this was going on, the voting was eventually closed. We will now tally the votes to see which side got the most. The time's here when all your naive grumblings will be proven wrong. Elves, I can't wait to see your smug face distorted in humiliation when the voting is over. Pops and Aileron are back to sending sparks flying with their scowls. Which master craftsman will the goddess of craftsmanship smile upon today? But just before we could open the box, please wait. With just that, everyone's movements stopped. Can't we just call this game off? What? Why now? And who's the girl calling for the cancellation? It's me. Eltrigger, a member of the pottery team. One of the farm's elf teams. The pottery team is led by Aileron, with a little more than a dozen members to help her. Eltrigger is one of them. Leader Aileron and Mr. Edward's works are amazing in their own right. And that's all that matters. It's foul to try to force them to be inferior to the other. What are you talking about, Eltrigger? Team leader Aileron is shocked by the sudden objection of her group members. Got cold feet, have you? Pops Edward laughs. You don't think you've got what it takes to win, so you want to keep things unsettled. Wise decision for an elf, I must say. I mean, your hasty preparations are no match for our ancestral finesse. No, Pops. I agree with her. Huh? A young dwarf steps forward. He's one of Pops Edward's men. Baldwin. What are you talking about? Pops, you've lost sight of what it means to be an artisan. It doesn't matter who's better, does it? I'm not sure what's going on, but it looks like both sides' subordinates are trying to talk some sense into their seniors. Yes, perhaps I forgot something important. It's not natural to be concerned with superiority. One cannot produce good work with that kind of attitude. Did they succeed in persuading them? Well, that was awfully easy. It seems we were in the wrong, Mr. Edward. It's good that each of us has a different approach to devoting ourselves to our work. Beauty comes in many forms, and each shines in its own way. The people committed to each other's paths shake hands firmly. A reconciliation after a fierce clash of arguments. I couldn't ask for a better ending. Yeah, right. What? It was so sudden I couldn't process it at all. The people who turned the tables around went somewhere far from prying eyes. Phew, that was over quick. It wasn't so serious after all. Huh? Were they in cahoots? It was obvious that if we have a clear winner, the loser will suffer a huge loss. Winning is cool and all. But what if you lose? The brand image you've built will be ruined, and you'll lose a lot of orders. Maybe even a life or death crisis. And yet, if all we get out of winning is satisfaction, it's too high risk and too low reward. Why even bother participating in this contest? Good of us to trick them in the heat of the moment. These level-headed subordinates did a good job taking over their leader. Well, let's shelve the voting results. The potential source of disaster. Burn it down to ashes before it creates a breeding ground for future problems. Section. Thus, the elf versus dwarf showdown came to an end. The winner remains unknown at the hands of the two capable retainers. Nonetheless, the event attracted a lot of attention, and both sides have been flooded with new orders. Maybe, just maybe, those two had everything sorted out and stepped in just in time. Chapter 391. Another Holy Sword's murmur. It's me, evil Holy Sword Trace Warts. Don't you remember who I am? I'm a holy sword owned by someone called a saint. It's been hell of a long time since I've said anything, but I'm still alive. I'm not surprised if people started thinking I'm dead after my long absence. I mean, I haven't said a word in ages. Originally, we holy swords were created by Hades to defeat the human race. The system was such that 7 holy swords were to fight and destroy each other, and the last one to survive became the true holy sword and crushed the human race. However, a broken holy sword was restored and overturned the dispute. Then, the demon race defeated the human race and put an end to the war. With that, there was no need for us. How are we supposed to prove our existence after that? It's all over. Our role as holy swords is over. We swords don't have to fight anymore. The human race has been defeated. If so, what are we supposed to do now? Why do we still exist? I brooded my situation for a while. During this time, I didn't care what my owner did or how he handled me. He'd use me as a kitchen knife, a saw, an axe, a sickle, a plane, a chisel, thread scissors, dressmaker's shears, a cake knife, a butter knife, a yolk knife, or even a food processor. Ha, ha. Sorry, I lost my composure there, but I'm not mad, okay? Because I am a holy sword without a role, I should have been thrown away, but I'm grateful that people still find me useful. Be it food, wood, or stone. As long as I can cut anything, it's proof I'm blessed. In fact, I've been enjoying the idea of being able to cut fresh food. Maybe I should just become a knife. The rest of my days might be more enjoyable that way. But, you know, isn't there any turning point for me? There have been many occasions when my owner has used me as a weapon. One of the most memorable was when we went underwater. At first, I wondered what he was thinking. He dipped me, a sword, entirely into the sea. The salt content would have rusted me to death. Or so I thought. But holy swords can't be defeated by mere salt water. And then there's the battle. I don't know what it was, but I was in a series of fights with some of the fiercest mermen ever. Well, my owner won against most of his opponents without me, but the last opponent and his trident, the god of the sea's weapon, It was just a replica, though. Battling another divine weapon for the first time got me so stoked. It reminded me of something I've forgotten, that this is what I was originally created for. It was the best moment of my life. I sense a big wave approaching, but wait, let's not get carried away here. I know that as a sword when I get cocky, I fall into a pit. It's happened to me every time. That's why I must be disciplined this time around. I will not get my hopes up. As I mentally prepared myself, a further festive situation came upon me. Section. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our exhibition room, says a man ostentatiously. I don't know who he is. Must be one of the locals they've hired. You must have been wowed with our various pavilions. You're probably thinking, I've been surprised enough. Nothing more will faze me. However, this expo will prove you wrong. Now, take a look at this treasure and be amazed once again. And with that, the man quickly removes the cloth draped over me. The audience ooze in amazement as they see my blade exposed. Behold, the holy sword. Its name is Evil Holy Sword Swords, and it is a brother sword of His Majesty's in Rot. This is the first time it's being displayed at the Demon Kingdom. I can't believe it. All eyes are on me. Wow. I haven't had this much attention since a human picked me up thousands of years ago. No, the present may be even greater than that. As expected, the race born from the same creator as me. They know how to appreciate my value. Well, I've omitted a few details, so let's talk about that. It all started with an event called an Expo or something. That's what my owner and his friends are into right now. They were planning on various events and were wondering if they could include a showstopper centerpiece. Something rare, something famous, something that makes people want to come and see it just by hearing its name. After much discussion, they chose me. I was to be the centerpiece of the Farm Expo, and so I was placed in a special exhibition hall, surrounded by a crowd of visitors. An exhibition hall, a pavilion built just for me. So, that's a holy sword. The same sword His Majesty carries? What a sinister aura it gives off. Mom, I'm scared. They're looking at me, and they fear me. At the same time, they look mesmerized. That's right. This is exactly what a holy sword should be. I guess I am a holy sword, after all. Not a knife, not a saw. I'm a terrifying weapon that brings death by slashing to all life. It feels good. It feels too good. While I was indulging in the pleasure of being exposed to astonished stares, I'm buying it. Who said that? I'm buying that holy sword. How much? I'll give you as much as you want. Just hand over the holy sword. Who could it be? A shabby old man among the countless onlookers is screaming he wants to buy me. The man in charge of the event gives a troubled look and says, "My apologies, sir, but this holy sword is not for sale. It was borrowed with the promise that it would be returned to its owner." Then let me see the owner. I'm going to buy it directly from them. If I have a holy sword like His Majesty, who knows how much prestige my family will get. Oh dear. I don't blame him for wanting me, but a weakling like him is unfit to be my master. If you're not as strong as my current owner, I'm afraid it's a no from me. Wait a minute. That holy sword belongs to me. How much does the owner want? I can pay 200 gold coins up front. Don't butt in with your cheap negotiation. I can give 500. 1,200. One moment, please. This is not an auction. Please stop making bids. People are fighting over me. There's even money involved. How dare they try to get me for money? Section. And then my owner noticed me lying at his feet and picked me up. This is just like the first time we met. Isn't this my holy sword? Why is it here? Maybe it crawled on its own again? It tends to do that sometimes. What a helpless sword. I have my own pride as a sword. It's better to have someone who uses me as a knife or a saw every day than to have someone incompetent use me as a decoration. Especially if the person I deem as my master is the strongest person on earth. I told it I'd come back to get it later. It gets lonely easily. The sword misses you more than you know. Say what you want. Anyway, as long as my current owner is alive, I'm not going to be wielded by anyone else. By the way, when I suddenly disappeared from the exhibition hall, all the visitors were suspected of theft, and no one was allowed to enter or leave the hall until my owner came running with me. Chapter 392, A Special Guest. It's me. I feel like sensei's not himself lately. Like, he's not lively. No, I don't even know if a lifeless king should even be lively in the first place. Anyway, he looks lonely. I wondered if it was because a lot of us from the farm were busy with the expo. Many orcs, goblins, and other residents stayed behind to do some minor work in the winter, though. Besides, sensei's supposed to have his hands full teaching the students, so I don't think he'd be lonely. Do you want to go to the expo too, sensei? Oh, no, not at all. That's clearly a reaction to someone who hit bullseye. Why not? It's not like it's the first time you're visiting human civilization, right? He's been to Mr. Dorkish's territory to summon the three mother goddesses before. He ventured into his homeland for the first time in 1,000 years and seemed to have had fun interacting with the humans. I say having him join us will be more fun, too. I've changed my mind. Added something thoughtless. Is he referring to when he showed himself to the humans? Lifeless kings are a threat to mankind. Encountering them means death. Because we are unbound by the laws of nature, we disregard the life even of those around us. Where is this all coming from, sensei? I don't think I should casually mingle with the living. Is sensei, perhaps, still bothered by the fact that Mr. Silver Wolf got terrified of him, or that one time he saw a brutal lifeless king during their field trip? It's okay, sensei. We know best that you're kind and not like other lifeless kings. But even the students are swarming around the uncharacteristically timid sensei. Don't feel so down, sensei. You've been nothing but kind to us, guiding us every step of the way. You're not a bad guy. He seems moved by the encouragement from students of all three races. Kids. Having his spirits uplifted, sensei once again leaves the farm to visit human-inhabited land. But this time, just to observe. Section. Since it had been announced in advance a special guest was coming, everyone was restless as they went from pavilion to pavilion. Who's the special guest? Maybe a celebrity. No one even anticipated he was no longer human. As soon as sensei appeared, the expo hall was seized by a paralyzing fear. No, it's a monster. An undead. It's a lifeless king. Among the visitors, many were horrified by the sight of sensei. Some even fainted. Sensei has already suppressed his miasma, so their reactions were purely out of fear toward a lifeless king. I knew it, just when sensei was about to be broken-hearted. I'm so glad you came, sensei. Demon King Zedden welcomes sensei with open arms. Even he has come today. Oh, did you come here to meet me, by any chance? Of course, I was one of your students, too. I remember the Demon King once lived a secluded life at the farm and learned magic from sensei. Now, he's here to return the favor. Don't forget about me, Great Demon King. The Demon King's father and predecessor. He is a lover of culture and has been heavily involved in hosting this event. Oh, I am ever so grateful. Sensei's so moved he looks like he's about to cry at any moment. As for the surrounding crowd, it's His Majesty. Has the father and son made peace with each other? They've come here to greet a lifeless king. Is he that important of a person? What if today's special guest is him, His Majesty, the Great Demon King? A lifeless king. Which one is the most important guest? I can't tell. Maybe it's the three of them? Anyway, thanks to the royal warm welcome, the atmosphere around sensei mellowed out. Come, sensei, let's to the expo together. And if you like, you can visit the capital afterward. I'd love to show you various places of interest. A lifeless king's visit to the capital shall become a millennium commemoration. May you enjoy yourself to the fullest. Sensei is smothered with tears of gratitude to be treated as a state guest by the highest authorities. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad to have come here. Let's keep it a secret that I felt like a grown-up grandson who had come to the city to frolic with his grandfather during this time. Anyway, I'm just glad sensei seems to be enjoying the expo in his own way. Section. Oh yeah, in addition to the Demon King and the Great Demon King, another demon was talking to sensei. He seemed to be a bigwig, but he gave off such a lax vibe. He looked like a regular Joe to me. He's one of the Heavenly Four and the commander of the army, Belphegamilia. That's him? I'd heard rumors, but I'd never met him before. Oh, It's you. I've heard about you. So have I. Coming here was a hassle, but I've always wanted to meet you in person. Sensei and Mr. Belfgamilia shake hands. What is this familiar atmosphere? It's like they know each other already. He is the apprentice of an acquaintance of mine, so I know him, says Sensei. What's that supposed to mean? I should have said my regards sooner, knowing His Majesty is acquainted with you, a member of the 3 wise and 1 folly like my master. But I'm just so lazy that I understand. You were that man's apprentice, after all. And then, they laugh it off like 2 sophisticated people in their world. According to the details of the conversation, Mr. Belfgamilia was apprenticed to one of the strongest lifeless kings, a sage, and was taught a secret breathing technique that allowed him to gain strength comparable to that of a lifeless king. My brain can't keep up. Chapter 393, Expo Attendees, Part 1. My name is Victorine, a magic engineer of the demon race. A magic engineer adjusts, improves, or restores the quality of a tangible object through magic. And what tangible objects am I in the middle of tuning? Monsters. Some anthropomorphic monsters spawning from dungeons can be of service to us. During the war with the human race, many of them were deployed to the front lines. However, that war has ended, and the demand for such monsters is rapidly falling. Can't you do something about this? The client requested that I modify the monsters to become stronger and more ferocious. The sight of a monster, far more powerful than before, would stimulate the desire of the higher-ups in the army to wage war. No, I want you to tune them to become friendlier and more apt at minor work. No worries. I, Victorine, a tech genius, have it all figured out. I will create the strongest and the most brutal monsters that surpass even His Majesty's power. Section. It took over a year after the war, but it was worth it. The ultimate modified monsters are finally here. I call these custom orcs destroyers. I used orcs as the base body because they were the most convenient. Giant demon ogres have the highest base combat power. For that, it's valuable yet lacks impact even when modified. Goblins, on the other hand, are small and hard to remodel. Skeletons are nothing but bones, so that's a much bigger challenge. So I went with an orc, which is the most ideal of them all. The results of the modifications were terrific. The magic makes their conventional strength 1.7x stronger. Not only that, but in a controlled test, the time it took an orc to defeat a skeleton was reduced by 17%. I recognize their performance is close to that of the warrior orc, a mutant species. I hope you don't mind me tooting my horn right now, as this will all soon go away. Many people, including the Demon King, will see my custom orcs performance. I hear there is a fitting place to showcase my masterpiece, an expo. It feels like it has been forever since the last one, but that is not the important point. People say there's an extraordinary orc there. How cheeky of them to disregard my masterpiece. I shall make haste and head for the expo to crush that cocky orc with mine. I bet it will be crowded. It's the perfect venue to attract attention and advertise my achievement. Onward, my destroyers. The stage is set for your debut. Section. When I got to the expo, my masterpiece's debut match was over in a heartbeat. What? I scream as I witness the unbelievable reality. My orc was pulverized, his entire body blown off with just his opponent's finger. I don't feel good about this, says the other orc. Wait, says, our brethren modified to look like a commodity. It's as if we are treated like mere objects. The orc speaks like he has an ego of his own. Anthropomorphic monsters don't even have the wit to talk, let alone have self-consciousness. I can't say it was done with good intentions. I accepted your challenge out of modesty, but I hope this is the last time we'll have such a pitiful match. Madame, admonishes the orc in a gentlemanly tone. What in the world is this orc? Not only did he blow away my masterpiece with a flick of his finger, but he was fluent in the language and had the wisdom to criticize his opponent. No, this is some kind of mistake. The orc I have poured my heart and soul into improving shouldn't be defeated. Fight my next custom orc. Destroyer 3. There's still more? 3 is the most successful of all my custom orcs. Surely the previous one just wasn't modified enough. Oh dear. What's going on? How could you treat our kind like objects? I suppose I'll just have to show you an absolute and decisive defeat that cannot be distorted in any way. Then, it didn't even take him a second to defeat Destroyers 3 till 8. Not even a bunch of my creations were a match for him. Take it easy, Orcubo. A goblin calls out to him from the sides. Were goblins always capable of human speech? Your opponent wouldn't even last a moment if you get serious. We have an audience, so we need to liven things up. It is because of the surrounding audience that I wanted to show them monster modification is of no benefit. Don't you feel the same way, Gobukachi? Well, I agree, but still. Even this goblin feels like he's not your run-of-the-mill monster, are they? Perhaps mutants. A warrior orc and a Spartan goblin. Maybe. Among orcs and goblins, it is said that some mutate in extremely rare cases and become dozens of times stronger. If such mutated individuals appear on the battlefield, the results will be beyond astonishing. My work to remodel orcs is also aimed at mutated warrior orcs, but now there's actually a warrior orc here. You're mistaken, madame. Huh? If he's not a warrior orc, then what is he? When warrior orcs mutate further, they become legatus orcs. Huh? If they mutate even further, they become a Julius Caesar orc. That's me. 3-staged mutation? How is that possible? The chance of just one mutation is about 1 in a few tens of thousands. I feel faint. By the way, Gobukachi over there has also mutated thrice. I'm a Susanoo Otake higher goblin. The shock is too much for me to take in all at once. 2 3-stage mutants. That's like a probability of 1 in trillions or 10 quadrillions. Compared to that, my modified orcs are but a child's plaything. There you two are. And then, someone new comes along. I was spooked, only to find out they looked normal. I heard there was some kind of commotion. I was worried, so I came to see things. Isn't your demo match coming up soon? Indeed, my lord. But this guest challenged me with her own orcs. I apologize for straying from your original plans. My lord, that's what this 3-stage mutant calls this ordinary man. Is he their owner? Their creator? Please tell me. Huh? What? I cling to the man. Please tell me the secret to creating high-performance monsters that even mutated thrice. I admire your skills. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't take credit for Orcubo and Gobukachi's growth. They did that on their own. No, it's as if this orc and goblin have their own personality. If I had to say, it's probably love. Love? The more you love them, the stronger they become. I see. What I lacked was love. I never went beyond that point because I just saw the orcs as commodities. I see now. You have awakened me to the truth. Is that so? I will now treat my orcs with love. I believe they will grow to perform miracles. For love is the power to believe in miracles. I will raise my orcs to great heights with all the love I can muster. What was that all about? I suppose she's at that age where she wants to devote herself to her passion. Chapter 394, Expo Attendees, Part 2. My name is Bebegit, and I cry every day. Even after blasting plates for more than 50 years, I can't make the one plate of my desires. I thought I was the best ceramic artist in the Demon Kingdom, but I was wrong. I was shown the most bizarre dishes by the great Demon King one day. Since then, I lost all confidence in calling myself the best potter in our nation. The colors and shapes used in those plates were beyond the realms of common sense. I tried making a plate that would surpass that, but I just couldn't. I couldn't even imitate them, let alone come close to their wonder. Even if I use vivid colors, I can't decide what paint to use. The eccentric shapes lose their durability, and worst of all, they would crack while in the kiln. Despite making mistakes over and over, I wasn't getting anywhere. When I first started, I was optimistic that I could make it regardless of the hardships along the way. I was proud I was the best potter in the world. With the skills and know-how I had cultivated in my job, there was nothing I couldn't do. Alas, my 50 years worth of confidence was shattered at once. I feel like my heart is about to break. I never thought I'd encounter a situation like this in my later years. What was my life as a craftsman before this moment? Stop acting shocked, and get back to work. Sir. What the heck, lad? I am working. I've been blasting plates for 470 hours non-stop. I'm asking you to blast ordinary plates. You're just making strange shapes and colors that aren't even selling. It's nothing more than a pastime. Working 470 hours non-stop? More like ditching work for 470 hours non-stop. Shut up. You'll always be half a man because you don't understand the transcendent value of these plates. Go blast some white, round, and boring plates. Snap. Okay, sorry, but I will not stop blasting plates. I'm old enough to be retired, and you're more than able to run this place on your own. I'm confident your plates have brand power, sir. It's just that the Great Demon King makes the weirdest requests. I think so, too. Oh well. Shall we go out then, huh? Where to? So you really don't know there's an expo going on, do you, sir? I hear they're exhibiting those weird Nuju plates you're so crazy about. What? Nuju's latest products. Some of their products are worth tens or even hundreds of gold coins, depending on the item. And to think they're put on exhibit at the moment. I also heard their creators will be there too. Doesn't that strike you as odd? I mean, we knew nothing more than their name till now. What? The creator I've been dying to meet is present. After all my attempts of personally reaching them through all kinds of means to no avail, we shouldn't be staying here. Let's head for the expo, pronto. I knew you'd say that, sir. Ah, if only this would be some kind of trigger to make you give up hopeless. Section. We're here at the Expo's venue. I didn't expect it'd be outside the capital. I was stupefied even before we got here. We got on an outrageous carriage pulled by a mysterious flying horse. My apprentice accompanied me without hiding his intention to act as my chaperone. What we're looking for is most likely in this place called the Pottery Pavilion. Apparently, there are ceramic plates and other containers on display. Oh, would you like to drop by the Natto Pavilion first, sir? No, I ain't stopping anywhere. I'm going straight to the Pottery Pavilion. It's a chance meeting with the creator of those odd plates. It's only natural I'm making a beeline for it. And so, I arrived at the crucial site. Today must be my lucky day, for I witness a face-off with dwarves. Nuju's craftsmen sure have pierced the heavens to be able to compete with the dwarves, who are claimed to be the best in the field. I'm going to become an apprentice to the craftsmen behind these masterpieces. You know we can't do that, sir. Despite being rebuked by my apprentice, I did not leave the venue until the end of the event. I circulated the venue many times and cast my vote after receiving a slip. All the votes you made after that are invalid. Unfortunately, my fed-up apprentice left me and enjoyed the other pavilions by himself during this time. Were you here the whole time, master? The tempura udon and yakisoba pizza were really good. You know, he really is enjoying himself to the brim. After the event was over, I finally got to do my meet and greet section. To think the master artisans I truly respected were elves. But it makes sense. Only elves can stand on equal footing with dwarves, the world's best craftsmen. Please make me your apprentice. Why is he prostrating himself out of nowhere? The elf master was taken aback. She is but a young lady. Not that age has anything to do with skills. I beg it, may be old, wrinkled, and not even half as skilled as you, but I'd like to take my skills further under your guidance till I die. I like your way of thinking. Ask me anything you want. How good-natured. A master craftsman who produces such masterpieces. Her open-mindedness is also of a different caliber. Didn't I tell you we can't, sir? Lad, if it were known that you, the owner of the guild, has become an apprentice to another school, our reputation would drop like a rock. Please don't do anything rash for the sake of the dozens of people who work for you. You idiot. A craftsman should hone his skills rather than defend his position. Such self-protection is what corrupts the art. Drats. It's hard for me to refute that. A craftsman should never stop learning till their last breath. No, wait. Then, a different elf from Lady Aileron interrupts our conversation. Perhaps she's another member of their workshop? Oh, what is it, Eltrigger? I'm going to take this opportunity to say that we, too, are having a hard time with your weird plates. Weird plates? Sudden mutiny? I admit that there is artistry in your plates, but they are too difficult to handle and not good for daily use. We just got an order recently from Lord Saint to make plain ones. Seriously? Master Aileron is shocked. Was she not informed? No, I thought I was giving Lord Saint a delightful meal experience with our creative tableware. I'm sure that was the case initially, but recently, our priority has been placed on artistry. Anyone would have trouble handling such plates, nonchalantly replies the other elf. Ah, could she be the vice leader? I believe it's time we go back to our roots and stick to more economical, plain-looking tableware. No, Lord Saint aside, I have fans all over the nation waiting for my academic and cubist containers. We can't change course now. I feel you, Master. I'm also one of those fans. Besides, our products are among the fastest selling goods at Pandemonium, the highest priced, too. Don't we also need to raise funds for the Elven Forest Restoration Project? Maybe so, but our first priority should be Lord Saint's order. No, no, no. I want to blast distorted containers. I feel you, Master. A craftsman's true craftsmanship lies in following their heart's desire. I think it's about meeting the client's requirements. I agree with you, Mom. Please keep on making distorted plates forever and ever. My master and I understand each other. On the other hand, my apprentice and the vice leader exchanged sighs and shook hands firmly. Why does it seem like they share a common woe of having a troublesome superior? And then, a dwarf apprentice approaches them and lays his hands on top of the others. It's as if they formed an alliance to keep their burden of a boss in check. Chapter 395, Expo Attendees, Part 3. My name is Luciferago, the eldest son and supposed heir to the throne. That didn't happen because my youngest brother, Zed, staged a coup. He, who had always been a man of good character, was said to be a great general on the battlefield and a great prime minister in domestic affairs. I, too, had high hopes for him. I jokingly thought to myself, he might as well be the next Demon King, but I wasn't expecting it to actually happen. Even most of my retainers turned to his side. They said Zedden was more suitable to be the Demon King than me, the Crown Prince, because, like my father, I loved culture and promoted fine arts. I held balls every day to not be outdone by my father and hired various artists and writers in our reception room. But it seems that was considered squandering to them. They feared our nation's doom if I became king. And so, they let Zedn, the most capable of my younger brothers, rise to power. They're overreacting. I only spent half of our national budget. But when I told that to their faces, I was severely criticized. Hence, I am now living a modest life as a feudal lord instead of the Demon King I should have been. I should be thankful that I'm still alive because a prince who loses in a power struggle is meant to be killed. However, the territory is managed by a magistrate, and I have no control over it. It's like they're telling me they're letting me live out of pity. So I should just spend my remaining days peacefully till I die a natural death. I thought that if I lived, the situation would change for the better, and I might have come back, but we're talking about a competent Zedn here. I thought it might be a good chance for me to rally due to his disappearance or something. But no. He returned to the scene in a blitz, wiping out all the frivolous people who took advantage of the opportunity. The remaining rebels, which he couldn't eliminate during his initial reign, were eradicated thoroughly. Immediately after that, the human kingdom collapsed and thus ended the human-demon war. Having accomplished the feat no previous demon king had been able to accomplish, Zedn's system was now firmly in place. He had successfully married and had an heir, so he had no more openings. It's over. Amidst my desperation when I realized that my obscure lifestyle would last forever, I received a letter from Zedn. I was super scared. Why wouldn't I be? It's a letter from my brother, who achieved complete supremacy as the Demon King. It'll come to me as no shock if he wrote there's no reason to keep me alive any longer, so they'll send me to the grave. Alas, there is no poison bottle included in the package. I open and read it with trepidation. You are invited, is what's written in it. We're hosting an expo. I remembered you were very fond of such events, so I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to the capital and rekindle our brotherly relations. Is he joking? I was forced into the depths of the countryside and made into a titular feudal lord. Does he think he can just summon me on a whim, and I'll obediently comply? I have the pride of a man who was once the crown prince, a man who was supposed to be the demon king. I will butter up to no victor even after my loss. I'm not afraid of being captured and executed or anything of the sort as soon as I arrive at the capital. Sorry, that's a lie. That's actually what I fear most. Out of pride and fear, I ignored my brother's letter. Sometime later, I received a letter from my father as well. He wrote, "My dear son, I heard you have not responded to your brother's request. Have you perhaps grown so weak that you cannot even hold a plume? I am worried about you. I would also like to see my beloved son after a long time, so I hope you'll come. You really love expos, don't you? When you were the crown prince, you even hosted expos for 17 months in a row. Father must be an old retired man now that Zedn has taken away all his power. It wouldn't be surprising if he was ordered to take part in luring me out. As the eldest son, Father loved me most. He pampered me so much that he branded me as an unfit successor. I won't go to the capital, even if my beloved father asks me to. So, I rejected all invitations and stayed in my territory. But then, he came. Section. Who are you to ignore them when told to come? I am Lucifer Rago, the former first candidate for the next Demon King. I have a broken holy sword at my throat. Do you think you have the right to refuse His Majesty's request? If so, you're being outrageously presumptuous. So much so that you're not worth keeping alive. Yeep. I can't believe you made me come all the way up here to the mountains. You know I find this kind of stuff annoying, don't you? Are you trying to pick a fight by making me go through all this trouble? No, absolutely not. This man would have been the Demon King if times had been better. Belphegamilia. I think he's part of the Heavenly Four right now. Didn't I tell you when you were exiled from the capital that it was His Majesty's mercy to keep you alive, so you must be grateful to him every day? Then why are you ignoring his letter? Have you become so dumb you can't even read? No, but you also told me that if I ever set foot in the capital again, I wouldn't live to see another day. His Majesty's order takes precedence over such things. You're incompetent to fail to make that level of judgment, so you deserve to be exiled like this. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I'm responsible for not doing something about it. Even though I knew how foolish you are, I had no choice but to deal with the hassle and come over. Now choose. Either you die here and now, or you go to the capital and be executed in front of His Majesty. Doesn't that mean I'm going to die either way? What horror! The most fearsome person in the New Kingdom, represented by Zedn, is Belphegamilia. On the surface, he acts like a lazy, useless person, but behind the scenes, he is willing to do whatever it takes to get rid of anyone in his way. The reason why naive Zedn is somehow able to serve as the Demon King is Belphegamilia's role as a brute behind the scenes. I know this best because I was their political enemy. If Zedn hadn't stopped him, Belphegamilia would have killed all my brothers and relatives who had a shot at the throne. After that, he still threatened to kill me if I showed even the slightest suspicious behavior. It also scares me that some of my brothers, who ignored the threat and complained about it, were never heard from again. Zedn wraps them up with benevolence, while Belphegamilia corners them with austerity. It is through their compatibility that the current regime is firmly established. Then let us go. I don't have time to waste on scum like you, and neither does His Majesty. Okay. Thus, I went to the capital I thought I'd never be able to see again. Section. When we got there, I was unexpectedly greeted warmly. Brother, thank you for coming. And from the Demon King himself. My youngest brother, Zedn, holds out his arms and embraces me. We were worried when you didn't respond to our letters. I didn't expect you to actually come personally. Well, I live in the mountains, so communication can be quite inconvenient. Belphegamilia is still keeping watch on me from among the audience, so I must interact with my brother not as a royal relative but as a retainer. Otherwise, I'd be losing my life. I am truly honored a retainer like me was invited by Your Majesty. Of course. You're my brother. It is by Your Majesty's mercy that I have lived, even though my head was beelined for the guillotine. I have no choice but to repay this favor with my loyalty. This is the right response, right? He won't kill me, will he? I glance back and see Belphegamilia nodding. Yes. Well then, let's go to the Expo. Don't you adore expos, brother? Belphegamilia can also come with us. Let the three brothers enjoy themselves to their heart's content today. It's a hassle, but I'll come along." Zedden said it so casually, but Belphegamilla's true identity is one of the many children born to various women by our father, Bal. His mother was a maid of low status, so he had no right to inherit the throne and was not recognized. But when he showed his capabilities, Zedden took him into his service. Perhaps because of his background, he's strict with the Demon King's family other than Zedden. For some reason, Zedden is the only one who receives special treatment, and it is because he responded to the officer's request that he rose to the throne. In response to his achievements, Zedden publicly adopted him, a commoner, into the inheritance of the corrupted Holy Sword via Gelb and made him a member of the Heavenly Four. Even though it wasn't officially recognized, it was a procedure that could only be done by those related to the Demon King's family. In any case, as long as Belphegamilia is around, Zedden's position as king would be secure. Putting that aside, the Expo is fun. Super fun. Chapter 396, Expo Attendees, Part 4. My name is Gomame, and I am a mermaid. Or maybe I should say was a mermaid. I no longer have that graceful, shimmering, scale-covered tail fin. Only two ugly legs extend from my hips. I live not in the sea filled with beautiful seawater but on hell-like land. The reason why I live here is that I'm a criminal. I committed a certain crime and was permanently banished to the land. It's a punishment recently established in the Mermaid Kingdom. Princess Platy, the genius of the royal family, developed a humanizing potion with semi-permanent effects. I guess you could say I'm the first convict to receive this punishment. Are you wondering what crime I committed to receive such a harsh punishment? In hindsight, I might have done something crazy. I posed as royalty and dined in food establishments without paying. Best restaurants near me. We're not talking about simple dining and dashing here, okay? At Tookie's Market, the largest fish market in the nation, I ate every bit of freshly caught seafood I could get my hands on. Unfortunately, among those was metallic platinum silver sea urchin, a super rare, high-end food meant to be offered to the royal family. It was super delicious. However, Princess Platy, looking forward to eating the said delicacy, was fuming mad. She imposed a heavy sentence of exile to land. According to a theory, the princess's rage made her perfect the humanizing potion. Either way, I've leveled up from a cheap bilker to a serious offender. I am forced to live a completely different life on land than I did at sea. But once you get used to it, life here isn't as hard as you might think. As a mermaid, I know how to compound potions. Though they're not as good as those who are called witches, my potions still sell like hotcakes to the land dwellers clueless about medicine, and I'm able to earn good money. Now, I have my store in the Demon Kingdom's capital, the most prosperous place on land. I even deliver products to their castle. Just when my life on land is becoming smooth sailing, I heard a strange rumor. Mermaid medicine is being sold at an expo held recently on the capital's outskirts, at the Mermaid Pavilion. Yeah? They explain the process of making medicines quick and easy. They're even selling their finished products there, I hear. Apparently, they're more effective than the ones at this store, so this one's probably on the verge of bankruptcy. Since I run an apothecary, rumors like that come from time to time. I was skeptical. As a mermaid, I know better than anyone how strange it is that mermaid potions appear on land. Are there other mermaids like me who have been banished here? To be honest, I can't think of any other way to explain the potion's appearance. I decided to take a day off to visit the expo and see if there was any truth to the rumors. It's a bigger event than I expected. The space is packed with visitors, and the pavilions are all high level. Which of these sells mermaid potions? I think it's called the Mermaid Pavilion or something. Oh, this one's the natto pavilion. Whoops, but the natto is delicious. I eventually found the Mermaid Pavilion despite the detours along the way. The exterior is very exquisite, with a design that reminds me of the bottom of the sea. Ugh, the homesickness is killing me. No matter how much life on land is going well, I can't erase my nostalgia. I want to eat sea urchins. I wonder what kind of outcast mermaids run this place. I went into the pavilion to check. The inside is even more mermaid-like than I thought. The explanation of the displayed potions is spot on. It's like I'm in a mermaid school of magic. Can they really present this to foreign nations so casually? The detailed explanations worried me, but it was also no wonder this place was packed day after day. And then, there's the souvenir corner. As if to confirm the rumors, mermaid potions are lined up everywhere. To conclude, it's real potions only mermaid compounders can make. Both the ingredients and the compounder's magic are indispensable to create this unique concoction. That's why it's impossible for any other race to imitate the potions. No doubt mermaids are involved in this, but just who is operating behind the scenes? It's obvious at a glance. The high quality of the potions in the souvenir section reflects the skill of the mermaid who made it. The person who concocted these potions is definitely a compounder with much higher skills than me. If these potions were to be sold in the capital, my store would surely go out of business. Seriously, who made these? Excuse me. Yes? One of the pavilion people comes running up to me, baby in her arms, entertaining customers while babysitting. Oh, well, these potions look like they were carefully made. Not many potions of this level exist even in the Mermaid Kingdom. My, you can tell? You have quite the discerning eye, Mom. Why does she look so happy, as if she's being praised? I'm surprised I'm meeting a customer who can tell the difference. You must be very knowledgeable to have gained that much insight on land, aren't you? Oh, no. I was a former mermaid, you see. Pardon? I should be allowed to say that I'm a former mermaid, as a potion forcefully transformed my tail fin into a hip with 2 legs. But it's been so long since I've encountered things that remind me of home that I can hardly contain my homesickness. Is it possible to meet the creator of this potion by any chance? At least interacting with one of my kind would suffice. Wait. You're that bilker who drank and ate your way through the market by impersonating me. Now that she mentions it, her face, her huge chest, and her sublime genius aura, this very person is Princess Platy. Why are you here, Princess? I'm the organizer of this pavilion. The other pavilions aside, this is the only place where we sell medicines directly to the public. No, before that. Why is the Princess of the Mermaid Kingdom, Platy, on land? The potions in this souvenir shop were made by the princess? No wonder they're so high quality, but should she really be selling these priceless goods as mere souvenirs? Sorry, I didn't recognize you at a glance. It happened so long ago that I forgot about it. Likewise, Princess. I didn't expect to see Princess Platy on land, and the baby she is carrying is hers? Huh? You live in the demon capital now? That's admirable, living well on your own while exiled on land. No, Princess, I just got lucky. What is this turn of events? I was young back then, and I was so mad at someone for stealing my food that I banished them from the country. But they're delicious, aren't they? The metallic platinum silver sea urchins. Yes, they were. I've gone through a lot since then. I've learned that there are many other delicious foods besides sea urchins. Stir-fried vegetables, pork cutlets. Meeting my husband was quite the eye-opener. Princess. You're drooling, and it's getting all over your child. Anyway, the present me now has the capacity to forgive what happened in the past. Let's get you out of banishment. Phew. I never thought that my dream of returning to the Mermaid Kingdom would be realized here. I guess hope just comes knocking at your doorstep one day. Yay. Or not. Huh? I just remembered something. When I got word that the Demon Kingdom wanted to arrange a marriage with me, I wondered where they got the information. I mean, communication doesn't come and go between land and sea very easily, does it? Ah, right. I think Princess Platy was involved in a marriage controversy. I heard rumors about it, though I did not know the outcome. I guessed some banished mermaid was talking bad about me on land. She looks at me, a resident of the demon capital. It was you, wasn't it? Wait. No, Princess. I think I have an idea. Every time I drank at the bar, I felt like I was bad-mouthing Princess Platy, who sentenced me to exile. And that story somehow ended up with the demon bigwigs. Wait. It was just on impulse. But why would they use trash talking as an indicator of finding a bride? Anyway, my pavilion is in need of more staff, especially in the souvenir section, which requires a lot of expertise. We were relying on our mermaid students, but Teach Carp said the school prohibits part-time jobs. Princess Platy firmly grabs me by the shoulders. Aren't you free right now? I got a my condolences look from the baby. From then on, I closed my store and worked part-time at the pavilion until the expo was over. If I work hard here, I might be able to see my way back to the sea. Chapter 397, Unexpected Guests. Elven Bandits Invade. My name is Ito. As an elven outcast, I am only allowed to incorporate half of the sacred word El into my name. Unfit to live in the forests of my homeland, I was forced to run away and wander aimlessly. The number of my kin who have come to stay with me has increased, and before I knew it, we have become a large family. A group needs its own name, so we called ourselves the Whirlwind Sleevecutters. In this day and age, the only occupation for elves separated from their forest is banditry. Our group started stealing from the rich, becoming a notorious band of thieves feared in every major city. In the elven world outside the forest, Whirlwind Sleevecutters and Thunderstorm Stonecutters are the twin peaks of bandit groups. Recently, Thunderstorm Stonecutters, who competed with us in the viciousness of their thievery, suffered great damage when their leader was caught. We have not heard from them since, so they've either disbanded spontaneously or are taking their time to make a comeback. In other words, we, the Whirlwind Sleevecutters, were in charge in the meantime. We can enter any mansion we want without bumping into any rival. Time to steal from the rascals again today. Section. Now, ladies, let's get down to business. A total of 78 members of the Whirlwind Sleevecutters had gathered together in a secret hideout. We got work, boss. Do we have a new target? They're already excited. I reply in a placid manner, maintaining my dignity as the leader of the group. The place we're going to steal from this time is big. If we succeed, we may all be able to live happily ever after. No kidding. Such a big treasure trove has little to no security, even less work, more gain, low risk, higher return. I found such an ideal place to steal. It's an expo. Expo? That's right. There is an expo being held on the outskirts of the demon capital right now. It's teeming with Nuju products that have been talked about for a long time. Nuju, as in, the brand? The same brand that has recently appeared on the market like a glittering star, taking everything by storm. The demon celebs are coveting it, and the prices are said to be at an all-time high. Thanks for the explanation, my fellow members. It's very much the same Nuju. The expo is sponsored by its creators. We've been unable to locate their workshop, but this is our chance. We will infiltrate the hall as soon as possible and bring back a handful of treasures. Boss, I'd like to say something. A member of the group raises her hand. We, the Whirlwind Sleevecutters, are chivalrous thieves. We should rob not the poor but only the rich, especially the corrupt merchants and crooks who are raking it in through unjust means. Yes, is the other party committing a series of misdeeds to deserve to be stolen? Hey, everyone sure has their fixations. Sure, I, the head of the group, haven't forgotten our pride. If we steal from the filthy scoundrels, which is how our group and the Thunderstorm Stonecutters gained a reputation. It's okay, Nuju checks out as a target we should steal from. Really? Whatever did they do wrong? Well, let me tell you, they didn't do anything wrong. Huh? Hear me out. They haven't done the common misdeeds of the world, but they have an unforgivable flaw. Even more so for ourselves. For ourselves? What do you mean, boss? Let me make a big announcement. There is an elf among the artisans working for Nuju. What? They should see the looks on their faces. We elves are a race that lives with the forest. Even if we leave our home, we do not forget our life there. We don't sleep under a roof. That is the elven pride. Yeah, but the elves working for Nuju have forgotten that and are living under roofs and working with fire, just like the filthy demons and humans. Should elves allow themselves to do any of that? Unforgivable. Shame on them. It is an insult to all of ourselves. They deserve to be punished. Everyone's angry, aren't they? I feel the same way. The elves who have forgotten their pride deserve divine punishment. Therefore, I've decided that the Expo Hall will be our next target. Steal the luxury goods they've created from abandoning their elven pride and sell them off for dirt cheap. Divine punishment. The will of our group has been firmly established. With everyone joining forces, we are now ready to ambush the Expo section. Night. If there are bandits sneaking in, it's at night. The Expo site at night is completely different from daytime, with not a single person in sight. No one's really here, right? Even though it was after opening hours, I was wary that there would at least be soldiers on guard, but in reality, we were able to sneak in very easily. There's carelessness, and there's this. Are the managers of this venue idiots? This whole place lacks security. It's as if they're asking us to steal anything and everything. Well, if they're that stupid, it's good for us. Everything here is finders keepers if they're not wary of thieves. I'm sure you girls know already, right? We will only steal 4 kinds of things: pottery, leatherwork, woodwork, and glasswork. A preliminary check revealed that the elves are involved in the production of only those 4 types of products. If we touch anything else, we will lose our pride as chivalrous thieves. This is only a punishment for the elves who have broken their pride. Okay. We know, boss. All right. Our first stop was the pavilion where the pottery was displayed. Some of the pottery there is said to be worth several hundred gold coins. I don't understand how a mere lump of clay can be worth that much, but I'm sure I'll make a fortune just getting one. Would you look at that? We're already here. So this is the pottery pavilion. Okay, we're here to get some souvenirs. I step inside the pavilion. But at that moment, a huge face stood right in front of me. Ah, a face? A face with a graffiti-like structure, but a face as huge as my entire body appeared as soon as I stepped into the pavilion. Is this a ghost? I thought there was no one. Harry. It's an evil spirit. Is that a magical creature in spirit form? You mean to say they had such a thing lurking here and were using it as security? No wonder this place is empty. Run. Our powers are no match for an evil spirit. The arrows are just going straight through its body. Didn't I tell you our attacks don't work? Theirs can pack a punch, though. It's unfair. We must have activated a trap or something because it won't stop coming after us. Their numbers are increasing. We're being surrounded. There's nowhere to run. Surrounded by a swarm of spirits, our way out was sealed. Thus, our mission turned out to be a huge flop. Chapter 398, Another Elven Court of Law. And, it's me again. I found a group of elf bandits tied up when I came to the Expo this morning. A shocking sight. I traverse between the farm and the Expo site by magic, so I get to go home at night and sleep. Then, in the morning, I go to the venue to prepare for another busy day. This is my routine during the Expo, but today's happening is a first. Many strange elves are lying on the ground. Something's standing guard so they don't escape. What are those? Ghosts? They look the kind that you'd see in children's picture books. White balloons with eyes and noses scribbled with a Sharpie. Are they really ghosts? Oh, the djinns boot up. Djinn? What's that? They're a defensive system I put up for security. If anyone trespasses at night, those spiritual creatures will either catch or drive the intruders away. We had such a thing, Platty. All our displays attract attention, so people are bound to think of something wicked. It's only natural to be cautious. She has a point. Sensei and Bellina made the djinns, so they're a lot more powerful than normal. Some of them were made by students as hands-on practice, though. So, who are these elves the djinns have captured? Ito, is that you? Asks Aileron, who came with us. Do they know each other? Well, they're both elves, so I guess it's likely we're in the same business. Or should I say was? Why did she rephrase her statement? Because I've already said my goodbyes to bandit life. I've decided to follow the path of pursuing beauty and bowls. She has completely awakened to the path of a potter. From the look of things, I'm guessing these elves are bandits. Most likely after our Expo's exhibits. A dozen of them are tied up, all of whom seem to have been done in by ghosts and were unconscious. Were the ghosts the ones who roped them? They're surprisingly versatile. Hey, wake up, Ito. It's punishment time. Oag. Aileron kicks one of the sleeping, or fainted, elves awake. A face comes out of the dark, and, where am I? Nothing's more unflattering than a bandit in ropes. Ito. Shame on yourself. Aileron goes all out to assert dominance over the captured bandit, as if she hadn't been in the same situation herself before. Wait. Aileron? What are you doing here? I'm afraid we meet again because of your stupidity. What kind of a daredevil would try to break into the Saints' territory? But weren't you also caught stealing from us? I haven't forgotten my first meeting with you guys. Aileron. Introduce her to us. They're bandits, just different from us. I think their group name is the Whirlwind Sleevecutters. Weird naming sense. As usual, their boss is Ito here. We've bumped heads with each other even before we became bandits. Seriously, Aileron. Why are you here? I thought the Thunderstorm Stonecutters disbanded. Yeah. We have found a new path and dedicated our hearts and souls to it. I am no longer Aileron, head of the Elven Bandits. I am Aileron, the Potter of Souls. Wow, she really has the gall to call herself that. What? You don't mean to tell me the ceramics on display here are? Ha, my work is finally being targeted by fellow bandits. This is quite embarrassing. Aileron looks happy whilst feigning distress. Well, this is troublesome, Saint. Is this what they call the price of fame? I guess you'd have to be very well known for you to reach the bandits' ears, huh? Yeah, I get you, huh? So the bowls that cost several hundred gold coins were made by you? Why? Only idiots would pay such a ridiculous amount. They're not idiots. It's the result of their understanding of the world of beauty present in my bowls. I'm already starting to comprehend them less and less, though. Anyway, I thought better of you, Aileron. Shouts the captured bandit. I looked up to you as a fellow leader. You have lost your pride as an elf. What are you talking about? I blast bowls with pride every day. That's not the point. Elves are forest people. We don't live under a roof, and we don't mingle with other races that sleep under one. An elf who has lost her pride is no different from a typical woman. Oh, that's what you meant. Don't react like the realization just hit you, please. You may think so, Ito, but haven't you ever thought being a bandit isn't something you should take pride in, either? NGH, the new elf, Ito, is lost for words. No, even we bandits only steal from the bad guys so we can be proud of ourselves. Chivalrous bandits are still bandits at the end of the day. I don't want to hear that from you. Besides, isn't it about time your thieving business is facing difficulties? Ito is at a loss for words again. I used to be in the same trade, so I know that these days, there aren't many rich crooks to steal from. With the reformation going on in the Demon Kingdom, it's not too hard to imagine how it affects you guys. What? Really? Even the human kingdom's order, the main source of corruption, has been eliminated. The place for chivalrous bandits to play an active role is becoming fewer and fewer. If they cannot steal, their livelihoods will be impoverished. That's why they're stealing in such dicey conditions. Damn it. Seeing that she isn't arguing back, it seems Aileron hit bullseye. A righteous bandit can only steal from places infested with social ills. It's kind of sad. If you're not going to change your ways, you might as well give up on your pride. It would be unbearable for me to see you become night burglars. Heck, I even think turning you into the army now is kind of merciful in itself. No way. We don't want that. Let us go. It was a refreshingly frank plea for life. Well, what should we do, then? In the spirit of common sense and legal compliance, I should turn the ladies over to the army. If this were my farm, I'd have extraterritorial jurisdiction and make decisions at my discretion as owner. But we're within the Demon Kingdom. Crimes here should be judged by the Demon Kingdom. Listen, Saint. Aileron makes a proposal. I have an idea about how to deal with these guys. Can you talk to the demon authorities about this? We can't break the law, okay? I know. This would benefit the nation as well. If they can sense the good in it, they will at least offer amnesty. What in the world is Aileron thinking? I want to abide by the laws like a good otherworldly citizen, but I also don't want a sad story, so I decided to accept her suggestion for the time being. So what are you going to do? I'll teach them how to be craftsmen, huh? But we've already got enough craft makers with us. We're not making them live with us, but to be taken in by the various artisan guilds in the capital. Don't they want our skills? Oh, that was the intention for hosting this expo. Anyway, I don't know how many hundreds of years it will take them to catch up with our technology just by watching us. If we help them by providing elf assistance, we can improve their tech as well as give these guys a good rep. Wait a minute. You can do that? Aileron's too good to be true proposal is objected to by the captive elves. We still have our pride. We elves would rather sleep out in the open than live under a roof. We will never bow down to another race. Then would you rather be captured by the army and be hanged? Wait, let me think about it. I've been thinking about this for a while. But the elven pride is rather shallow. Chapter 399. What the Expo brought about. The Expo is coming to an end. The original plan was 1 month, but it was so well received it got extended to 2 months. Even though we were free during winter, we were still quite busy because Orcubo's castle is also scheduled to be held in the human kingdom. But now, those busy 2 months are almost done. Although the Expo was simply a continuation of what we were doing at the farm, many things happened. First of all, the most popular pavilion was decided. The result of the one-on-one match between Lettuce Riot and Hawker's Fun's Bean Pavilion and Vale's Wheat Pavilion is out. Food-related businesses going strong is and will always be a predictable trend. Visitors without any particular purpose would stop by these 2 pavilions, try the bean and wheat dishes, and become captivated, eventually becoming repeat customers. It seems our farm's products are like drugs to the people of this world. At first, I thought the staple food battle of beans versus wheat might lack flair, but I can say that it became heated because of our homegrown ingredients, and that we also had no side dishes to offer. It was a close competition throughout, as Vale's wheat had the advantage in terms of versatility. As bread, udon, and pasta sales steadily increased, Lettuce Riot's Bean Pavilion and Hawker's Fun's Natto Pavilion merged. The combination of natto's addictiveness and the bean's diversity helped them thrive and overwhelm Vale. NGHH, I cannot be defeated by humans with my dragon pride and my wheat on the line. At the climax of the competition, Vale made a forbidden move. She mobilized all the tree spirits living in her dungeon and began to put fruits on the bread, udon, and spaghetti. The new menu items, such as fruit bread, fruit udon, and fruit spaghetti, which would normally make one question their sanity, were very popular because of their novelty and, above all, the deliciousness of the fruits themselves. The victory was settled by a decisive margin, but I thought we should exercise caution after what Vale did. That's when Dorian Kaio, the Orient spirit, came for support. Lady Vale, allow me to lend you my power. Ah, don't you come here. Your stink will turn the people away. If you want to help, go to that winged woman and sabotage her business with your stench. Sure enough, Vale's pavilion was filled with the smell of durian and was closed before the grand finale. It seems the world isn't ready for durian's taste just yet. Well, I'm glad to see Vale's relationship with the tree spirits has improved. And so, the Grand Prix garland went to Lettuce Riot and Hawker's Fun. It was like another step forward in their ambition to control the world with beans and natto. There were many other achievements, and the group of artisans also seemed to have the time of their lives. The elves were able to demonstrate their skills, and the placement of the new elves in workshops as aftercare went smoothly. As for Ito and her team who tried to steal from us, after negotiating successfully with the Demon King, the Whirlwind Sleeve Cutters were made to atone for their crime by treating their technical apprenticeship at the various guilds as labor. Now, they're working in the elf pavilions and are being trained in the basics by Aileron, Malga, and the other veteran elves. It seems that they will relay this experience to the demon artisans. This was a 2-birds-1-stone move, raising the level of craftsmanship in the capital and encouraging wandering elves to settle down. Then, there's Platy's Mermaid Pavilion. Mermaid medicines are effective against various injuries and illnesses, and the place was packed with injured and sick people day after day. It seems the development of medicine and pharmacy is lagging behind in the Demon Kingdom, and Platy's Pavilion has greatly enlightened its citizens. The Demon King and Prince Rauana are close friends, and there may come a day when trade is established and mermaid medicine is distributed in the Demon Kingdom. I think Platy also created the opportunity for that. Incidentally, she taught the local mermaid she scouted how to make humanizing potions so that she could return to her mermaid form and swim back to sea at any time. But when the trade started in earnest, She was told to stay on land for the time being as she would be entrusted with the responsibility of local conductor. Then, there's Batami's clothing pavilion, which was a lively place with her family and boyfriend visiting her. Baka's sake pavilion closed early because it was overflowing with drunken customers, causing trouble. Aside from the Go organizers, Sensei started visiting 5 times a week from the first day he came. At first, other attendees were afraid of him simply because he's a lifeless king, but they gradually became more and more familiar, and by the last day of the event, he had become something of a celebrity. In particular, rumors spread that having Sensei pick up children in his arms would help them grow up healthy, so a number of mothers asked him to pick up their sons and daughters in his arms when they met him at the Expo. The children wailed out of fear, but he just smiled and picked them up, creating memories, not traumatic, that would stay with them forever. Sensei has spent 1,000 years alone in the depths of the dungeon, so I hope he enjoyed himself. Also, the Demon King used the Expo as an opportunity to call his brother living in the mountains and was overjoyed with their reunion. Incidentally, he and his father are steadily progressing in repairing their relationship. Section. Putting those good results aside, the Farm Expo successfully completed its stipulated duration and reached its finale. Although there were many calls for an extension, the event ended as planned once and for all, with the final day drawing a record number of visitors. Good work, everybody. After the last guests had left, a launch party was held with just the staff. A suitably sumptuous meal was lined up. At first, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but it was quite fun. It was awesome. For the first time, I got a real feel of the bean's potential. Says Let Us Read. Her prosperous pavilion may have enjoyed the Expo the most. The Expo's over now. We'll feast tonight, but tomorrow, we'll have a major cleanup to do. Cleanup? You know, this venue. With the Expo finished, we have no need for it anymore. That's true, but how are we going to do that? We'll tear it down without a trace. Isn't that how expos work? The transience of knowing that everything will disappear when the festival is over is quite something. The orcs are in charge of demolition tomorrow. Understood. Orcubo and his team look like they know what they're doing, and they have no hesitation in destroying their work. No, please wait. Interrupts Mr. Shax. He is Pandemonium's president and is a so-called big businessman. He is also one of the people who helped organize things, so he's part of the closing party. What's wrong, though? Why would you destroy such a wonderful architectural complex? Please don't. We can reuse this in ways more than one. It's okay, we'll demolish it sequentially and make sure the materials can be reused. That's not what I meant by reusing them. Mr. Shax sure is pretty stubborn about this. But I don't think there's anything that can be done about leaving a group of buildings this far from the city. It won't do us good leaving it as it is, either, since it could turn into a monster of bandit hideout. Then, please at least leave that tower behind. Oh, you mean Babel's Tower of the Sun? We can leave that tower as an eternal symbol of the Expo. Please, just that tower. It will be the ultimate tourist attraction as the tower where a god once made his descent. Indeed, that's the tower from which the sun god Apollo descended. It'd be problematic if we offended him by destroying it. Worst case, it'll convince him to obliterate the demons for good. I understand. We'll keep that tower. Thank you so much. I've worked on that tower, so it also has sentimental value to me. So, after deciding on a variety of after-treatment measures, the long and frenzied Expo came to an end. Next is Orcubo's castle. There's no end to these events. End of Volume 11.